good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And you may be wondering, what the heck is Cranky doing? It is 5:20 a.m. I've been up since over an hour ago and have some challenges, I guess, sleeping. I tell my nephew all the time that when you have military experience and you're used to getting up early, it becomes part of your DNA. And this show is not necessarily for it's just me expressing my perspective on various things. It's not tailored, it's not structured, it's not as being well orchestrated as I like to think in terms of when I execute shows. Kind of want to make sure it's seamless, it's linear. Uh, it is just me just expressing some perspective based on Jamaican football and what transpired. And I see Drew Ross is up and I see Presses. I didn't expect to have anybody up, FIFA. And I really think this show is not about views. I just feel like doing it live. It's not about views. It's not about trying to get clicks and being viral. It's just me being frustrated and me just thinking about what transpired and coming on to talk about it. And it doesn't feel good. Not because we lost, actually, one game. We only lost two games in the qualifier. And if those of you who follow the football realize that Sweden did not win one game in the group stages and they're at the World Cup, and we only lost two games at the World Cup. It's amazing how that works. And I think even though they are a better team than us and Europe dominates, the football community have to better have an egalitarian system whereby I know the football for the football to improve in all these various countries, they got to have resources. Resources come from the World Cup. And Europe can't just get 101 position because it's dominant. The FIFA votes is one vote for one country. There's over 200 countries. Europe don't even have 50 countries in there, so I'm not sure how they get to dominate so much. They have all the money. It needs to be redistributed, and those countries are being taken up, are being co-opted to conform and not thinking about holistically how they can influence. Good morning, Juras. Good morning, Portuguese Pressa. Good morning, Stefan. I can't believe you guys are up. You guys don't have a life? Like, really? By the way, if you're in the chat, if I come on at 6 o'clock in the 5 o'clock in the morning and you don't hit the like button, I'm not having this today. I'm in a bad mood. Don't start me up. Now, come in at the chat when we put in selfie, hit the like button. I don't hit the like button. Whether you like it or not, I'm up at 5 o'clock, people. Hit the like button, okay? May I force you to hit the like button. May I'm begging you. May I tell you to hit the like button. So the other thing I want to get off my chest. First, I want to say a couple of things. One is not about the football. There is another YouTuber called JT who seemed to have a problem with me. I don't know why, but seemed to always be so think about it this way. When we come on YouTube and we talk about different topics, we're focused on a subject. We're covering different subjects, right? And if we're covering YouTubers, then we should cover YouTubers. We're not covering YouTubers. I don't come here to cover YouTubers. I don't think YouTubers come here to cover YouTubers. I'm covering Jamaica football. So if you're part of that ecosystem, if you're the coach, if you're the manager, if you're the president, if you're sponsors, even fans, you're subject to being covered. Whether it's flowers or criticism or both or something in between, neutrality, you're subject to being covered. But if I'm trying to criticize a YouTuber just to criticize them because I have a problem with them, but I can't articulate what that problem is, that's a problem. Now, JT is a very ugly person in all respects. Optically, morally, he's morally bankrupt. Intellectually, he's just really ugly person. And he's done some things which are reprehensible. I'll give you an example. He went on his channel and said, Rudolph Speed, the current coach, said I should do something with my mom. Just think about how reprehensible that is. And the people on his channel actually digest that. I don't know how you do that. If somebody said something about somebody's mom in that context and it's a lie, and when I confronted him, he said, oh, you're too emotional. I did it because, it generates views or it's viral. Whatever he came back with. And he was the same when I saw on YouTube melting down, crying like a little girl on YouTube for some reason because he can't take the pressure. Now, we're all in the public domain subject to criticism. But when you go and criticize somebody for no reason other than just be critical because that rock your boat, I can go at you. So if you want to make it a war on YouTube with me, We can do that. I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish with doing that, because I don't really talk about. I keep telling these people, YouTube. I don't really talk about YouTubers. They're not my subject. My subject is what is the domain. My subject is AI. My subject is the U.S. presidency. My subject is world situation, the economy. My subject is investment. My subject is football. My subject is basketball. My subject is not YouTubers. First of all, they ain't that important for me to talk about them. But the Jamaican YouTubers are otherwise, right? And when you're gonna come on and cranky this and cranky that, why am I in your mouth 24/7? Why are we having this conversation? I have a platform also, and I keep telling people, if you come at me hard for no reason, if I said something and you're critical of me, that's fine. I go at people like Maverick in the public domain. But if you come at me hard because you think that's okay, then I'm gonna go to the basement. I have no problem doing that. And also, I don't have something like, like how some people like even Stephen A. Smith, they work for ESPN, so they have to worry about corporate sponsors. I don't. I have to worry about me. I am retired. I am relaxed. I ain't got no reflection. Now, reputation may be a thing that people think about. I'm not in that vein. So if you want to come at me, JT, please do. You're over in Scandinavia someplace. I'm sure you're not comfortable. You seem to have a problem with your life, JT. I can't help fix it. Go see a shrink. I am not your problem. Go and see a shrink. And this morning at 5 o'clock when I get up, I used to be part of my conversation, but different people are contacting me saying, what does this guy have with you? Hey, your fisherman come on yesterday saying, you say you buy subscribers and you say this. What I do and anything I do, it's my business. You don't like it? I can't help you. There are more than one YouTuber called me the other day about subscribers. Oh, you get so much subscriber. Oh, you know, say YouTube will take away your channel. And I'm sitting there thinking, why are you guys like that? Is that a cultural thing? As they say in Jamaica, you're bad man. Is that a cultural thing? If my channel is growing and you can't digest, you can't take it? Is that a problem? If I can articulate myself? Is that a problem? You don't like my views? Then do your own thing. Why are you guys watching me? I'm not watching other YouTubers. I'm not seeing. You guys copy a lot of stuff that I do, and I see it. But imitation is form of flattery. I am flattered if you copy my stuff. And if you don't want to give me credit, I don't really care. I use other people's information. I used T got information the other day when he interviewed Speed. Because Rudolph don't want to come on my channel. Whatever. By the way, people, I did send Rudolph a congratulatory message. I thought he did well with the team. I sent him that message that says that. He did come back to me. So it's not like I just beat Rudolph, because I think he did a good job. I'm going to talk about some of the deficiencies, but I think he did a good job overall. And he was subject to the same thing that McLaren was subject to. But let me go to the football. But JT, let me just say, JT, you want a war? You want a war, I'm your gear one. If you want a war, JT, because I'm not really into that, because you're not important to even war with. You're not important, JT. Still like Scandinavia, where you're probably uncomfortable if I run from Jamaica. But if you want a war, JT, and I'm a grown-up, I'm an adult, but I have no problem having giving you a war, all right? So if you want one, JT, please let me know. Go on your channel today and tell me you want a war with Cranky. We'll give you a war. You are out of your league, and you may not know it, but you are. Anyway, let's talk about the football. So the reason I'm up is because, boy, the sleep evaded me for some reason. Sleep is evading me. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. You think I'd be relaxed after staying up late? Because I was on for 5 hours yesterday. I didn't realize I was up for 5 hours. Seriously. I was on for 5 hours. And normally I'm on for a good amount of time. It's 3-4 hours, but it was 5 hours and I still had about 300 plus people on, and I hated to get off, but I'd run out of fumes. I was on fumes actually. So I got off. But I woke up this morning and thinking about Jamaica football, and I'm like, I need to get a life. So I decided to come on early this morning because I have a lot to do. You know when you put off a lot of stuff because you're focused on a given topic or on a given thing, and then you realize that, you know what, life continues, so you have to get on with your life. That's where I am. Right? That's where I am. So we lost the game, and I'm still trying to digest how the hell we blew not getting to the World Cup. In my lifetime, and you know when you get older, it gets shorter and shorter every day, we will never, ever have a better chance to get to the World Cup. Never. And we blew it because of blunders at all levels. Administration, coaches, players, we just blew it. And so this post-mortem is about a couple of things. What went wrong, who's responsible, and most importantly, how are we going to fix it? But it's a very emotional reaction. It's not strategic. It's not thoughtful, because I am going to go much more in depth at a later point in time because I've said this numerous times. I have thought so many times about quitting YouTube. I'm like, you know what? I'm retired now. I'm going to do what some of my friends and former colleagues do. They travel the world. Even though I don't like flying, but they travel. They could drive. They travel the world. They're in, one day I see them talking, they're in Barcelona, then they're in England, then they're in different places doing different things. And I'm like, I should be doing that, you know. But I love the YouTube engagement for some reason. But I struggle every day to say, you know what? I should give it up because sometimes, you know, the JFF thinks I'm toxic, but the space can be very, very toxic. I love the engagement. I love learning and I love imparting knowledge because I've been very fortunate to have had a lot of good experiences in life that allows me to believe I'm informed to a certain level that I can then relay that information to people. And I have mentees people who I mentor, and those individuals constantly want to have the engagement for us to talk about different things in their lives, especially in the workplace, how they can navigate the corporate environment because it can be very difficult if you don't have that mentor and that advocate helping you in an environment where sometimes it's not receptive to you, right? But I'm gonna do the YouTube less frequently and cover more varied topics because I am very sports focused and I'm not sure it's the healthiest thing. I got some calls yesterday and sometimes I get the calls and I'm like, how do people do this? And even when I say this, like people like Maverick, how the hell do you do this? Because some of the calls are just so far south and north that your head hurts you. Seriously, it hurts you. And you have to treat people a certain way, regardless of their opinion. And sometimes it's hard, especially when you're a very emotive person, right? But let's think about the football. We lost the Congo, and going into the game, frankly, most people believe we would have lost. Even the Jamaicans who were spouting the view that, you know, we're going to win and this, they weren't confident. Trust me, they weren't confident. On paper, Congo was a better team, and the game played out that way. Doesn't mean we didn't have a chance to win. We did. We lost a lot with that game. We lost FIFA money. We lost sponsorship. We lost exposure. We lost recruits. We lost a lot of fans. We're just going to give up on Jamaica football. But we're going to have to, at some point, pick ourselves up from all of this and restart because you can't give up. Right? You can't give up. Thanks, Real Baller. Nah, he may take it on, but I mean, he's trying to take me on. I don't know why, but we're gonna have the war because he wants it. Is this the AI cranky or the real? I'm a big advocate for AI, by the way. I talked to a friend of mine yesterday that he said, I'm gonna digress throughout this conversation. And he said, because I introduced him to AI, right? Because he likes to write and he talk about these things. And he said he read a letter and then he said, "My assistant helped me." I wrote it for my assistant. And I'm like, I know who your assistant is, so it was a good conversation. But you should use AI, people. It's very important and it's very efficient. It doesn't think for you, but it's very efficient. And, uh, man, so you think so? There's some people believe that we win. Some Jamaicans have this view of being. They live in utopia about certain things. I am a very practical person. I didn't make a prediction on the game because I just didn't want to. I didn't want to conceive losing, so I didn't make a prediction on the game. I thought we had a chance, but not a great chance. And frankly, in hindsight, I thought we could have done better than we did. I thought we could have done better. At the current moment, fans are frustrated. As I said, some will turn off, some won't come back, and some will always going to be supportive. I'm not going anywhere. In terms of the football, I may spend less time on YouTube, but I am going to be still supporting the football, and hopefully the administration. I'm going to have a long, very thoughtful perspective on Jamaica football going forward, inclusive of a lot of different things, whether it's fans, whether it's the administration, whether it's the players, whether it's the process, whether it's FIFA engagement, just a very comprehensive perspective on the football and how we can get better. I am extremely pleased that we have Andrew Peart in the position of technical director based on, and this is preliminary, what I've heard from him so far, the thought process. My concern for Andrew is, and Andrew Peart, if you watch my program, I don't know if you do, you may not, because JFF think I'm toxic, a lot of them. I would love to have a conversation with you. So I'm gonna put that in public domain. Love that conversation with you because when you articulate yourself, and sometimes we're eloquent, but execution is poor, and vice versa. So people can execute really well, but they're not best in terms of communicating. But what I've heard from him and the thought process, my main concern in hearing him speak is, will he get the support that he needs to drive what he's trying to accomplish? Will he get that support? Because I'm not sure he will. And that's part of the reason why some of the coaches left, right? I think if we had Hagums who would have qualified for the World Cup, McLaren was just an awful hire. Let me take some comments and then I'll go through some of my little soliloquy on some of the things I'm thinking about. But it's first of all, people, when I upset me, I got my bed. If I come in at the chat, and I'm 52 hours now, and I take up phone time with that bed at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I can't hit the like button so people can watch it. That's not a good thing, people. That's how we get frustrated. Also, people, I not have the tolerance. That's how we get frustrated on YouTube. Like, I don't come here and ask people for money. And if they give it to me, I appreciate it, right? I don't come here and ask for anything. All I ask for is likes and for you to subscribe. And then you have you have 400 people on your thing and 150 give a likes. And they still sit up for the 4 hours. So why are you on then? Go do what you're doing that morning. No, be serious. Go and do what you do. Go fish, go take care of your loved one, go take your kids to school. Don't come on my channel if you don't want to hit the like button. Be serious. I'm really going to be toxic going forward in certain respects because I do this for fun. I ain't doing this to be famous or to be known or to be rich. YouTube can't pay me. I made $3,800 last year from YouTube. Let me just tell you that. I'll give you the numbers. And it cost me about the same amount of money between StreamYard was $900, Canva was $100, vidIQ, all the things that I use. I'm going to give you the numbers. So, I'm begging on nothing. I'm telling that. So, me vex. If you don't want to hit the like button, don't, stay here. Don't come. Go watch Sport Blame or somebody. Seriously. Because I get annoyed with that. It's free. You don't want to give it to me, then keep it, then don't watch my program. Because I'm spending time and effort here. And you come and you watch it. If you didn't like it, you wouldn't be here. And then you don't want to hit the like button. So stay here. Don't hit the like button. Don't come on my channel. Go watch somebody else. Seriously. I'm annoyed this morning. I'm pissed off because of the World Cup too. So it'll make me worse. Annoyed. Come on people's channel and just sit on there and watch and take in the information. You spend your time. You enjoy some of it, but you don't want to hit the like button like somebody pay money to your pocket. I don't want anything free. I don't want to get nothing but nobody judge. Maybe can't even talk English now. People can be so vexed. Anyway, let me keep going. So I'm reflecting on the process. That's one of my rants, people. I do go into these rants. I'm reflecting on the process and I'm reflecting on what transpired. And I'm basically saying, how could we get it this wrong? Right? But first of all, let's go to the game yesterday. I was extremely proud of the coaching staff and the players. Extremely proud. I had people from Congo call into my program before, and they were extremely confident. I heard a lot of pundits on ESPN and CBS. They didn't give us a chance. Some Jamaicans, because they're very parochial and they believe that we will never lose, think we're going to win. But a lot of people outside Jamaica and even inside Jamaica didn't give us a chance in hell to win. And, people, I've been under the weather. 1 second. I've been under the weather a little bit, so you got to excuse me. Me 1 second, people. I am under the weather. Sorry about that. I need some hydration. It's my hydration break. People, the ones who are in the chat, I'm dead serious. It's 58 of you. 34 the like button. 34 can stay. The rest of you, the remaining 20, you can leave. 18? You can leave. Seriously. Don't leave today. Today's not the day. At 5 o'clock in the morning is not the day for me to be listening to what you be here watching me, taking my information and hit the like button. And if you're vexed, me not care. Then leave. Me allow you to leave. And if you want to unsubscribe for your business, leave. Can we get annoyed? Come on people's channel, then spend them time, effort, preparing for program company, and have you don't hit the like button, and you're in yourself, you don't want to hit it. And someone who are YouTuber too, go start, go do no one platform thing. Don't come back my channel. I'm not care if you don't want to vex. I'm not care if you want to subscribe because I said that. And some people may think I'm rude. Too bad. If somebody's doing work, when you go to Amazon, go do something, you have to pay some money, right? You don't have to pay no money. It's annoying. And it's frustrating. I don't want people begging them, and I don't beg nobody. You know, I hit the like button, but not come on my channel and me spend my time and effort and put in my time and you want me just come watch and take in the information and digest it and then go here. No, leave, man. But in terms of the game, I probably should not do the show, because you on you're in the morning. Anyway, in terms of the game, I thought we did a good job in terms of not offensively because we didn't really create a lot of chances. Apart from Bailey had a couple of instances where he had that header and then he took that shot. So probably from into offensive potency, he was probably the most threatening. Cephas came on, looked threatening, but also threatening to himself. And I thought the midfield between Bobby Reed and Palmer and Hayden did a good job. I thought Campbell tried and was effective. And whenever Campbell started playing well, they take him off the field. I don't know why. But if I was to assess the game in its totality, I think Congo is a good defensive team. They're hard to break down, but they can be beaten. I didn't think they were great. I think second half when they put on their substitute and they were running at us and we got tired, I think the heat was a problem for us. It was oppressive. You can tell. Even Congo lost their entire midfield during the game. Their entire midfield. And Buku, Sidaki, and the other one with a funny name, I was providing his name. They were all off the field at one point. And they start running on us. If I go back to front, thought Blake did a good job. He wasn't really tested that much. People don't realize that. He made 2 or 3 very good saves. One of them extremely, but Blake always plays well, right? He's poor with his feet, but he's a very good goalkeeper who probably has underachieved. And it may sound strange because he's the captain of Philadelphia, but I thought he should be playing at a higher level. But his ability on the ball is not the greatest. I get nervous when he kicks the ball, but Blake did fairly well. I thought Lati had a difficult game. Difficult game. He got dribbled by 4 times. Difficult game. And I'm going to do a really breakdown, go over again all the stats from that game, but a difficult game. But he tried, and he played hard, and he was good in possession. And the number of time he touched the ball when he turns over was fairly good for a defender. I think he touched about 70-something times, maybe at about 16 turnovers. If we go inside to King, so this is where Rudolph's speed let us down. By the way, I think Speed and his coaching staff did a very good job. I didn't think they did a good job between when he was appointed and probably beginning of March, because I thought they did a bad job of bringing the team together and get everybody on board and know what the new players are. But I think they did a good job in terms of preparing the team for these 2 games, even though we should have done better against New Caledonia in terms of outcome and scores. The outcome was great, but the score wasn't the greatest. But we weren't under pressure in that game. But I thought he did the same. He fell to the same issue that McLaren did in terms of playing certain players and having balance on the team. And King was one of them. So I didn't have King in my starting lineup because given how I see Lati playing at Coventry and given how King played at St. Mirren, and now I'm told he's on the bench, and his attitude and his inability to find his teammate, even though he's a good passer of the ball, but he's going long all the time, I just think he wasn't the person. And yesterday, King was 4 of 19 on long passes. Now, when you're 4 of 19, that means you turned the ball over 15 times. That means you gave the ball away to the opponent 15 times. Unforced errors. These weren't long balls where he's getting so much pressure, you got to clear. These weren't clearances, people. This was him just kicking the ball long. And not he's thinking about kicking the ball long. He's kicking the ball long with no trajectory, with no height to it. It's flat. So he will never get to his teammate. So you have Kadamartiri up front, who didn't have a good game, by the way. I am taking no prisoners. I'm not cussing people. I'm not taking no prisoners. If you didn't play well, I don't care how young you are. I don't care where you were born. I don't give a damn. You're judged based on how you play. Kadamartiri had a good game. The ball was hitting his foot like a wall. He couldn't control the ball. And his link-up play was poor. I think he touched the ball 17 times, about 10 turnover. He was poor. And probably should have been removed earlier. Seriously. I thought Sifa should have played center forward, start the game. And Kadamartiri, to me, didn't play well. When Cephas come on, he was getting in the ball because King kicking away the damn ball. Boom, over, boom, over, boom, over. It gets frustrating after a while. Everybody might could see it. And for the coaching staff not to see that, what they should have done is move Lati inside and take King off the field. Because if you can't control yourself and play the ball on the ground or find your teammate with a ball that has some height to it so they have a chance to run to it, you turn the ball over. In any sport, whether it's American football, basketball, whatever the hell, damn cricket, if you turn the ball over, that's a problem. Cricket don't have really turnover. Turnover, I mean, you lose your wicket. So I thought that was poor. And so to me, King didn't have a good game. A bad game from a standpoint of tackling and positioning, but keep giving away the ball. That's a 5. I thought Ethan Pinnock, who I didn't totally support to be in the team, to be honest. I thought he was playing in the football. I thought he had a brilliant game. He touched the ball over 102 times, had the same number of turnover, I think he had 16, not turnover, but lost possession 16 times. And a lot of those were also long balls that he played, but he was more accurate. But he touched the ball more than anybody else on the field, I believe, 102 times. And he had, because we had more possession than they did. A lot of our possession was ineffective possession in our own half, or just about the halfway line, because that's how they play. They give you the ball and then they try to counter you, which they did really well in some instances of the game. But I thought Pinnock played really well. Webster had a interesting game. Optically, it didn't seem like he had a great game. We look at the stats, it sort of changed your mind in some respects that he had a better game than it seems. But I thought he struggled throughout the game at some points in the game. But I thought overall Webster made himself a more stable position in the team, at the most difficult position in the team. He displaced Bell, who I think time with Reggae Boyz may be up, even though it's not on his fault. He's not terrible, but if I think about Greg Lee, who's not playing a lot of football, but who has never failed Jamaica. If I think about Rico Henry, who's really good. And if I think about somebody I hear is coming in, I won't say what the name is, but another player who wants to come in, who should have come in earlier. And something I'll talk about that too. Someone who play with born overseas, who are come and go, I don't forget about their business. But we'll talk about him later. But there's another left back who's very good, who I hear now wants to come in because England will call him. We'll see what happens there. So we're very strong at left back. That's the one position we have no problem with. We don't have to worry about it. So I thought Webster did really brilliant in the first game, was man of the match. Did well enough in this game to feel good about his performances and his future with the national team. Really good. If we go in the midfield, I hear some people come and say Hayden didn't play well. If you thought Hayden didn't play well, you don't know a damn thing about football and what the CDM role is. I used to play CDM a little bit. And your first job is to protect your defense. And you got to recycle the ball. You got to move the ball forward. You got to be a conductor around there. Now, does he play the ball forward enough? I don't think so. But he does a very good job in the role that's required of him. He's getting up there in age, about 31. And if you say he didn't have a good game because you think a CDM should dribble past 10 people and that's a good game, stop. I thought he had a good game. Thought he played well. And whenever Hayden comes off the field, we don't look like the same team. Even though I think when Latty went in there, he was okay. Much better than when he was at right back. Let me take a couple comments and then I keep going on because I still 548. Right, me feel good as a shame. Hey, people, there's 67 people watching and 47 likes. For those 20 who are still here, they hit the like button. Unless you just come in and you hear my rant. If you don't want to hit the like button, you can actually go on your day and don't be here. This is not the morning to not do that. I'm dead serious. This is not the morning. I can get up 4 o'clock, prepare for the show. Well, I didn't really prepare for it, but put together a show and then you come and I want to hit the like button. You can leave. You can leave. We don't want you here. Stop. Please leave. You're annoying me. Like is free. Omar says, Jamaica was only set up to stop Congo. We had no plan going forward. The team did what the coach... I totally disagree with you guys. I don't think Jamaica was set up to stop Congo. To the contrary. If we were set up to stop Congo, we'd have played a 3-5-2 or a 5-3-2. We played 4-3-3. We weren't set up to stop Congo. We went there to match them, and we did. The problem we have is, which you guys seem to fail to realize, is that offensively, we're a little bit impotent. Just go back. Here's what we do. We judge a team based on one performance. I think they did really well against Congo. How many goals did we score against BVI? Let's think about the World Cup process going. Apart from Bermuda, how much goals we score against BVI? How much goals we score against Cuba with 10 men at home? 0-0. How much we score against Trinidad? 2-0 and 1-all. How much we score against Curacao? 0. How much we score against St. Vincent in Nations League? Almost lost at their place and barely won at our place. What are we talking about? We don't score goals. When we get over the halfway line in the final third, we're not impactful. We don't have a center forward we have confidence in, who's a perfect goal scorer, or wingers are not scoring goals. Don't talk about Jamaica was set up to stifle. That's not true. They were set up to win the game. They just don't have the offensive potency. Or the midfielders with the creativity to break the defense down. We just don't. I'm going to get some of those players up front. I thought Bobby Reed played better than he's probably played for Jamaica in a long time in terms of didn't touch the ball as much as he probably should, but his pass accuracy was good and his turnovers were not terrible, right? I thought Palmer played well. I thought Palmer looked really good. Won his better game for Jamaica again. Because people, your performance is being judged based on the competition. Just remember that. If I'm playing against New Caledonia, I'm not playing against nobody. If I'm playing against Congo team, which is ranked highly in Africa, which beat Cameroon and beat Nigeria with all these Premier League players and European players in their team, it's a very difficult defensive team to play against, which they showed against us, then it's going to be much more difficult. But I thought Palmer played well. I mean, some people think he held the ball a little bit too long, but part of it was we weren't moving as well as we should. And I recorded the game. I don't know if I want to watch it again, but if I do, I'm going to do some of the breakdown and tactical assessment of how we played. But I thought Rudolph set the team up to play. I don't think Jamaica feared Congo. Now, people think we're going to go into the game, we fear Congo, and we're not going to play well, and they're going to destroy us, and people are predicting 4-1 and 3-0 and 7-0. Congo wasn't impact. Congo played transition football and counter-attacking football. We do the same, so it was a stalemate, right? It was a stalemate. If you just came in the chat, please hit the like button. I've been asking that all morning. It's too early for you not to do so. Good morning, Winston. Yeah, Winston. I don't know what he's waiting for either. He ain't Tukle ain't calling him, so he can stay there. Cranky, I don't know, Drew Ross. We disagree, Drew Ross. We're not horrible. Congo didn't create a ton of chances until later in the game, where they put on some fresh legs. Right? In the first half, they had 1 or 2 chances, but they didn't create a ton of chances. They have the Whistles of the world. They have a bunch of Siddiqui of the world. They have a bunch of known players. They didn't create a ton of chances, but we'll get to our Premier League player. So we had 2 Premier League players on the field. We had Pinnock, who played really, really well, and we had a right winger. We'll talk about him. If we go up front, I thought Campbell had an okay game. Campbell seemed to have these games up and down. The coaches like him because he works really hard. He puts in a shift. He does the dirty work. He tries. But offensively, Campbell doesn't score a lot of goals. If you look at his game at Charlton, he starts almost every game. His goal contributions are not great. Mason Clark goal contribution is better, but he's new and it showed. Kadamarti didn't have a good game. Sorry. Hey, he was poor. No, he didn't get a lot of good service. He touched the ball 17 times. A lot of those were poor balls, but whatever he had the ball, his whole play was awful. He was poor. I like the kid. I think he has a bright future, but his play was poor. Didn't do much at all on the field and probably should have been removed earlier. And then we go to the prodigal son, Leon Bailey. Now, there's a narrative out in the marketplace that Crankit dislikes his manager and anyone who's associated with him. Now, I've said this. I rate Whisper as a footballer, even though he really hasn't done anything since he left Jamaica. Right? At Chelsea, he's been in the academy. He's done okay. At Leicester, he's not getting game time. And he was out for a whole year. And when his manager comes in and says he scored 9 goals and 2 assists, and he's compared to Tyrese Hall, who has 7 goals, 2 assists, and then I go do my check, and he's quoting Whisper stats for the last 3 years, and Tyrese Hall for the last year, so the comparative is bad. And when you look at Tyrese Hall for the last 3 years, he's played 115 games. He has 25 goals and 15 assists. When you look at Whisper, he was eligible to play 40 games. He's only played about 28, 29. He has 7 goals, 2 assists. That his manager is disingenuous and a liar. And that's why I don't like how he operates. As a grown man, you can't be a liar. You're like the person in the White House. Reprehensible. Now, the people who are under his domain, I've said this before, him being an example for them is not the right example. But let's go to Leon Bailey. I don't dislike Leon Bailey as a person. He does things which I don't support, like saying Jamaica can't do anything for him or doesn't exhibit the discipline required. When you get punished, he takes it personal. But he acts as if he's the star man of the Jamaica team, as I have on my thumbnail. Leon Bailey has been probably the most disappointing player in the history of Jamaica football as it relates to the national team. He's probably the highest accomplished player in Jamaica football history that has played for Jamaica. So we go back to Linda De La Pena in the 50s, who played in England, but they were not national cap. If you go on to Alan Skill Cole, who didn't play at any high level apart from being in Brazil. If you go to Bibi Gardner, who played at Bolton for a long time, but wasn't a true star per se, a defender. Ricardo Fuller, Peter Shelton. You go through all those players who play at a high level and play in the Premier League. Bailey has gone to Belgium. He has gone to Leverkusen. He scored against Bayern. He's gone to Villa. A brilliant year 2 years ago. He had all this potential, and then it all to me come crashing down. And if he's in the Premier League next year, I'd be shocked. His play, especially over the last 2 years, has been shocking in terms of degradation of play. His play for the national team, even people like Maverick, who bite their tongue when they talk about him, find it difficult to support him. Now, I thought he tried really hard yesterday. I thought he tried. But it's not there. He tried really hard yesterday. He played hard. He was the most potent offensive threat. But when you touch the ball just over 50 times, I think it was 52, and you lost possession 30 times. Let me repeat that. Maybe it was 52 or 58. Maybe it was 58 times he touched it. Can't remember the number, but it's in the 50s. So you lost possession more than you kept possession. That means you lost possession more than you passed to your teammate. I did something positive with the ball. You lost possession. I have never in my footballing analysis or been in these forums see a player touch the ball that many times. I've never seen a player that had that many lost possession in a game. Seriously. I'm sure there has been. I've never seen it. And I've never seen a player touch the ball, turn the ball over more than half of the time. That means you're playing for the opposition. So with Kings 4 of 19 and Bailey's 30. So those two players gave away the ball 45 times between the two of them. Now, most of the other players, I think Hayden had like 7 turnovers. I think Lati had probably 15, 16. I think Pinnock probably had about 11, 12, whatever the numbers are. He gave away the ball 30 times. And then you say, I don't like the player. And I hear just me coming in here and saying, oh, and I said, New Wave said it yesterday, gave me $10. Thank you, New Wave, for contributing to the channel. But then he said, you don't like toxic boss and anybody associated with him. I don't like how the player plays. I don't know what you want me to do. I don't like how the player plays. I can't have somebody in my team hurting my team. You touch the ball, you turn the ball over 30. People go look at it. I send that clip to somebody. I'm not going to send it to. And one of the reasons I sent it to them is like, I don't understand how you allow this to. I don't understand what you're doing. I said Rudolph Speed fell to the same thing that McLaren did. King and Bailey should have been taken out of the game. They were hurting the team. And we still kept them on because they're locally born. That's my view. We kept them on because Bailey has a name. If you take him off, people are going to lose their mind, including his toxic person that supports him, who said he has to start. He was a liability. He hit the upright a little bit, and he had a header that went wide. But then you're saying the person come on for him, but they see if somebody else couldn't do the same thing he did. I failed to agree with that. He was a liability. Everybody gets he wants his head down looking for money, like Martinelli. Can't find money on the ground, looking for money. Dribble. One time you see he had the ball. He's a pass now. We try to go through 3 men. They just dispossess him. It's a Congo team that's physical like you, quick as you are, and you just trying to dribble through everybody. Can't play mentally, not there. Mentally, not there. And when people complain, the reason why he gets so much attention, because he's supposed to be starman in the team. He's the worst player on the team. He was the worst player on the field. Sofa gave him a 5.8 rating. Nobody got under 6. He was the only player. And he's supposed to be a star man. And this is a theme. This is not a one-off situation. So when I keep going on about Bailey and people are cussing me and say, Cranky, you hate him and you hate him people and you don't like him and you hate local footballer, they're not looking at the facts. The numbers speak for themselves. They speak for themselves. It's 5.3. It was that much. I know it's 5 point something. Nobody got on the 6. Did anybody else get on the 6 in terms of Sofa score? I don't remember it's got on 6. Now, Sofa score doesn't capture things like how you play defense, how you run back on defense. Bailey was 4 of 16 on in terms of tackles. You're right. In terms of when you have a situation where you're competing for a ball. I think he was one of the few Jamaican players who had a negative rating in that area. 4 of 16, 25%. 4 of 16 on duels won. 30 ball turnover. He was in the game for 120 minutes. That's my alarm, people. So I wake up at 6 to go to the gym. So you see me get up at 4 this morning. I don't understand how a coaching staff can hurt themselves as badly by allowing this player to play 120 minutes. There is no God, in God's hell, somebody's that poor can be in your field for 120 minutes. Seriously. It's sad. It's more than 120 because they took break. So it's about 140 minutes. Good morning, Odell. Hey, Odell, hope everything is going well. I mean, the fact of the matter is that anybody in their right mind can say we're being overly critical of the player. It's disingenuous. The player's a Premier League player. The player supposedly has pedigree. The player has about 14 goal contributions, about 42 games in Jamaica, which is not bad. It's not terrible. But he's playing against inferior opponents. He's playing against the BVI and the St. Vincent's of the world. He was out for almost all the World Cup qualifiers. He came in, they played him for 6-7 minutes, and his boss said he has to play. He has to play. He has to start. He has to start. Even though he didn't play well in his cameo. And he was awful. And because he has this disingenuous person in his corner, who I hear people on my channel come and talk about, oh, we should support him. He should coach Jamaica. That man, if he run away and go away. That man or Jamaica football. They had no value Jamaica football. He had 2 people on his wings. They've done really well. Get his commendation. But he acts as if he's the messiah for Jamaica football. He's toxic. His behavior in public is reprehensible. And we support nonsense. Now, if I go to the coaching staff, I thought they did a good job. And I'm going to save another day for Rudolph Speed. Because I'm going to talk about Rudolph. Rudolph has done some good things as coach. They may retain him. I don't have a problem with that. But Rudolph is also part of the problem because Rudolph created this mess. So we can talk about that. And Rudolph won't like me saying that. But Rudolph, you helped to create this mess. You were trying to clean up the mess. You didn't clean up the mess. You did a good job. Don't get me wrong. Because some people say you did a good job. I thought you did. Given the level of competition we faced. I see that Iraq going to the World Cup. The stronger teams went through. Bolivia Jamaica beat Caledonia, which they should. Suriname got lost to Bolivia, which they should. Iraq beat Bolivia. Congo beat us. It went based on strength and ranking. And therefore, when you want to be an exceptional coach, you have to win those games you're not supposed to win. And as Rudolph says, coaching crunches about 30% of success. So it didn't work out. But the fact of the matter that Speed allowed Leon Bailey to be on the field for 120 minutes, it's poor coaching. And it's the same thing happened in Jamaica, where the crowd forced McLaren. No, and McLaren acquiesced to the crowd of putting on Dixon and Nicholson and Whisper and Cephas all up front, right? And nobody complained when we lost because it was the foreign players who created the problem. That's Roy Simpson says. That's another toxic person, actually. He might tell people about me toxic. He's another toxic person. That has no value. Being in the JFA forever has no value. Waste of time. And he's the one trying to blame foreign born players for the mess when Jamaica has done a good job of developing players. And by the way, I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to do a show on this. I was thinking about how many footballers has Jamaica produced over the last 20 years playing at a high level. How many for them to have a criteria of a contract with the top 20 league? It's a joke. And Rudolph, I've said this before, get rid of those policies you have. They make no sense. But we'll talk about that another point in time. But the fact of the matter is, I was optimistic throughout the game we could do something. That cross from Campbell to Bailey, where he head wide, he made a gallant effort to get to it. He ran from deep to get to it. If that had hit the back of the net, it would be a different game because then we would try to lock it down defensively and they would have been more exposed trying to come forward. But there were some people who had good games. Lati didn't have a good game. King had a poor... Lati had a 4 of 10 game. Lati didn't have a good game. He was good on the ball, but he got beaten 4 times. That can't be good. So Lati was poor. King was poor. Who else? That may have been, Bailey was awful, even though he hit the upright and he had a close header. He was awful overall. I think that was it in terms of people who didn't have a decent game. I wasn't upset with some of the changes. I thought after King kicked like number 10 ball, I just thought, take him out. It's not working. He's doing the same thing he always does. And we didn't do that. By the way, people, it's 6:04 in the morning. I must admit, I came on with the expectation of nobody being on. When you come on 5 o'clock, people going to work, they ain't got time to listen to you. So I appreciate you being here. So while you're here, because I've ranted about this before, If you kind of hit the like button, I'd appreciate it. Since you're here, that means you want to be here. And by the way, I'm trying to get to 16,000 subscribers. And those of you who hate my subscriber numbers going, heat your heart out. And you say I buy subscribers, heat your heart out. I can't help you. I know you're jealous, but I can't help you. We're going up. If I decide to keep doing this YouTube thing, I can only go in one direction because that's how I operate. If it's not worth my while, I ain't going to do it. So if the numbers are not growing, I ain't doing this. I was going to quit last summer. I was at 3,000. I went to 6,000 in no time because people decided to subscribe. That's how it works, people. In my life, I don't spend time vacillating about certain things. If I'm going to do it, I do it. If it's not working, I drop it and I move on. If I buy an asset like a stock and it's not working for a while and I realize the company ain't going nowhere, I sell it. I don't pontificate. I don't vacillate. I don't sit here and contemplate. I just like, you know what? It ain't working. Move on. Okay? That's how I live my life. So those of you out there, like the person from Sports Blem, that ugly person who should be on radio, shouldn't be on TV, ugly in every way. He probably should be on the no forum because he's just an ugly person in terms of how he thinks, how he operates, how he communicates. I'm talking about JT. And JT, you asked for a war, so I'm going to give you the war, JT. You're going to be part of my show every week. Every day I come on. You wanted the war, JT? Okay, the war is on. Please go fix yourself because you're broken. Anyway, yeah, I'm ranting this morning. It is a very difficult to wake up today and realize I've been watching 48 teams in the World Cup, including Sweden, who only had 2 draws in the World Cup in the group stages. We had 2 losses. They had 2 draws. They didn't win a damn game. And they're in the World Cup. And we are not in the World Cup. And we're not in the World Cup because of our own incompetencies, because of our own mistakes, because of our own not understanding that we're not as good as we think we are, both off the field and on the field. That we needed help and we didn't go get the help in a lot of different areas. And it's very frustrating. It is hard for fans who support the team through all different situations to then digest that we will never, in my lifetime, have a better chance to make the World Cup. Never. Never. Stop the girl picnic behavior. LB, let me say this. Go to hell. LB, this is not the morning because I have the mic. LB, take your ass off the channel if you don't like what I say. And unsubscribe. I don't give a damn. Get your ass off. You think I'm gal picking? Then if you want to use that derogatory term, calling people gal, because all you Jamaicans like to do that. You have your effeminate ways and you want to call other people effeminate. Then, and call man effeminate. The worst you can say to a Jamaican, take your ass off the channel. Go watch somebody else and unsubscribe. I don't give a damn. This is not the morning to mess with me. Seriously. You LB9567. Take your ass to work or whatever you do, go in the corner, whatever you do, but get your ass off. Don't come here and come disrespect me. If you want to criticize me, it's fine, but don't come on gal thing, my youth. We're not in anything there. The wrong person I deal with. Go away. Now start me up. Cause my head licked this morning. Cause my vex we lose out. But gal pitney. If I want to rant, I rant. If you don't like it, then get off. Why are you here? Why are you here if you don't like my rant? Get off and go away. Please leave. If you don't like my rant, why are you here? People may not understand, you know. I don't go where I'm not wanted. You're not wanted. Bye. You want to criticize me in a very respectful way? I can live with that. Say, Cranky, I disagree with your view, but don't come here, my youth. He's ugly. He's ugly. He's the same one that went on and said that Rudolph Speed said, "Me go suck my mother." Don't come talk to me, LB, okay? And Rudolph Speed never said that. He's an ugly person. Not just physically, he's just ugly over and over. You like nobody to tell you go suck your mother, LB? Would you ever say that about anybody? Don't come here and talk that thing, my youth. Let me just say it to a plain and like an idea. Don't come do with me, my youth. You're gonna mistake because people come on the channel and talk regular English. You're not mistake who the people are. You're not have it confused, my youth. Not have it confused. Me the wrong person. Nobody with it. I'm gonna give as good as I get. Okay? Don't come start with me. He went on a public forum and said that. And then when I confronted him about it, he said, "Oh, you're too sensitive. Oh, he didn't really say that. I thought he did, or I made it up, or whatever the hell he did." He's an ugly person. Not just physically, just ugly. So if you don't like it, LB, you go to hell too. Wrong morning, LB. Don't come deal with me, my youth. I know what I'm talking about, okay? He wants a war, I'm going to give him a war. Anyway, I think some of you people are confused, you know. I'm retired people. Let me just say this. I don't have corporate to think about. When I was used to being corporate, I have to be careful what I say. I'm going to say what's on my mind. And you don't like it, I can't help you. Sorry. If you don't want to be on the channel, people, let me just say this, people. Don't get it confused. You don't want to be here, don't be here. Seriously, don't be here. As I said, I made $3,800 from YouTube. It can't even buy me nothing. Because you got to pay tax on it. I spend more money doing YouTube than I make on YouTube. Don't start me up. Don't start me up, my youth. Come here and talk about, say, don't use the girl thing in my youth. The worst thing you can tell Jamaican about my girl thing in my youth. Nobody with it. I am not that person. Okay, I'm not that person. I'm going to say what I say. You don't like it, then you go to hell. You leave. Anyway, back to the football. Listen, you know what? Maybe I should have stayed in my bed this morning now, 6 o'clock. So me thing ring from the gym. By the way, people, I'm going to start filming my workout program with my nephew, and I'm going to put them on. If you want to join us in the morning working out, you can do so. And people, if you don't want to be part of my channel, please, I appreciate the people who are here with me on a continuous basis. I appreciate people who watch me. I appreciate people who contribute to the conversation. I appreciate people who I learn from, who make comments that I digest and love it. But people, don't come here and be disrespectful. Okay? Come in and disrespect you. Don't come here disrespectful. If I call out certain people and they like it, the people who I say I disrespect them, they can't come back at me. So if Toxic Ball comes back at me, he comes at me. He's the one who started that with me way back when. So me speaky spokey. When I was trying to tell him to be mind his man, do things in the right way. So he went on my bad side. He's always been on my bad side. He's always going to be on my bad side. Going forward, he's always going to be on my bad side of the way he operates, based on how he operates. Anyway, I know some people are going to be very upset with me. People, that's one of the reasons why I've actually thought about quitting this forum, YouTube. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break from YouTube. I'm gonna give YouTube a break. It needs a break. I'm gonna do more videos, not do live shows, because I can always ignore the comments, and not because I'm sensitive, but because it's actually, it can be a very toxic space, especially with Jamaican people. Some Jamaican people. Some people are great. Some people are very awful to deal with. They're just awful to deal with. I have no problem with JFF coming back at me. I have no problem with Rudolph Speed coming. I go Rudolph Speed really hard or Maverick really hard. They come back at me. I have no problem with it. No problem. We're in the forum. They're doing things I may not like. They do things I don't like. I have no problem with it. But when you're not a YouTuber, and I've always said this, that I don't want to criticize YouTubers. I've said this numerous times. That's not what I do. I don't want to criticize YouTubers because they're doing their thing. I'm doing my thing. It's like I see Stephen A. Smith and Jason Whitlock having their war, and all the black celebrities seem to have war with each other. I'm just trying to knock that down. That's why I don't go at YouTubers. But when this rat is going to come at me for no reason, he keeps on calling my name over and over and over, and I've ignored it. I have so many people come back to me and say, why you have with JT? Why does he keep calling your name? He criticized you for the foreign players or local players. He criticized you with JFF. He criticized you with this. And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe he has a inferior complex. I don't know if he's an inferior complex. I don't know what that's about. And then I have this LB person come on here talking about, I'm going like me a gal and thing. My youth, go your yard, man. Go do something this morning. It's early, 6 o'clock. Why are you here? Leave the channel and go away. We don't want to hear from you. We don't want to hear from you. I mean, I'll time you out to know. We don't want to hear from you. We don't want to hear from you. No, sit down to me. You're annoying me. Anyway, the question is, where do we go from here? Because it's very frustrating. Where do we go from here? Because in my lifetime, we will never. Yeah, I'm going to take a YouTube break, people. Because you know why? I spend too much time on YouTube, to be honest. I'm going to be honest. I mean, you guys don't appreciate this, but if you want to do this job really, really well, and you want to provide people with substantive information, it takes a lot of time. I would get up in the morning, say at 6, 7 o'clock. I work out for an hour. I come back, and I'm at this computer for like 5, 6 hours doing research, pulling data, pulling information, looking at stats, looking at articles, and then I prepare. I'm a little bit slow when it comes to computer. It takes me a while to put together a thumbnail and write up a description and thoughts about the show. And then I come on like 8:30 o'clock. That's an all-day event. So if I made $3,000, my expenses were about probably similar number. That means I'm working for nothing. Zero, I'm working for nothing. This is not charity. I'm working for nothing. And not only that, I'm working for nothing. I'm getting abused in working for nothing. So I'm getting abused in working for nothing, because I ain't making no money out of it. And I'm getting a lot of pushback. I'm not getting support because people don't want to hit the like button. They don't want to subscribe. So why the hell am I doing this? Seriously, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? This is interesting. Maybe I'll sit down and do a couple of videos. My videos sometimes take longer. And just post the videos. And if people watching, they watch them. If they don't watch them, they don't watch them. Period. All right? Period. And that's part of the frustration of being at least for me, being a YouTuber. And then I'm getting grief from another YouTuber who, I have no idea what his beef is with me, actually, to be honest. I think he has an inferiority complex. I think he should just get over it and get on with his life. Go see a shrink. I told you, go see a shrink. He's having nervous breakdown for some reason. I don't know why. And that's what I'm saying. I'm going to go to the basement if you come hard at me, JT. So, JT, I welcome the fight, JT. I want you to see the part of it, because we all have different parts to us, you know. There's the corporate part, and then there's the other part, which you don't like. That's the devil part of you. And I know some people don't go to church. So, anyway. Hey, DJ, DJ Gigs, we're not even put up your comment. I don't know why you keep saying that. I'm trying to survive like everybody else. Do you think I should get another coach? Actually, no. That may sound strange. I don't think at this moment we have the money to go get another coach who's not going to add any value. I think Jamaica's strategy is they're going local. So whether he appoints Coley or Rudolph keeps the job, if Rudolph keeps the job, he can't do 101 roles. Sorry, I'm not supporting that. You can't be owner of Cavaliers, coach of Cavaliers, technical committee chair, and national coach. I'm not supporting that. You got to give up something. So you got to make some choices. If you want to bring Coley or the kid from Arsenal, Donaldson, if you think they do good enough based on your interaction with them, based on they support you in this old 2 games, that's one thing. But you can't do 15 jobs at the same time. And you run the Monroe Advisory Committee, you run Titchfield. You can't do all of them jobs. Sorry. You can't be effective doing all those roles. So I can't support that. But I don't mind him being national coach if he's going to give up some of those other positions. But you can't do 15 things. And those people talking about toxic ball should be coach, you need your head examined. Seriously. That man can't be the example for nothing. There's a crank. You can start to move AI videos again, like the cuts. Yeah, Oracle, released 30,000 people? Jesus Lord. People. So I'm going to say this when it comes to that. I'm going to digress a little bit by saying this. When you release 30,000 people, I forgot how much employees they have. That's 30,000 people who are making a lot of money. They probably average about 200,000 plus a year, each of them. That's a lot of money. There's a lot of tax revenues, a lot of money that's gone. And now the AI is probably generating income for so the company will be more profitable. But Trump the president has lowered the tax rate, so it's less taxes. Because when you think about it, when you pay employees, you know, you're paying their FICA, you're paying their taxes. They didn't pay taxes. They tax twice. And the company get deduction for those taxes, but the company pay taxes and the employee take taxes. If it's AI not doing the job, there's no taxes from the employee. So the company keep more money in their pocket. It's going to be interesting how that works. Because AI don't go to sleep. But no, you're right, Odell. I need to do more of those videos. So I'm going to go back to that, actually. Well, there's not much football to do for Jamaica men's, but the women's team are coming up. Gordon says, Mr. Speed does not have the international experience to coach Jamaica. It showed last night when we played 60 minutes without a natural forward and holding midfielder. Yeah, I thought that it was tough, right? We didn't have a natural forward out in the team in the first place. We had Jamal Lowe is not a natural forward, and Kadamar is very, very young. We didn't get Keenan Davis. He had Fuller, but I'm not sure why bring Fuller in. He's going to use him. He was a natural forward. Yeah, we just didn't have the personnel. Nicholson is off form, so you couldn't bring him in. We got to go back to the drawing board and get some other players. Cameron Archer decided not to come, so we didn't have a lot of options, actually, and we weren't getting the ball up to them because King kicking the damn ball away 24/7. So we didn't have that as options. Here's the thing about that, people. When we say we don't have international experience, you don't have international experience to be the coach. How do you get it if you don't? How do you get it if you don't? I don't understand that. Arteta had no coaching experience at a manager at a high level before he went to Arsenal. He was at Man City. He was a player at Man City for a few years, then came to Arsenal. People in the background can see your ability and your potential, and they use that to help determine whether you can do a job, right? You would have done part of the job because he's coached for Cavaliers. He tried to get some international experience by coaching against Martinique and Grenada. I am not saying he should be the national coach, but I don't think he did anything which I say was totally off base and made no sense. I think his communication skills are very, very good. I think he put Jamaica and the JFF in a very good light when he communicated to the media. He's very thoughtful. he doesn't struggle to articulate himself. I think that's very important, and I assume that's the same thing with a 4G. You don't say 639 mine, right? You can't sleep. Pressa, you can't sleep.
Thank you. You know,
Yeah.
so I see your show 6 to 7 o'clock. I'm saying, all right, then I watch it. So I'm surprised you not go live earlier.
I was gonna go live at 4:30, but I said that's a little bit too. I didn't mean going live wasn't meant for an audience, frankly. It's just me going on and ranting a little bit. It wasn't meant to bring people in and have a conversation. It was me just had to go on early because it's easier than doing videos, as you know. Because when you're doing videos, you got to come up with photos and pictures and other videos. It's easier just to go on
Yeah,
and talk.
sometimes I make mistake and I have to restart or, you know.
Exactly. You're trying to be perfect in a video. You don't have to be perfect in a live. You're trying to say the right thing. You made a mistake. You got to cut out certain things. It takes a while. It takes time. I just want to come on and talk for a bit and then get off. So I thought I would have like 2 people on who are in England because they're up. It's like 11 o'clock there now. And expecting the one from the US or Jamaica to be on. So I cheated and people are probably frustrated as I am.
You know, since the early 2000s, Italian football has been on a downward spiral, right? To some extent. Well,
and they're one of the top leagues in the world, right?
Yeah, not early 2000s, but mid 2000 to some degree, right? And you know, this is the third World Cup that they have missed out on. You would think that the first one and the second one, like, changes would be made,
right?
But surely no, they will be looking at things deep down and trying to change the future of Italian football to some sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so countries have done that, right? Belgium done that, 20 years ago. Germany did that after, I think, 2010 World Cup when they were poor and they won 2014 World Cup. There are enough teams who have gone through that cycle of saying, we have to England has done that, revamp the football. They have had the same success, even though they have made a lot of finals and semifinals. So you're right. Italy's going through, and they're not bringing through a lot of brilliant players either. That's the problem with them.
No, when they talk about some of the best players in the world, I don't think there's any Italian in that pool.
You know why? You know why? It's going to sound really bad. They don't have a lot of black people playing for them. Look at the teams. Look at England. Look at Spain. Right? Look at some of those teams and who some of their better players are. Or I wouldn't even say black, diverse people playing for them. They have Keane up front. He scored yesterday, but he also missed a sitter. But they don't have too much diversity in their ranks. Because Italy is known a lot of times to be a very prejudiced place. Very racist country. A lot of them are racist, so that's part of their problem. But look at some of the other countries. Look at France. Why is France so good? France team is making up of blacks. Literally. And they're probably the best team in the world.
I say that to say, when it comes on to serious federations in some sense, yeah, I mean, throughout history, any successful federation have a downward spiral to some degree until you rectify things, you know, whether or not you bring in new people or you make certain changes, right?
Yeah.
And when it comes down to Jamaican football, we just haven't really seen those changes or made those changes to any degree to revamp the football in any sense, you know. Even the success of the Reggae Girls, I don't think that was down to the Jamaica Football Federation in any sense, right? I think it's just down to the sheer ability of the girls wanting it more and wanting to succeed. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they don't have the same thing like the men think they can play football in Jamaica, so they want locally, and the crowd think the audience thinks so. So they create this diaspora versus local. You don't have that with the girls team, do you?
Yeah. So I think they've done brilliant in terms of wanting it more, and they have succeeded and done well as a team, and they've represented us well, right? In terms of the recent under 17, whatever the case is, I guess I could give the JFF some credit in that sense. But obviously, there's more competition ahead of the road that we need to focus on, and we need to be better, right, to face some of those teams in the future. But in terms of this, us not qualifying, I guess it's to no surprise, honestly. I would have already seen this game as a loss, seeing that we didn't qualify automatically. So despite the result, seeing that we did lose to Congo, I don't really feel it as hard as how I felt last year when we never qualified automatically. You know what I'm saying? I think the team did well to some degree, especially seeing how a lot of people kind of did just like write off Jamaica, or Jamaica will get beat up and whatever the case is, right? I think we could have done better in some aspects of our gameplay, especially on the attacking forefront, you know. But this is all down to the Jamaica Football Federation, really. Yeah, the players have to take responsibility to some sense, but this was orchestrated by the Jamaica Football Federation, and this is why I always tell the Cranky, I don't rate Michael Ricketts. Michael Ricketts, to me, Cranky, is not a leader. That man is not a leader. You cannot lead with silence. Like every time there's something relating to the Jamaica Football Federation, Michael Ricketts is not at the forefront as the president talking about it or taking responsibility. It's always other people. Our people just go silent and nobody says anything.
Yeah, no, I can look. I like Michael Riggs as a person, but you've articulated it really well. He doesn't lead, right? Leaders take accountability. Leaders are responsible. When things go well, they get the credit. When things go bad, they take the responsibility and they're accountable. And it's exhibited in how they operate. And he doesn't. He's articulate. He speaks really well. He's the nicest person you would ever meet. I always commend him on that. But as you said, he doesn't lead.
You have to see the signs from early. When you look at Premier League teams, when them are fight for relegation, I get me and say,
yeah,
whether them have 20 games left back, if that manager start lose 5-6 games, some of them not waiting around to get rid of him. And if a next manager come in and do the same thing, them get rid of him. You think Spurs not gonna wait around for the Igor Tudor for like, finally try win a game? No. They want to stay in the Premier League because if they fall to the championship, they lose out on a lot of money and the club is probably destroyed to some degree. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do think that McLaren should have been fired after the Gold Cup. It was undoubtedly easy to do. And the fact that they retained him was unforgivable, to be frank. McLaren didn't show from day one he wanted to play possession football. He played no football. The man wasn't in Jamaica. He wasn't coaching anybody. He wasn't traveling to watch players. He was on vacation. He was an awful hire. It was a lazy hire. And the outcome, substantial. You are saying this from day one. You went a little bit extreme. But you weren't wrong in the substance of what you were saying, which is his history showed he's not the person. I said it throughout the entire process. Go ahead.
No Englishman if he touch no top job.
I would say no Englishman touch the job. I would say the Englishman that we hire needs to be competent, and he wasn't.
Well, then again, we can't say no Englishman if he touch the job because Graham Potter got qualified Sweden for World Cup.
Yeah, exactly. And Sweden didn't win a game. Sweden didn't win a game. You World Cup qualifier. You know, Sweden was 0-4. They draw 2, they lost 4. How did Sweden get the World Cup, people? They didn't win a game in the group stages. Go look at this. You know, somebody sent this to me this morning. Let me just see what Sweden's record was. Somebody said, I think Tony was on my show last night, sent it out. It said, let me just see this. This is funny. So Sweden was in a group with Switzerland, right? And Kosovo and Slovenia, looks like. Their record was 2 draws, 4 losses. And then in the World Cup. I have no idea how that even works.
Look at this, Turkey.
Yeah.
We take a shortcut for trying to make the World Cup. That's how I see it.
What do you mean a shortcut?
Like the consistency of the squad to some degree. In terms of chopping and changing of players consistently in different windows, there wasn't like a clear template of what the team would be, right? I think we easily dispose of players at times. You know, a player we come in for one window and play one bad game, probably have a good game, and it's like, oh, get rid of him, right?
Yeah.
You know, football doesn't work like that. Like, friends literally just go play 2 friendly, and then probably bring a very strong squad. Most of those guys will be going to the World Cup, right? Some of them probably trying to play for a place in that World Cup team. But it's a very strong squad. You have Usman Dembele there. When we play certain teams, whether it's in qualification for any tournament, it's like, oh, yeah, we don't have to bring Leon Bailey. We don't have to bring Demar Agger. Let's just bring a man from the JPL, or let's just bring a man from the League One. One of, like, somebody that's not our strongest player. It's about building chemistry. From the first World Cup qualification game, the squad should have been consistent. Unfortunately, Hallgrimsson left. Then McLaren comes in. And he made a lot of changes. And then he makes some big talk after the Gold Cup. And we never really see much change in terms of the squad. And what disappointed me with Mr. Speed is that all of a sudden we find midfield players. But when McLaren wanted midfielders, Mr. Speed said that they didn't identify anyone that they thought could have made any change to the team. But in our most desperate situation, we found people in the last-ditch effort to try to qualify us. But you know what the excuse will be? Or we never really have enough time to prepare the squad to play against Congo or whatever the case is. That will be the excuse. We had adequate time before the whole World Cup qualification to bring people, to try people for that midfield. And Frankie, what would you say let down Jamaica in that game against Congo?
A couple of things. One is
not couple, it's the midfield.
No. Let me finish. A couple of things. One is the offensive impotency that we showed. The fact that our right center back keep turning the ball over to the opposition. The fact that I thought the midfield did okay, but they weren't penetrative. And I thought the few balls we got up top.
The point, right? Where King played 19 long ball. You know, so King start playing most of them there. Him and Pinnock start playing most of them there when Bobby Reid and Case Mama them come off of the pitch. Because before that,
no, King was doing that through the whole game. King was doing it through the whole game.
Yes, he was, but I'm saying it became more prominent when we lost the midfield.
Well, we lost the midfield because we put Frey should have started at right back. When I picked my team, Frey was at right back. My team that I picked was a counter-attacking team with Cephas up front. King wasn't in my team. So I can't keep giving the ball to the opponent. Between King and Bailey, I said this morning, King and Bailey probably had about 50 turnovers in that game. They lost possession about 50 times. And King lost possession, what is it about? I got to go look it up again. 19, 20 times, maybe somewhere in there, maybe a little bit more. A little bit less, I should say. And Bailey lost possession 30 times. Let me just say this again. I said this morning for Bailey. Cranky hit Bailey, and Cranky no like Bailey, and Cranky this with Bailey because he don't like his manager. Bailey touched the ball. Bailey gave away the ball more than he kept the ball. That's hard to do in football. Because a lot of you play football, you just pass the ball to somebody beside you. That's 1 point you kept the ball. And you give it to your teammate. He had 50-something possession. I think he had like 58 touches. That's just touches. We're not talking about passes. We're talking about touches. Just touch. So I'm going to give him extra help in this. He gave the ball away 30 times. He lost possession 30 times. I have never in the history of analyzing a football player and a team see a player give the ball away 30 times. Never. Maybe I got to go look at some other play. Never. 30 times in a game? We touch it over 50? That means you gave the ball away more than you kept the ball or you passed to your teammate. That is hard to do. You have to be really poor to do that. Now, he was the most dangerous attacker, which tells you all the thing about our offensive because he had a header. I think he hit the upright. So he's the most. That
never hit the upright.
No, they say he hit the woodwork. It's well, Sofa, I don't know if he hit it, but Sofa Sports said he did. The one he kicked and the keeper went after it. So maybe he didn't hit it.
The good thing Bailey was the shot in kick.
That's the shot I'm talking about. Didn't he touch the upright? I thought he did, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't. But it was a good shot. He had a header too that sliced off his head where Campbell crossed the ball.
Yeah, and that was a difficult chance as well.
Yeah, so, I'm not saying it's a chance. I'm not saying he missed any goal, but I'm saying his overall play was atrocious. Yeah, I think it touched the upright.
A bit more effort, but to my surprise, Bailey played the whole game. I mean, we have so many attacking options on the wing, right?
Yeah.
Why not just leave Campbell on the right hand side, or put Campbell on the right hand side, right? And bring Efron or Cephas on the left hand side.
Well, I think Speed,
because at least I know Campbell will get down the line.
Even though Speed make independent decision, he was susceptible to this like every other coach for Jamaica when it comes to Bailey. They're all afraid of not playing him and don't have positive outcome. They will go the conservative way of playing him because he's the one footballer from Jamaica locally born with pedigree. They feel they have to play him. Even though he's awful in the game, they feel like they have to play him. He has ability. He has some skill set which you can leverage, but he's extremely inconsistent and never really played with it for Jamaica. His stats are not terrible. He has 14 goal contribution in 40-something games, but he's playing against inferior opponents and he plays down to the level of the opponents.
But to be fair to Bailey, I think in the first half, Palmer and Bobby had a couple of opportunities in which them could have played him through, and for some reason they'll never play him. Campbell as well. But overall, it was just an average performance. I saw a bit more effort from him this time, but I think he could have done a bit more. But overall, I'm not going to beat the team because I think they tried. I'm not going to say they never tried. I think they represented us well to some degree, right?
No. Look. The overall consensus to me, and there were some Jamaican fans were very positive, was that we're going to lose to Congo. They're higher ranked. They're a better team.
Well,
lose bad, exactly. They came to a difficult qualification. They played in Senegal zone, and Senegal we know is a top team in Africa, one of the two top teams with Morocco. They got through Cameroon with a bunch of Premier League and players from the top leagues. They went to a Nigeria team, which is stacked with a lot of good players. They're hard defensively and they're a counter-attacking team, and they expect to wipe the floor with us. I hear a lot of people. I was watching AFTV thing last night where Robbie them were watching the game. They had about 8 people on, and the Nigerians were brutally trolling us. But everybody expects us to lose. And the team went out there. The coaching staff didn't go intimidated. They didn't go into a low block and just try to hit on the counter. They try to play football. We just are not offensively great. And it showed. The same thing we were struggling with, it showed.
As I said before, Leaf, I just think that this was already a loss by us being in this position. Right?
Yes.
You know, because when you think about it, this pathway would have been like announced like years ago before the World Cup, you know. Whenever FIFA arranged that, you know, USA, Canada, Mexico would have been the hosting nations. You don't know from then that this would have been the pathway. So the only thing you'd have asked God for was like put you in a favorable group, because you would have still had difficult teams in the region, right? But put you in a favorable group: Trinidad, Bermuda, Curacao, and we never make use of it, you know. So, you know, when I go to high school, my PE teacher used to say, "You fail to prepare, you prepare to fail," and that's essentially what Jamaica did.
Yeah, I thought, the administration owns this. I don't blame the players or the coach. I think the administration owns it. They recruit the
Obviously, the players
players.
have to
They
take
recruit the
responsibility,
coach.
but you know,
No, but they recruit the players.
yeah.
They recruit the coach. They pick the squad. To me, Ravel not being in his team was criminal, especially against a team like Congo. We had no creativity. I don't. If Ravel is in his with a big belly like Tapa, Tapa, and him can walk really well. Tapa could come and play this game and make a good pass and split the defense and get. We had none of that creativity. Palmer tried, but the ability to create something out of nothing, we had none of that. The passing was atrocious over the top. Nobody lobbed the ball up to give us a chance to get it. They kicked the ball flat. The keeper picked it up. Our defender does get the ball. Our passing over the top or through the lines was just non-existent.
But
Yeah.
so I go still. Big up yourself.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Shane. Thanks, 423. Appreciate the call. People, me not staying long enough, people. I've got a gym. I work on my old body. But I'll say this. It was the difficult situation. I felt proud of the team yesterday until the game was over, and then you start realize that you're not going to make the World Cup. When the first half was finished, I thought, we're in this. We have a chance. No, on the goal, I think Tyrese all lost his man. I like Tyrese. I'm a supporter of Tyrese, but I thought he lost his man. Swanzebe, who scored the goal, I think when you're that small, diminutive, it's kind of hard. But I thought this defense is not his thing. But that's not how we lost the game. They missed some easy chances, especially the last part of the game where they had a 3-on-1. We lost the game because offensively we can't score goals. We scored one against a poor Caledonia side, even though the midfield was decent. We scored none against Curacao in 2 games, 180 plus minutes, no goals. So against Curacao, so in the last 4 games, against Trinidad, we scored 1. Against Curacao, we scored none. Against New Caledonia, we scored 1. We scored none against Congo. So in the last 2 games, we scored 2 goals. 4 games, we scored 2 goals. Just digest that. In the last 4 games, we scored 2 goals. If you look through the qualifier, take out Bermuda, we scored 2 against Trinidad the first game. We scored none against Curacao. Good morning.
Frankie, what's going on?
Not much, but you have to say, sir.
Yeah, you know, see me, I'm a man on a really calling, saying in the comment section. So
Who's this? Who's this? Who's this? Oh, yes, sir. All right, go on. Yeah, man, go on now.
Yeah, you know, I'm a person that don't call in. So for me to call in, it is either serious or a joyous moment. So I know a lot of us are saying, or I know you're saying that, listen, the team is good or the team did well. Let's, commend the team, let's commend the coach. While we can look at it from that perspective a little bit, I think we are awful. And my biggest issue, Cranky, is that why, when every player that comes in the team looks the same, right? Midfield looks the same. attacking line looks the same. The only time that I saw or realized that we look different in the space of 3 years is that first World Cup game that Hal Grimson was in charge. And for the first 25 minutes, you can see like progressive play. And not only that, as Hal Grimson ran the team, right?
Yeah.
You could see that he had a style of play. He had something that he wanted to do: sit back, defend, counter attack, right? And we looked like a team. Since then, we haven't looked like a team, right?
So
If I
before,
put
before,
my
before you go further, Juras, let me just say this, Juras, first.
yeah,
Hogginson had Antonio Bailey, the Bailey from 2 years ago. Remember, Bailey was at Aston Villa doing brilliantly 3 years ago, you know. So Bailey,
hmm
Gray was playing well, and Antonio. He had a potent front line. And Gray came in like a ball of fire. He had a potent front line.
yeah, I agree. I
Juras, I think I lost him. Hey, Juras, you still there? I think I lost him, people. I'm not sure what happened. He got cut off. Is the time is still going, but he's not. Let me try to call him back. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I lost him. Let me see if I can call him back. Okay, he's calling back. Yeah, Juras, I lost you for a minute. Hello? Hello? Not work. Let me not sure what's happening. Let me try to call him back. Juras, can you hear me? Not hearing you. Not hearing you, Juras. Hey, Juras, can you hear me? Wait, hold up. Let me try to reconnect you. Can you hear me? No, you can't hear me. My system has dropped him for some reason.
uh,
All right, I can hear. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
you can hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. But what was it? You were saying something. Go ahead.
No, what I was basically saying is that the team, was it like 3 years ago in the Gold Cup when we destroyed Trinidad and played really well? It was a different
hmm
team. We had defenders. Did we have like Mariappa then, if I'm not mistaken? We had defenders. Lowe was playing at a very high
Yeah, yeah,
level,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
right? We had Gray. We had Whisper was just coming into the team. We had a good team. We had people who were playing and running hard and quality players. We had Bailey, who was at a different level. We had Antonio, who was playing for West Ham and playing well. So we had a number of Premier League players. Pinnock was in the team. So we had Premier League. We had like 4 or 5 Premier League players in the team, and all playing well, are playing Championship football. It was a good team, and they played accordingly. And we almost beat the US when Bailey missed that penalty. That team went away in the World Cup qualifiers. We barely had Gray. We barely had Bailey. No, I'm not sure Bailey's a miss. A number of players were out, either hurt or the recruits weren't where they're supposed to be. So we're going through a change. There's transition we're going through, and a lot of these players, whether it's Blake or Lowe or Pinnock, they're going to transition out the team. We're going to bring new blood in.
Well, I agree with those points that you made, right? But still, since then we have had players in and out the team, right? Different players. And one thing we can definitely say is that, listen, in this World Cup qualification window, in terms of the group stages, the injuries didn't help us. A lot of our main players were injured and out, which is it's fine. You know what I mean? We understand that that's a part of the game, and unfortunately, that affected us. But cranky, we have to be real. Every other player that has touched that pitch since Hal Grimsey left, we look like a lost team. We don't have a game plan. We don't have a playing style. We just look lost. Yesterday was a perfect example in it. And let me tell you something. You see, if Congo was more disciplined, Congo had a lot of offside. You see, if Congo was more disciplined, we'd have picked up three, let me say three, maybe four goals. Let's be honest with ourselves and go back and really look at that game. In my opinion, we didn't play well, boss. We were able to hold them 0-0 for what, 110 minutes, let's say 120 minutes with extra time. But we never looked good. We never looked like a side. We know what we are do, and that's why you even refer to the guys from AFTV, them a make fun of we. If we were doing what we're supposed to do, we look like a solid team. People not gonna make fun and jokes of it, man.
No,
So
I mean it was the Nigerians who were trolling the Jamaican. You know about the Jamaican who run AFT, right? Whether
yeah,
it's Robbie
yeah,
or his
yeah, yeah.
brother or Flex, they all have Jamaican heritage, all of them.
Yes. Yeah.
So it was the Nigerians who were knocked out the World Cup who were
KG,
trolling
I
them.
think his name was I think his name was
KG,
KG or
yeah,
something like
KG,
that.
who's a
Yeah,
sound like
he's
he's
a
an
Man
actor
U
and a singer,
supporter.
and yeah, he's a man
He's
exactly. He's a
yeah,
Nigerian. Yep.
yeah.
They were trolling them, and look, they took it in good speed because they were trolling Nigeria. They didn't make the World Cup. But the point they were making is that the AFT crew believed that Congo was going to win, like everybody else.
hmm
Good morning, New Wave. Thanks for the support I was given to the cause. I appreciate you, sir. He said JFF need total revamp. But go ahead, Charles. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that statement completely. And listen, as much as we may say, listen, Sir Rudolph Speed is a good representative in terms of how he conducts himself and how professional he is. Someone has to take the blame and take the fault for this, right?
Yeah.
We all say this is a soup group. We all say this was the easiest part. I am here looking because I'm a progressive person. I'm saying, all right, listen, my day I wake up about after 5, I'm say, damn, I can't even go back to sleep and I went to bed late. So my day I think I'm say, yo, okay, what can we do to progress and move on and try to make the World Cup? Do we really think say USA is going to be in qualifications next time around? Canada is going to be in qualifications next time around. Mexico is going to be in qualifications around. And as time progresses, teams get better. How are we really going to make it with the style of play that we have? Do we even have a style of play? Let's touch on that, right?
We don't. We
And with
don't. We
how
don't.
we
We don't.
conduct,
We just
yeah,
just
and
roll up
how
the
we
ball.
conduct ourselves, yeah, how we conduct ourselves and operate our football program. Let's say from an administrative standpoint, we are better, right?
Yeah.
We don't hear any complaints about tickets and things being booked. So we have improved in this area with management and so forth, management and other people from the press side coming a part of things. So we have improved there. But the football at its core, right? We definitely missed that. So for whatever the reason why Hal Grimson left, and Steve McLaren touched on a lot of things, slightly, like he's trying to hit at things in interviews and so forth. We still have a lot of things we need to fix, right? But going back to my initial point, someone needs to take the fault, someone needs to lose our job. As I say in corporate America, and I work in corporate America as well, when something of this magnitude takes place, right? Such a big failure. Someone has to take the fault and someone has to be responsible. So who would you put to be responsible of this currently?
The JFF, the president, Rudolph Speed, the whole administration leadership, the board, they own it. They own it. There's no one party because if Speed going to do something, the president allows it. So I think the president owns this because he's the one who put Rudolph in the position. He's the one who makes some of these decisions about who does what. I just saw where there are 2 pilots unfortunately got killed at LaGuardia Airport. And
Oh,
the
wow.
president for the airline, the Canadian airline, was trying to provide condolences and a tribute to the pilots, but they did it mainly in English, only a couple words in French,
Mhm.
and they were from a French
Okay.
province, Montreal. And the Prime Minister Carney came out and criticized him for not, providing a message maybe both in French and English. And the pushback was so great, he resigned. He's the CEO, and
Yes.
just because the language he utilized wasn't French and English, mainly English, people thought it was disrespectful. He resigned. What we have in
Yes.
Jamaica, no matter what happens, the people who are culpable, them now leave and nobody now push them out. No matter what them do, them now leave,
Exactly.
nobody now push them out. Imagine man just did
Exactly.
something which we thought was disrespectful. He communicated English mainly versus both equally French and English, and the man resigned because the pushback him get. He resigned.
hmm
Board lose confidence in
Yeah.
him.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then in
And
Jamaica, you failed to go to a
mhm.
World Cup, which it was easier to qualify than not to get to the World Cup. Let me say this again. It was
Bro,
easier to
this is
qualify than
so
to fail to get the World Cup, and
disappointing.
we chose to fail to go to the World Cup. So Rudolph and the president own it. Sorry, they own it.
It's so disappointing. Yeah, so someone needs to resign. That's what I need to
They ain't
see.
resigning. Nobody resigning.
That's what I need
It's
to see.
Jamaica.
That's what we as a people need to see. And as I'm saying at the comment, like people have said, we need a complete we do. I'm not saying that everyone from this administration needs to go because listen, what's the time frame, right? 2030. I think that's when the next election is, right?
No,
2030, right?
there's one. It's every 4 years, so it should
Okay.
be 2028.
2028, right?
Yeah.
Like there needs to be some, but before then, right? That's 2 years from now. Before then, there needs to be some type of accountability. I
Yeah,
mean, I
it's
want the
28 or
man come
27,
and
one of them.
talk
But
about.
the president can't run again. He exhausts his 3 or whatever term he has, so he can't run again. It's got to be a new president.
Oh, okay, okay. I never even knew there was a term limit
Yeah,
for that. So,
there's a 3 year term limit, and part of the limit is even though he picked up during a term, based on unless they change their constitution, because they don't follow it sometimes. He has a term limit. Yes. So unless they change the constitution, he has a term limit. So if you pick up in the middle of somebody's tenure, you still
mm,
are counted as one full period based on the constitution. So there
mm,
you have three terms or 3 terms or 3 terms, whatever it is. Yes,
yeah.
he would have exhausted that. So yes, there'll be a new president.
And I'm not gonna say sadly because I do think Rudolph Speed has good qualities that he could bring to the football. So I'm trying to vision and see who else would run for presidency, and I think that would probably be his next thing
So,
to
so
run for
yeah.
presidency.
So Rudolph, if you want to be interviewed by somebody who's going to give you an interview where you're held accountable, but
He's
also is
not
very
coming here, man.
progressive, you should come on the channel. I'm putting that up a public request. But people, I do communicate Rudolph periodically. We don't. I don't hate Rudolph. I don't think Rudolph hates me. Well, I don't know about that. I don't hate Rudolph. I have nothing against Rudolph. I wish him all the best success. I just think sometimes Rudolph has too much power. I've said that numerous times. And sometimes you can get drunk with
Yeah,
power, right? You get drunk with
and,
power, and too many
yeah,
conflicting
oh yeah,
roles. That needs to
definitely.
change.
Yeah, definitely. And how things are done in Jamaica, as I said earlier, how things is done back home is that, listen, you have to have certain level of loyalty. And once you cross that loyalty, because they view you calling them out as you being disloyal, you
Well,
know?
they view me calling them me being.
Yeah.
Even some people, I mean, I don't call them name. I tell people say me toxic. Some people who you would think would even be in my corner or at least they'd be neutral. Then I tell people say me
Oh,
toxic.
you could.
People come back and tell me say me toxic
Mm.
because they are now. I won't go into it, but just say some people you believe are
I
should
know
be
what you're referring
objective
to.
in that and not say
Yeah,
anything.
I know who
Those are the
you're
same
referring
people who are
to.
undermining you, and that's fine. If that's how you want to be, we will just not have a relationship going forward. The point I'm trying to make is this: is that being critical, because even as I said to JFF sometimes, you weren't complaining when you were running for office and I was in your corner versus Raymond. You weren't complaining. You were very supportive. You want
Exactly.
to come on my channel. You want to talk. I didn't have a channel then. You want to talk. You love it.
Mm.
But now that I'm in a seat where I'm saying I'm holding you accountable, I
Yeah.
understand you being upset about it. But at least come on and put your side up there to the public. Don't just try to say, you know what, I'm not dealing with you. I'm going to ostracize you because you XYZ. Whether you come or not is your prerogative. But I must say it like I see it. And I'm not obligated to anybody, which I'm independent. I'm not looking anything
Hmm.
from anybody in terms of, you know what, I need something from you. Only thing I need from you maybe is access, and you don't give me the access, keep your access. That's my view.
Yeah,
Keep your
yeah, yeah.
access.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think sometimes when you're in something in a cranky, and we know how our people are, we're really hard fast on certain things. But when you're in a certain position, I think you lose objectivity. Like
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
no longer objective. You're like, okay, this is how it is, and it's no other way. And that's definitely the wrong way to think. Whether you think you're right or you're wrong, you have to be balanced and look on things to get an understanding. Because I can present a point, and for example, we can say, you know what, Jamaica can host a World Cup, and you ever come to me and say to me, say, no, we don't have the finances, we don't have the means, we don't have the ways. While that can be true, what other ways that you're looking at to say, listen, this is a possibility? And I
Well, we're gonna
really
be hosting
think
a
our
2031
people,
World Cup for women. Aren't we part of that 14?
yeah, I'm talking before that.
Oh,
I
okay,
presented
okay.
this idea before that. I
All right.
wasn't even really thinking in parts to the women. So when I heard that the women were gonna host it, I was kind of laughing in my head. But the person know themselves, like we need to, we can't just be hard and fast and be like, this is how Jamaica is, and this is how we are, and we just have to settle for that, right? So, and
Yeah.
it also comes to the point of me saying that, listen, we need to be objective, and when somebody presents something and we're being critical, let's try and understand, and let's not say like, listen, you're not in it so you don't know. Yeah, we're not in it, so we can probably see a wider view of how things really should be. Frankie's a lot of things is wrong, and this really kind of mess up my summer because I had plans to travel.
You
Yo,
had plans to go to go watch Jamaica play?
what? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So, I'm just gonna probably go on a cruise with my kids and with my family and enjoy life, man, and really put this Jamaica football thing to pass because it's really disappointing,
No,
In couple of
it is
yeah,
extremely disappointing, to be honest. Yeah, yeah,
very
yeah. And
disappointing.
I'm also very disappointed in Jamaica media. I think they have done a poor job of holding the JFF accountable. I think they all want access, and they sacrifice
Hmm.
everything and their integrity for access. They have.
Yeah, but remember, as we often say, or as people often say, Jamaica is a small little bowl. So everybody knows everybody, and that's the next thing. Where does the accountability comes in?
Yeah,
Where does
because
the accountability
yeah,
come
well,
in?
you can look. It's very hard to criticize your friends and say that they are our friends.
Yep.
Versus if I just don't, if I know you but we're not friends, it's an easier thing, and look, it's for everybody, including yours truly. Right? You hear me say on YouTube, I'm not going to come here and criticize friends or even other YouTubers. That YouTuber thing changed when what's his name came at me, but I try not to even
That's a clown.
talk
He's
about.
a damn clown.
Yeah, he's a clown.
Yeah.
I try not to talk about other YouTubers because we're in the same space, we're doing the same thing. Everybody trying to do their thing. It's fine, except if
Hmm.
they come hard at me, I'm gonna go back hard at them. But in Jamaica, as you're alluding to, the people in those seats are friends with the people who are in the media, and maybe I should be more understanding. It's hard to criticize those individuals,
Hmm. Yeah, yeah.
or to really ask the tough questions that need answered when you interview them, because they were atrocious in those interviews. They were so poor in how they interviewed Rudolph or anybody else, right? Who they
Yeah,
came
yeah,
out to
yeah,
change the
yeah,
narrative,
yeah,
and instead of really asking them the question and challenging them, they didn't. They passed the buck. All of them, including the
yeah, yeah,
Dread
yeah, yeah, yeah.
on KLAS, including Maverick, including TVJ, every single one of them passed the buck. They were awful in their interviews. Awful. They were negligent in their responsibility to the public about how they held the administration accountable for failing to qualify automatically. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. Currently, I'm lost for words, man. But yeah, going back to another thing real quick, man. We played awful. So I don't want to dip on
No,
that
we
and
didn't play
talk about
awful.
we
I
have
disagree.
played, but
You're us. We disagree.
brethren,
We agree to disagree. We agree to disagree.
yeah, we're
Sorry, we didn't.
definitely on that one.
Play
Definitely on
awful.
that
We're
one.
not play awful is you're not in the game. We had more possession than they do. Not an ineffective possession, but I think we had 55. They had 45. When you play awful, you don't have better possession. You don't look like you could compete. You get totally mauled. We didn't get mauled. There were moments in the game, like Rudolph like to say, there were moments in the game where we didn't take the initiative or we didn't
Mm.
defend as well as we should. But go back to the game. When you have 4 of 19 on long passes, when you have 30 turnover, yeah, look at some individual players versus just the team. You're killing your team, and this coaching staff
Yeah.
owns that because they kept them on the field. Sorry, those two players should be taken out of the game. Why are you taking out other
Listen,
players who have better stats and you keeping somebody who you know what I did? You know what I did? I wasn't who I
mm,
sent it to, but I cut Bailey's stats and sent it to somebody and said,
yeah.
I don't get it. I cut Bailey's stats and I
Oh,
sent it to
oh.
somebody and said, I don't get it. I said, I don't care how have a game where somebody has 30 turnovers and 50 something touches and he's still on the goddamn field come 120 minutes. For 120 minutes, where you're afraid of going back to Jamaica because you're afraid of
Mm.
what they're going to say, the player is awful. Take him out. Save him
And
from himself.
me hear toxic. Me hear. I saw a clip this morning where somebody was saying, I think he was on another YouTuber show, and the toxic boss was saying that who was the person that missed the marking the person that scored the corner, Tonjebe that scored the corner, and he called out number 4.
No, he's
He
calling
called
out
out
Tyrese
Mason.
Hall. Was it basically
No,
like
no, no,
Tyrese
no.
Hall?
I'm talking on the call. He said, "Who was the number 4?"
Right.
Because he was like, "That's the person." I'm guessing he didn't see right, but he was saying that's the person that missed Twanzebe, and that didn't mark Twanzebe. That's why he scored. So he was trying to instigate that. Listen, that's the person that they replaced Whisper for. That's what this guy was doing, And then he went on to say, "Oh, Karma." In the clip, he went on to. I'm gonna send you the clip. He went on to say, "Karma is a bitch." Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, and people in Jamaica support that moron. That
Listen,
unbelievable moron people in Jamaica support because he made a little money off Bailey and off Whisper, and he has prominence in
yeah,
Jamaica community. He is a despicable cancer to Jamaica football. He's a cancer. He's one of the worst
yeah,
person you'll ever encounter. He's a cancer. He's abominable. He's awful. I can't find the adjective to describe how toxic this man is. And
yeah,
people
yeah,
listen to
yeah.
that moron, that asshole. People actually listen to that. Yeah? You're gonna blame some player. You're always blaming. Go talk about Bailey and the 30 turnovers he had. When you talk
And
about
how
that,
horribly that he was the whole game. Yeah, exactly.
you said he has to
What?
start. He has to play. You're supporting your play, but your play has been awful, and you have nothing to say. And then you people who support this moron, you need to look into the goddamn mirror yourself. Those of you who support this moron, need to look in the mirror because they ain't showing you
Mhm.
back good person. They ain't showing you back. The person is not a good. He's not a good person. I don't like people who are not good people. Yes, I don't like this person because he's a toxic cancer in that community. And when I was in the stadium, the man is staring at me. And I'm looking at him thinking, I don't know why he's staring. I was at the stadium and I saw him. The man just staring at me,
Yeah.
trying to stare me down, and I'm there laughing, thinking, you're just a moron. Right? I'm there and then watching him.
Oh,
He just the man trying to stare me down. I'm trying to think, what's this about? What's it about? You're a moron. You're a
the
cancer
thing,
and a
the thing they
moron.
don't watch. Listen, all of them watch our YouTube channels, and they're definitely aware of things that were said. So
Juras,
maybe he wanted to bring
when
it
you're a
to.
leader, Juras, when you're a leader of men, of people, especially
Yes,
young
yes.
people,
You
you
operate
have
a
to
certain
conduct
way.
yourself in a certain
Yeah,
manner,
you
regardless of
do.
facts and circumstances, right? And for this person to be a coach and a manager and a father, and you hear him with his own son sitting having his own, that's who he is. The same situation, the
Hmm.
same back and forth he had with his kid way back when, not to go into personal situation, the same thing he had with Whisper and Whisper's parent and Whisper's father, the same thing he
Hmm.
had with Bailey and all that. That's him. He's toxic. And for people to come out and try to support this person, I'm not having it. I'm just not.
Yeah, 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 yeah. There's a lot more I can say about that situation, and there's certain things I know specifically about that situation, but I won't even
Wait, wait,
go
wait,
on
but
that.
here's the thing, Jura. This same person who compared, I said this numerous times,
Hmm.
Tyrese Hall stats with Whisper stats, right? To make his case that Whisper shouldn't be the team. Whisper was left on the
Yes,
team.
exactly.
Whisper was left on the team, not for footballing reason.
Yeah,
Let me say that again. Whisper was left on the team because his behavior didn't warrant Rudolph bringing him to this team. But let's talk about the
yeah.
football. He
Hmm.
said, well, Tyrese Hall had 6 goals and 2 assists, and Whisper had 9 goals and 2 assists. So therefore, why is Whisper not there? So a couple of things. One is they play different position. Whisper is playing up
Exactly.
front. Tyrese is playing midfield. He should score more goals. Second, Whisper has 7 goals, 2 assists. Tyrese has 7 goals, 2 assists. Whisper has 9 goals, 2 assists. But here is where it falls down.
Hmm.
Whisper's 9 goals, 2 assists was over 3 years. 23,
Wow.
24. 24, 25, he was hurt. 25, 26, he
Yes.
has about 4 goals. And previous year, before he was hurt, he had 5 goals, 2 assists. So Whisper stats is over a 2-year period, encompassing about 40 games, 10 of which he ain't get no game at Leicester. People, the stats are over
Yeah.
3 years. Tyrese Hall, over that same period, played 115
Hmm.
games. He has 25 goals
Exactly.
and 15 assists. That means he has
Way
40 goal
more.
contribution in 115
Yeah.
games versus Whisper's 9 goal, 2 assists in about 40 games. What are we talking
Hmm.
about? But
Exactly.
this liard will come on the forum and say these things because it's lying. If you're deceiving people, go look it up in the dictionary. It's a lie. He's come to try
Yeah.
to deceive you to make his point, and then the media runs with it. These media people
Precisely.
who do no research, who do no
Yeah,
investigation,
that's. I was just about to say that.
it's awful.
Mhm.
Awful.
And listen,
Awful.
man, I don't want to hear nobody. I don't want to hear from nobody saying we shouldn't criticize and we shouldn't be critical and all of that. Man, be quiet with that nonsense. I don't want to hear nobody coming to us with that. We missed a golden opportunity for our country. And I'm going to say we because I'm a part of this platform as well, right? but the federation and a whole missed a golden opportunity. So I don't want to hear a soul saying, "Listen, we shouldn't be critical. Yeah, we should stand by behind the team after getting out how we really feel." That is fine, right? But we have to call out the nonsense. We have to call out the issues that we have seen or that we see personally, because no doubt. Normally, when you're not really in something, you don't know everything, right? But people are not dummies. We get information and we see what we see. So is our football on the pitch is not right. The administration level of things have improved. We have gotten better with certain things. And a lot of these things, as we call them, is YouTubers like yourself and YouTubers before you that has called them out on it, right? But yeah,
Yeah.
man, this is very disheartening. And um I really hope for change, and I really hope that we can move in a better direction, because 2030 is going to take a lot for us to qualify. USA is getting better. USA will always get better. Canada will always get better. Mexico will always get better. Right? Are we going to be provided 4 slots, 6 slots, or just 3 slots
We,
like
no, we're
like
gonna get more
before?
than 3 slots. We're gonna get more than 3 slots. I think what the parties who
Mhm.
make up FIFA has to do is say Europe has to reduce the number of slots that they have. They have too many slots.
Yeah, I don't think that will ever happen.
No, but you have
I
200
don't
something
think that.
countries. Europe don't have 1/4 of that contingent. They gotta force them to change. The people they are co-opted. You see the president sit behind Infantino feeling all good. They're trying to bring them in. They
Exactly.
co-opt them, and they for example in CONCACAF, there are 31 Caribbean countries or somewhere around that number for 40 something
Hmm.
slots, and we still can get a Caribbean president spot of CONCACAF or having significant position in CONCACAF. That's unbelievable when you control most of the votes. That's why Jack Warner did so well, because
Exactly.
Jack Warner makes sure he uses votes really well.
Yeah, and that's something that we need to change as well, and work on as a Caribbean contingent.
Yep.
Not sure what they have in place. I think the president from Grenada, I believe, the lawyer guy, he seems quite eloquent, and like, if he gets put in that position, he would know what to do. But
Yeah, he was
yeah,
part of
that's
FIFA too,
something we
right? He
need
was
to
one of the
change.
lawyers in FIFA, so he has some insight.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Okay, so that's
Yeah.
that's that's even better. So, listen, man, a lot of changes to take place. This is very disappointing. I know when I go back to work, I'm gonna be.
Yeah, you're gonna get some
It's.
trolling. I'm glad I'm not working because I'll get trolling at work. I'm glad I give it the
Oh
work thing.
my
Yeah,
God! I'm
yeah.
cranky. I take off for work last night just for this nonsense. You know what I
I'm sure a
mean?
lot of people take off. The amount of people were in the chat, you get every day, all did work at work. Think about it. In Jamaica, it was 4 o'clock, and people were in the
Yeah,
chat from earlier than for some, right? I was on a 4. People were on early, and they were all in the chat. So yeah, I agree.
yeah. And to all the YouTubers out there, right? Jamaican YouTubers, we live like some damn dog, like some damn pussy dog, right? Let's look at the English YouTubers. I'm not saying that they don't feud, but Robbie from AFTV, Arsenal, and all, and I know a lot of people gonna say, "Oh, let's not compare to them." But look at how those guys move together, and even when they disagree, Mark Goldbridge and them something that they come together to form something formidable, right? What we're gonna do?
Well, they
Fight
collaborate quite a bit.
and
They collaborate quite a bit, actually. They
exactly,
collaborate quite a bit.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They collaborate.
Yeah, and when I got on YouTube, that was how it was, and for some reason that has fell off, right? Let the man them work together, man, and pull together and do things together, and stop try to do things like under the bed and try hit at people
Well,
with.
look,
You
you can
understand what I'm
compete
saying?
without can compete without being vile, right? You can compete because you're in the same space, you have the same audience. You can compete in a very mature way, in a very
Hmm.
professional way,
Yeah, yeah,
versus
yeah, of
trying to
course.
undermine people to make yourself look good. That's not the way to go.
Yeah, and a lot of these things is people with low self-esteem, and as you touch on something quite pertinent. A lot of these people not doing well in life. So when
Yeah.
you're not do well in a life and you feel somebody coming up and you see certain things, we have a bad mind culture, and we use that phrase often or that word often, but it's very true. We have a bad mind culture and a jealousy type of spirit type of vibe, and we need to change that. The man them come together and work together so we can be better and show that, listen, we are the cream of the crop of the Caribbean. Like, look at how Jamaica does it in terms of the YouTube. And now people look at us and like, because I see some Trinidadian YouTuber coming up and thing and so forth. But come on, man, let's work together and do better than
Well,
this.
you know what's
Yeah.
funny about the YouTube thing, which is interesting. We talked about the collaboration within the Jamaica community of the people who are in leadership positions. They all seem to be friends. So they all wash each other's back, to use a colloquial term, in terms of how they operate. You know, when they commit crimes and it's fraud, they drag it out for a long period of time and then they get no gain, right? They're all in the same circle, so they have to help each other.
AKA rule.
Yeah. So what happens though is that YouTubers are actually holding people accountable, because they don't have the same affiliation associations, so they're not obligated to anybody. At least a number of them. Some of them in Jamaica nowadays do with the JFF, but that's another story for another day. And I've talked to some of them, and they explain to me why they operate the way they do, and I understand them. And some of them are not confrontational, so they won't go in that space, and that's fine too, right? We all have different disposition. But what the YouTubers do, it call it out, especially the ones overseas, they call it like they see it, because they don't have any obligation. So then the organization sometimes do respond. They may say they don't care. They lie them, I tell me knows them care. Because some of them text me and then vex. Some of them knows them care. No matter what they want to tell people, and the bigger your ego is, the more sensitive you are. Trust me. So they do care.
True.
And they sometimes make changes based on YouTubers' constructive criticism, I'm going to call it. They do make changes. They would never admit and give you any credit, but they do make changes. Or they make amendments. Because if they're smart people and you make a good suggestion, they want to take it under advisement, just like any smart person does.
Yeah. That's definitely what you should do. And listen, growing up, you hear the term that no man is an island, and it's very true. You're gonna need that criticism to improve. So, hey man, like cranky, we can't make Jamaica affect with this bad. Last year or November, sleepless nights, couple of sleepless days. Them not do me too bad, because I'm not gonna say I never expected us to win, but the odds were really stacked against us. Yeah, coming out with a 1-0 loss, not as bad as how, but I'm telling you, cranky, go back and watch that game, and if
I did record the game. You know what? I promise not to go watch it because it's not enjoyable. But you know what? I'm gonna watch it, people, because I did record the game. I'm gonna watch it and see if what you're saying. I didn't think we were as bad. I thought, especially in the first part of the game, we were doing well. The game changed second half for some reason. I think the weather got to the players. It got to the Congolese players.
They got tired.
The entire midfield was taken off the field, but their substitutes were very good. Their substitutes were more attacking, and the substitutes were playing more individually, which created some problem for us.
Yeah, they came on and did what they had to do. Hayden coming off the field was a big mistake.
Big miss.
I am sorry.
Big miss.
Hayden coming off that field changed the game for us. If I'm going to take off Hayden and Bobby at the same time, Bobby never played as good as the first game when he came on, but that stability, that communication, that midfield class, and you left Casey Palmer on the field, right? And you can see
well, the problem was that
tired.
The problem was that when Hayden came off because he had cramps. But when Hayden came off, we brought in Tyrese, we brought in Frey. I thought Frey was better at right back than Lati, actually. And when Lati went to the middle, the change was because the guy was roasting Lati over there. Roasting Lati, especially the guy that come on. He was roasting Lati.
Was tired. You could see that.
They were cramping up. Everybody was cramping up. Yeah, the weather is tough. That's why they have these breaks. The weather was tough for the people. The entire Congo team was supposed to be playing at a high level. They were cramping up, so we were cramping up also. Yeah, it's tough out there. The ref was substituted. That's how bad it was.
The ref of ball.
The ref got tired. If the ref get tired, imagine the players feel.
That's crazy. Yeah, man. But
thanks for the cause. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Unfortunate about like this, but listen, let's try and really evaluate things. But my whole point of coming on is somebody must resign, or somebody must be fired for this, and we as a people need to see it. I mean, I want to hear nobody say, oh, we are powerful people, job, and that's wicked. No, it's a level of accountability. We failed in the goddamn Gold Cup, right? Something should have been done since then.
I agree with that.
We all rightfully know that.
Yeah.
And it's trickled down. We'll wet the bed in the group stages. Like, it is crazy. You understand what I'm saying? Even amongst Bermuda and certain things, we never looked convincing enough, right? And no man not tell me nothing. We all see the game, and I saw the games with my own eyes. Somebody must resign, or somebody must lose their job. Cranky, have a good day.
Yeah, thanks, Juras. Thanks for the call.
All right.
So Juras view, you know what? You can't. So in most organizations that I know that are viable organizations that do well, when you have such a huge, so if you're in a corporate, say you're on Wall Street, for example, you run a trading desk and you lose a lot of money, right? You expect to make some money, you lose money. The person who run that trading desk, they have to think about another job. If you run a business and that business not performing well for 1-2 years and they miss a big opportunity, somebody got to resign. They would say, we agreed to part ways mutually. It wasn't mutual. Somebody said you got to leave. Right? Even sometimes you do okay, you got to leave because you're not doing well enough. Look at Igor, whatever his name, Igor at Tudor from Tottenham. He was there for 7 games. They look like they're relegated. Got to leave. They're failing. Right? They fired Frank. They fired him. They may even fire Zaberzi if he gets relegated, if he comes in. Somebody has to pay the price. In Jamaica, look at the when Boat lost his money in that organization, how long it took to even arrest certain people. Look how much years it took. After that, to say one woman in a very insignificant position was the one who defecated all these funds. Like, really? Huh? The debacle that occurred. In Jamaica, things move very, very, very slow. No matter how much you fail or no matter what you do. And this will be no different. Nobody going to lose their job. But the president owns it. Sorry, President Ricketts. I like you as a person, but you own this. If you fail to make the World Cup, you got to go. And you're a nice man. You're one of the nicest people I've ever met. Great person to work with. But come on, Prezi. Come on, Prezi. The one fiscal control person you have in Dennis Chung, him leave because maybe he can't work with him. Right? He was trying to maintain order in the finances. And some people never like him. Interesting. Rudolph is the coach. I think Rudolph did a good job, frankly, in terms of what he did. But Rudolph also hired the coach. So Rudolph owns it. He's going to be the coach going forward. That's up to the JFF. But there is no repercussion. If you're doing a job, let me give you an example on Wall Street. You know Wall Street work people? Say you have 4 people at work for you, right? And Wall Street pay good bonuses, right? And let's say what they do in Wall Street, they grade you on a curve. So from 1 to 4, them rate you, right? So 4 no. Everybody work hard during the year, right? They work hard. But from a rating standpoint, let's say Drew Ross get rated at 4, which is the highest grade. Cranky get rated at 1. J. Ross rated at 3. And John Paul rated at 2, right? That's a 4 of them. And let's say they have a cutoff point in terms of how they pay people. You know what happened, people? Drew Ross rated at 4. If they have bonus, they have $100,000 worth of bonus to give out. No, so they have more than that. So they have $400,000 to give out in bonuses. Right? $400,000 to give out in bonuses. You think everybody work hard, you may divide the bonus, everybody get $100,000, or you say, you know what? We're gonna give Drew Ross $200,000 and the next person $100,000, $150,000, $125,000. You know what I'm doing at Wall Street for a lot of companies? Not everyone, but a lot of companies. The person rated at 1 get no bonus in the people. Get 0. You know they work hard in the year. Then get 0 bonus. Then we get Drew Ross $200,000. Then we get the other person $150,000 and get $150,000. You get 0 bonus. Because they reward excellence. They not reward failure. Even though you work hard enough, they must say, I work smart, you work hard. That don't work for me. So in essence, what they do is they reward excellence. And I didn't really totally agree with it, because I think if you work hard, you should get something. Some companies will give you more than you're supposed to deserve, because they're trying to be an egalitarian system. They are sharks. To the winner goes the spoils. In Jamaica, we don't penalize those people who fail. In fact, in this case, people get rewarded. That's a fact. And at the end of the day, if you are accountable for something, there got to be some repercussions. And the biggest and the worst parties in this whole situation is Jamaica traditional media. And some of the YouTubers, them, to be honest. But in traditional media, they're not holding JFF accountable. They have been reprehensible, to be honest. They're not holding them accountable. Somebody said, I can't sleep. No, I'm get up from 4 o'clock this morning. No. Yeah, Dean Fraser, I'm get up from 4 o'clock this morning. And I was going to come on at 4:30, but I had to put together a thumbnail. Then I came on, and then I was in a bad mood when I came on. Because when you wake up, you're just grumpy. And I should cut out the first part of the video. It was a really bad mood. People didn't want to hit the like button. Them come on, they want free information and free material. They want to hear your rant and just embarrass yourself. And then I want to hit the like button. And them stay on for the whole 4 hours, 5 hours. It's very frustrating. So I was not in a good mood. But It's after 7 now. So I think I've been on for 2 hours, you know. I'm going to get up when I leave here and go to the gym, work out for an hour or so. And then I have a lot of work to do because I put this off for the football. So now I can get my taxes done because I haven't looked at it. It takes me a while to get it done. And then I have some other stuff I need to do. I have some deal I'm working on. So yeah, it's I got up early, and the first thing that came to mind was we're not going to the World Cup. It's gonna save me some money, but I wasn't cared about saving any money because I was planning to go to the World Cup. It is sometimes you make decisions as a leadership group and as a management, and people challenge the decision. You don't like to be challenged, so you don't respond. Ravel should have been in this team. I know people keep telling me about performance and numbers, and me not care for you them nonsense there. Even the Ravel at 20% of his ability is better than who we had in the midfield. No, Ketterak called me yesterday. No, Ketterak called me twice actually. I haven't checked him afterwards, but he called me twice during the show. I don't think the coach is gonna resign. Today is April Fool's Day, so maybe we're in the World Cup. Yeah, Ravel should have been in the team. Wow, that's amazing. And I heard a lot of people who send barrels down to Jamaica are still from October. Still, some people haven't gotten their barrels yet, which is the administration and the logistics are challenging. Yeah. I mean, I said this to somebody the other day that Roy Simpson came out, and Roy Simpson, who's traveling with the team, came out hitting out against foreign players. Why would the English footballers want to engage Roy Simpson or be around Roy Simpson? Like, I don't understand that. He's negative against the players who were born overseas, diaspora. He knocks out against them in public domain and beat his chest and look good, and he got cheered, and people at Maverick support him. So if I'm Bobby Reed, if I'm Ethan Pinnock, if I'm any of these players, why would I even be around this person? Like, seriously. You're supposed to be a leader and a representative of the JFF, but some people in the JFF agree with that sentiment. And we need these players. In fact, we shouldn't worry about need players. They're citizens. We'll give a damn about what you feel. They're citizens. And you have the Constitution didn't change the rights of a Jamaican locally born versus overseas-based citizens. They're citizens, people. And I'm going to keep beating this to death. It's embarrassing. It's unfair. It's illogical. It is just poor. Talk about, well, we went on this road and XYZ. Well, you know what? Maybe we should go down the road of having no local players. How'd that work? And have overseas diaspora players. Or you go down the road of having all local players and no diaspora players. I have no problem going down the road of having all local players. I won't be watching your football, but go down that route. Why don't you do that? And let's see how that works out. Because you haven't done a good job of preparing these kids mentally and physically to play. I listened to the interview with Webster and with Cutter Marty. And I said to myself, I do want to interview Andrew Peart because I hear him talking about the mental side as much as the physical side, which is an imperative when you're training young people to be citizens and footballers, and it manifests itself in the football field, how you are mentally. First time I'm hearing that from somebody from Jamaica talking about this, right? But when I listened to those two interviews, there was night and day. And Webster is older than Cutter Marty. The kids have to learn how to communicate. And what people fail to realize is that communication is about how you think. Don't worry about what comes out of the person's mouth in terms of smart or not. How you think is relayed to parties, to an audience, and it's about how you think. And that thinking is throughout your entirety of your life and how you make decisions. So if I talk nonsense, more than likely I'm going to do nonsense. I'm telling you, the two are interrelated. They're not mutually exclusive. How I think and how I communicate how I think and how my thoughts work is a reflection of me as an individual and how I conduct things in my life mentally. So when you hear some people come on and say certain things in the public domain, like you hear whisper talk, or you hear bearded talk, or you hear other people talk, and you just them saying, when they were being developed, we focus on the technical ability, the physical ability, not the mental component of it. Because if they were, those players would have had their agent representing them in the public domain versus them coming out and fighting with people in the public when they're a public persona. You have to be careful with that. So Bailey said Jamaica can't do nothing for them. No smart agent would allow him to say that, whether they think it or not. When Whisper have that battle with that person, no smart agent would allow that to happen. Say, you know what, we'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. Maintain your emotion. And if you come out, you're going to say something which may sound political, but it diffuses the situation. That doesn't happen. And we need more of what Andrew Peart is alluding to, which is we need to coach our kids mentally, train them mentally, teach them, support them to allow them to be better citizens, which translates to the football field about how they conduct themselves. And it's very frustrating to watch some of this happening. You know, for example, Whisper should be in the squad. Maybe not based on performance, but based on potential. But he was not there because I was told, I garnered, no one told me that. I garnered it was because of discipline, given what Speed said about the selection criteria. Right? The selection criteria. And so going forward, that kid has to realize that if he doesn't change mentally, if he doesn't change in terms of how he operates, it's going to materially affect his career. And I think he's been mismanaged. But when you're young and look at money coming in and you feel good about yourself and you have the accolades, you don't realize that. Right? This was a kid who refused to take a call up because he had a party. This is the kid who was seen in the public domain as a very difficult qualification. I got inference from what Speed said that certain things transpired that went down, which were not tolerable, outside of those public displays. And we saw him and somebody else so the kid needs to understand and be taught. But if he doesn't have a good guidance, if you don't have a good mentor, then you're going to go in one direction which is not good for the kid. And the kid seems to have a lot of ability. It may not be manifesting himself now at Leicester or at Chelsea, but he has ability. It has to be that somebody take him on his wing. He has to get away from bad elements, from the bad support group that he has. He has to surround himself with people who are focused on him and his well-being and are looking for things from him. When you're looking for something from somebody, you expect resource from them, you can't be critical. You can't say what's on your mind. That's why the traditional media is struggling in Jamaica, because they need access to the JFF. Not necessarily money, they need access. If you can't be truthful with me, then I will never see the side of me that may not work really well. I may not see my flaws, areas of development, and therefore, I will always operate the way I do, even though it may be reprehensible. It's not good. But because you're obligated, because you depend on me, then you know what? I have to acquiesce to you. Or it may be that I'm your guidance, I'm your supporter, but I'm just toxic. So therefore, you believe what you're seeing is reality when it's really not. And I think that has to change. DJ says, we saw will make a difference. We don't know if he's going to make a difference. We can never say that because the player wasn't there. So when we make a statement, somebody will make a difference. I always said this. Somebody will, who will you put in instead of Bailey? We haven't put anybody in, so we don't know who would have played. But Bailey had 30 turnovers. I will always keep saying this, people. The stats don't lie. Some people just want to focus on, not the stats, they focus on what they see optically. But when you go back to the numbers, you'd be surprised to say, oh, the person did all this? Because you didn't see it. And you don't value certain stats. You don't value tackles. You don't value duels won. You don't value, some don't even value goals and assists as much as they do, or they only value goals and assists. You don't value possessions lost. You don't understand that when you have 4 of 19 long balls, at some point, when you reach number 10, you should change. So that's not good. But as I said, I got up this morning at 4 o'clock for some reason. And I decided to come on the channel because it's easier, Frank, than doing videos, which just take up forever for me. And also, I was very surprised. I thought I would have like 2 people on who were probably in the UK, or a couple of people going early, so just put on their device. I didn't expect to have this turnout, so I do appreciate each of you who came into the channel and who engaged with me. It's almost 7:30. I've been on for over 2 hours, which, you know what's kind of funny, people? 2 hours seems to a long time to me, except when I'm on YouTube. It just seems to go by pretty quickly. Don't ask me why. That's kind of strange. But no, I appreciate you being here. I was a little bit cranky this morning, more than normal, because people weren't hitting the like button. And I was very frustrated, but I appreciate each of you who come in, who are part of the conversation, who support the channel. I've been getting some flack from another YouTuber who is insignificant, frankly, to be honest. But he wants a war, so I'm gonna give him one. You know what, people? I do agree with you, Ronald. I do agree. Sometimes some people not playing any football, so you gotta bring them in. Like Pinnock, for example. I thought Pinnock should not have been in the squad. He's not playing. I thought Pinnock was one of our best players. Yeah, I heard YouTuber say I bought my subscriber. Yeah, he can say whatever he wants. But here's a question for you, Umzo, because about 10 people that bring that to me. Why is he focused on me? What's his issue? What's his issue with me? He said, so okay, I bought subscribers. Say I bought subscribers. So what? So what? You just go and pay someone to pay to subscribe to you? I didn't do that. But if he wants to say that, who cares? Why you focus on me? Focus on your own channel. No, it's JT, who I call ugly in every way, shape, or form. Physically, mentally, emotionally, he's ugly. And people may say, Cranky, that's rude and that's obnoxious and you're being XYZ. He's the one, he's been criticizing me forever and I've been ignoring him. So I'm going toxic on this person. Toxic. I'm taking it to the next degree. I told you, people, if you want the war, I'm going to give you the war. You want to go to the basement? And because I'm retired now, I'm no longer restricted by corporate. Because when I was in corporate, I have to care for what I say because somebody may find you on YouTube or some social media. I'm going toxic. So, JT, you've asked for the war, JT. Let's have the war, JT. You're a ugly person in every way, shape, and form. You said something about me and Speed, which was so reprehensible. It's unbelievable you did that. And then you lied, and then you said, oh, it was just to get clicks. You would do anything to get some clicks. Apparently, you need YouTube. I don't need YouTube. I'm going to tell you that right now, people. I don't need YouTube. YouTube is just a fun space I go in, have some fun, talk to some people, learn some things, try to disseminate some knowledge. I do not need YouTube. I keep telling people that I don't need YouTube. In fact, every single day I said, it's my last time. My nephew laughed at me. He's like, yeah, you say that. But then you go to, and he said, why don't you change your Jamaica account? Why aren't you doing things for other groups? Because you know some of these people are toxic. And I was like, I'm going to keep doing what I do. But someday I'm just going to walk away from it. And that's why I see people like Minzy no longer do Reggae Boyz football. He does track and field. It's a different crowd, different engagement, different YouTubers. You see the kid from Canada does it. Forget his name, and Minzy and Leighton. They ain't cussing each other. The football space is toxic. And there are levels to it. It's more seasoned, more mature people doing track and field. It's little kids doing YouTube. And a number of them are toxic. It's interesting how in the football community, some YouTubers are so toxic versus the track and field, which is a different construct, right? And maybe because we're successful in track and field, so there's not a lot of chance for, and it's more individual sport. The environment, the ecosystem allows for that. But some of the YouTubers, I mean, there's a difference between criticizing the JFF because they're not producing well versus talking about another YouTuber. Why are you talking about me? What's so fascinating about me that you keep talking about me 24/7 all the time? People come back to me and say, he said this and he said that and he said this. Why is that? You have the same thing with JD. You cuss JD and his intellect and his use of words. You can't approach that with me, so you come with some other thing. I'm too critical of the JFF. I'm this and I'm that. You always criticize me on your channel. You do the same thing with another YouTuber. I will mention his name. Way back when. You always fight with some YouTubers. Why are you fighting yourself? Go see a shrink. Go and get some help. I saw you on YouTube crying your eyes out. Go and have a mental breakdown. Please go and get some help. We are praying. Well, they're praying for you. I don't pray. But go get some help, my youth. Go get some help. Because you want to go to below the basement. So I'm going to go way below the basement. Go get some help. I'm talking about JT. J2 of Sports Blem. He need to get some help. He's a very toxic person. He tried to criticize all the YouTubers. He has a problem mentally. And I can't help you, son. Go and get some help. You're just plain ugly person. Not just physically. In every way, shape, or form. You're ugly. You forced me to go to the basement. And I keep telling you people, don't confuse the corporate cranky with the other cranky. It's like schizophrenic. I can go both ways. I got up this morning at 4 o'clock ON. I came on about 5:10. I was very surprised to see how the crowd built up. I appreciate the support. But I'm one of those individuals who I can be the nicest person. I can also be an asshole. I can be an asshole. I try not to be. If I'm critical of you, then you're in the space to be criticized. I try not to criticize YouTubers. I try not to even call YouTubers name, period. I stay away from it. Once in a while, I may text JD in the background and say, hey, JD, you keep talking about England and Belgium. Here's this. And JD will come back and laugh and says, no, here's the record. And we go back and forth in the background. I don't even go in the public domain anymore. I try to stay away from that. But this person, you know how much people call me and text me like, this person calling your name. Why is he this? Why is he that? Why does he keep calling you? Why is he saying this? There's a YouTuber called me. I won't say there's a YouTuber who I engage with a lot. But he's like, Cranky, you have 15,000 subscribers. YouTube can take away your channel if you don't get the views. And I'm thinking, I just saw you do a show. You got 2,000 views. You got 40-something thousand subscribers. What is that about? Why are you guys watching me? And the person, he's going to watch this and going to hear it. I'm calling him out in public. I won't say his name. Why are you guys watching me? Watch yourself. Don't watch me. If you want to engage with me about something, engage. But don't go there. Leave that alone. Why are you watching the number of subscribers I have? I started 2 years ago with 0 subscribers. Okay? And someone who start with the amount, I'm a person who can't take it. When they call Jamaica bad mind, then I don't know if you do with me. Me, I do my thing, you do your thing. If you can't find a way to increase the subscribers, that's your problem. That's not my problem. People, when I just do nothing, no man. I support everybody. I said this before. I want all YouTubers to do well. I want them to do exceptionally well. Because when they do well, this space does well. More people watch. A lot of these channels are linked. When you go on YouTube, it says, what are the similar channels that people watch? And they will mention the YouTubers. They're all in the same, we're all in the same space. I support all of them. When I see Robbie and Mark Goldberg and Flex and all of them, they have different teams they support. They all come together. They collaborate. Why can't we collaborate? Yeah, they have some issues too, but those are normally fired employees. I'm going to drink some water, people. More dry. And I'm not giving up my gym time. So I'm running that time soon because I got to the gym. I try not to get to the gym after 8 o'clock. And shockingly enough, I thought about going to the gym at 4 o'clock and decided to come on YouTube instead because I was still, I don't want to use the word hurting. It seems so vulnerable. I use the word perturbed because I was pleased of how the team did against Congo, DR Congo. Context of all the narrative was about how we're going to get smacked. And they did better than I thought they would. Especially given the strategy they employ. I thought they'd be much more conservative in their approach. But also, I think our offensive impotency, being impotent offensively was a problem for us. And it also showed up. So how do we get the ball from the midfield to the forwards? And how the forwards hold the ball up and do something positive is a problem that we need to solve. Defensively, we were okay, apart from kicking the ball away. But offensively, we struggled. Because as I mentioned throughout this podcast, we scored 1 goal against a New Caledonia team, which is not a good team, even though they have some decent midfielders. We didn't score against Curacao in the 2 games we played them. Curacao is not that good. And so watch Trinidad play Curacao and Trinidad. In Curacao, Trinidad was better than Curacao. We weren't. We can't play without Hayden. Even though some people think Hayden don't play well, they need to get their football brains assessed. And we don't have the creativity going forward to allow us to break down defenses. Right? R says, Cranky speed out. I'm not going to say speed out, actually. I think for speed to continue, he has to change some things in the role that he plays. So if he's going to be the coach, he can't be 10 different things. And if he's going to be JFF, head of the technical committee, all those conflicting roles, something needs to change. I'm going to keep calling them out if they keep remaining. And Rudolph, I know you watch the channel. That's not how life works. You got to change something. Sorry, got to change something. How much money you spend besides subscribers? I don't know. You don't tell me, because them say me buy subscribers, so I don't know how much money we spend. Plus, if me spend money to buy subscribers, people, me have the money to spend. Let me just tell you right now, if you want to spend money, because now YouTube give me money. I said this morning, numerous times. I made $3,800 from YouTube last year, $3,800 before taxes. I spent about the same amount last year because StreamYard charged me $900 when it's supposed to be $500, it charged me $9. I use Canva, I use vidIQ. I set up a website last year. It cost me about $3,000 to set up the website, SSN. So I spent more money in social media than I made. I made $3,000. I probably spent about $7,000. So I ain't making no money from YouTube. It's fun. So those of you who are criticizing me and talk about me do this and me do that, that sounds like a personal problem to me. Because you're kids and I'm a grown-up. And when kids try to come at me, I'm going to step on them like a bug and crush them. That's me. Because I ain't coming at you, so don't come at me. Right? So if I spend money to buy, like I said, let me do it. God knows, let me do it. First of all, I had a good strategy to get subscribers on my platform between this and my Balanced View channel in terms of cross-pollinating and cross-selling and going to other forum like on X, where I pay money premium for X and advertise on different forum. So if you don't like it, I can't help it. The channel is growing. You don't like it, you want bad mind. I your problem that me not care. That's your problem. That is your problem. I spend more on YouTube than I make from YouTube because it's fun. I like doing it. I'm gonna keep doing it. And you know what? Every time I think about not doing it, I don't know, come at me. It make me just want to do it somewhere. The more JFF tell me toxic, because some people at JFF tell people I'm toxic. Some people in JFF people actually go to people. Me care what me say. Then go to people and say me toxic, right? And people come back and tell me say me toxic. I'm gonna laugh because if toxic means I'm holding you accountable, then I'm gonna be toxic as hell. But I've said before, I like the president quite a bit. He's one of the best people I've ever met. But he's not being effective in his role. And as Drew Ross said, when you fail so miserably, even though I think Speed did a good job in his last 2 games, somebody got to be held accountable. Speed was trying to clean up his own mess. It was his mess he created by hiring, by not getting along with Hogginson and hiring McLaren. So he owns it. He was trying to remediate his mess. It's a fact. And if people don't want me to say it in public forum, I can't help you. I can't help you. I ain't gonna be a hypocrite. So my view on life is this, people. I've always said this. As you go about your day today, and you go about your life, the first thing you do is try to be fair to people. I had a big blow up the other day with somebody from Chase, right? I'm gonna do this quickly. So the person at Chase, they want me to move my account from someplace to their bank, right? And they encourage the people on the front line to convince customers to do so. So I said to the person, I said, ma'am, I don't want to entertain that. I'm comfortable where I am. I don't want to move. Oh, can we just have a meeting with you? I said, okay, set up the meeting. Set up the meeting. I said, you know what? I want to cancel the meeting because I decided I want to do it. And she wouldn't stop. And I said, ma'am, I don't want to be rude to you because it's not a good thing. But please stop. I don't want to have the meeting. And she said, I don't mind you being rude to me. I'm like, that's sadistic. Stop it. Nobody should be rude to anybody else. Treat people well. I explained to you, I'm comfortable where I am. Why are you trying to push and push and push? And when I said, no, you won't stop. That's not a good thing. That's not a good trait. I understand that you've been pressured and you want to make you increase your bonus by doing this thing. But when a customer says, I am not interested, just understand that they're trying to impart something to you and take it and move. And she wouldn't. And she said, oh man, you're being rude because you do. I'm like, that's not a good way to go about this either. That's not a good thing to do. Right? So my view on life is this. And I say this to people, be good to people, be fair to people. Not that I will come back to you to be fair, but it's just a good thing. If everybody is good to everyone, like what's happening in the Middle East, for example, is ridiculous, right? Because the people they think their life is more important than somebody else's life. Right? The media is also horrible because when they talk about those individuals, when those kids got killed in Iran, those 100-something kids, someone says that they're casualty of war, they're collateral damage. But if their kid get killed, is the worst thing ever in life because they have no empathy for people. You should have empathy for people. Now, when you're in the public domain and you're an official, and you're official or you're an athlete, you're subject to criticism. You're gonna get flowers when you're great, and everybody's gonna praise you. And when you're not great, you're gonna get stick. That's how life is. The person is not being personal against you. It's not about you. It's about what they're trying to think about in terms of their pleasure as winning. Everybody got to win and lose when it comes to sports. When you have knockout competition, for example. And if you don't do well, they're going to call you out. If you do well, you're the greatest thing since sliced bread. That's just how we operate as human beings. That's how life is. But for some people to take it personal sometimes, which they shouldn't, if the Jeff is mad at me, I understand why the Jeff is mad at me. I'm not mad at them for being mad at me. But when some people you think should be okay with such constructive criticism, or some people you hear who criticizing you who you thought were different, that's not a good thing. Prince says, Cranky, we can't even hold the little amount of criminals in the country accountable, even with a mountain of evidence. Yeah, remember that guy who unlived his wife the other day? What's his name? Silvera, or whatever his name is? Versus the policeman who his fiance disappeared. They couldn't find the evidence, but they have circumstantial evidence. Look at the time the man shot his wife. It was clear, plain as day, guilty as you know what. It's not circumstantial, they have actual evidence. And look at the time they each got. One got a much life sentence and one got come out in 20 years. That's Jamaica in a nutshell. But it's not just Jamaica. That's the US in a nutshell too. Look at the Epstein case. So in life, we're not fair to people. Situations, people's position in life, their resources affords them certain privileges, and they sure take advantage of it. In Jamaica, it's even worse, frankly. Even though the Epstein thing is terrible, it's even worse because it's a theme. Throughout Jamaica, the people, and somebody says, well, we're not Barbados or Trinidad, not everybody know each other. Then you don't understand how Jamaica works if you say that, and you live there forever. In Jamaica, the elites all know each other. In Jamaica, the elites, they're elites, and then there are super elites. So all the super elites and the elites, they know each other. Well, no, all the super elites know each other. All the elites sort of know each other at the elite level, but they not have access to the super elites. But they move in the same circle. And they know the same people. And they're in the same clubs. So when something happens to one of them, they'll find ways behind the scenes to influence decisions that allow those people to come out okay in those situations. They do that behind the scenes. They influence decisions. It may be money pass hands, it may be words pass hands, communication to each other, but they influence decisions. Say, so we're moving away from football. Say, thoughts on what's going on between Europe and the USA. So Europe and the USA have been linked at the hip for years, right? Think about World War II, when the US reluctantly got involved after Pearl Harbor and sort of saved Europe from Hitler, right? But the new president of the United States, uncouth, he's what I call the ghetto president. The ghetto president has decided to upset the apple cart. He decided he want to come in and do what he wants to do. And Europe acquiesced for a while because they know the power of the US. But some people are basically saying, you know what, we have had enough. We're not doing this anymore. You are coming at us, you're challenging NATO, you want to form your own country of peace or whatever the hell you call them, and you don't want to support us, and you're not happy with the Ukraine war as you did before, and you're criticizing us in public, and you want to take Greenland. And Spain is one of those countries who's been pushing back quite a bit on different things in Europe, and they've done it. Others are following, right? They're basically saying, and they're influenced by their constituent. So your constituent says, if you do this, we're going to get you the power. They're saying, and they're democracies, they're saying, we're not doing that because we can't get support from the constituent. And when I mentioned this story a while back, when he won his first election in 2016, when he was in Europe, I had a New York hat on, and somebody was like, I can't believe you guys voted for this man. Because they believe everybody who come from the US are all the same, and we're not all the same. You saw the 8 or so million who marched the other day about No King's March. People are pushing back at all levels. Now the governments are pushing back. Now the governments are challenging that the Strait of Hormuz, if your people are paying $4 or $5 a gallon for gas, if that's in the US, where the US have going to the reserves, imagine what's happening in Europe. It's going to push some countries to go electric quicker. And Jamaica, by the way, Jamaica politicians, you have to create your own industries. You have unlimited sunshine. You can create an ecosystem. We don't depend on natural gas anymore. Sunshine is your elixir. You need to use it. We should be populating the whole environment with windmill and clean energy. One, it helps the environment. Two, it's cheaper if you can get it right. And everything is coming down in terms of pricing as people get more expertise in these disciplines. So yes, in Europe and the US, that partnership, it will go back to where it was subsequent to this president, if he ever leaves office. But he's 80 years old, he will leave at some point. But there's some damage that needs to be repaired. There was some damage in the first go around, but he decided to go wild this time around. and support his extreme base. The biggest issue that the U.S. has is the Supreme Court is toxic, and that's the big problem the U.S. have. A Supreme Court that was put in place by McConnell, who orchestrated all of this and made sure the bench was full of conservative, and they just do so that we have no independence between the three branches of government anymore. Because Congress is fully MAGA, and the Supreme Court is MAGA. So there you have it. No, they're all locked in. They're all locked in. So you start a war, you own. You're saying you own it. We went to you in Afghanistan. We lost soldiers. You say we don't support you. You own it. You start a war with Israel. You own it. Because Israel wants to dominate the Middle East. Bless up Michael Gardner. Yeah, it's interesting. So in Europe, their constituent is not having this war. They're not having this situation, and therefore their leaders have to. By the way, the leader of the opposition in the UK, what's her name? Of Nigerian descent. She came out. You know that was Ghana, one of those countries had the referendum passed about slavery being the most reprehensible act in the history of humankind, and the U.S. and Israel and Argentina voted against it, and a lot of European countries who were culpable in this also abstained, and a lot of countries, more than 100 countries, voted for it. But the opposition leader in the UK, who was black, said the UK should not have should have voted against it. And then I said, when she did that, I said, okay, I bet her husband is white. Yes, he is. And she's leading the Conservative Party in the UK. It tells you everything. A racist bunch of people. So I find that really interesting, actually. Really interesting. And US and Israel voted against it. I'm not surprised. US is run by racist people, and MAGA is part of it. And Israel is Israel. And Argentina, I'm not surprised about, because Argentina tried to eliminate the blacks in the country. That's why I don't support Argentina in anything. I used to be a Maradona fan. I have cut Argentina off from anything that's good in life, because a bunch of Nazis went to Argentina, and they have found a way to either crossbreed the blacks or just get rid of them. Sad. So if you support Argentina, yes, you're bad. I don't support them in anything. No football, no nothing. When I hear blacks supporting Argentina, I laugh. Like supporting your enemy. Sorry. And that's why you hear people like Fernandez come on and say racist thing on the bus, and he come and say racist thing. Don't be surprised about Argentinians. They don't like black people. They have black people there. How many Argentinians seen how many blacks you seen in the Argentina team? They had slaves like everybody else in South America, like Brazil, like Ecuador, like all of them, like Colombia. Not the same level. Yeah, very racist country. You wouldn't get me to go to Argentina. You would get me support them in anything. Not even to an Iceman. Not support them in anything. I'm not supporting anybody who's racist against my country, but me and my people. Sorry. Yep. If you don't know the history of Argentina, go look it up. Go read it. It's sad. Yeah, if you're black in Argentina, you're gonna suffer. They're evil. They're evil when it comes to black people. So when black people support Argentina, I look at them and laugh. Like, go read their history and then tell me if you still support them. Yes, Kemi Bandanek. Thanks for that. I can't remember her name. DC always have these very, very up to date on these social matters and things of that nature. But yeah, when she said vote against it, I laughed. I was like, that's interesting. But anyway, I didn't come here to talk this subject, and I'm at my time. It's almost 8 o'clock. I'm going to work out on this thing I call a body. But thanks for being here. I appreciate you being here. I'll say this before I go. I'm going to dissect. One is the problem with Jamaican football, and two is how we solve it. I'm going to have a comprehensive program. And I hope to get some people on from the JFF. Hey, JFF, because some of you watch my program. Don't listen to people saying I watch my program. They do. I know they do. Okay, so I was just told people. So I'm going to give another get it, right? Before I go. Because people think some of the communicate with certain people. Communicate. So I was told, let me read this first. We'll come back to it. Okay, so I was told that the reason for the changes in the game were that a lot of the European-based players, our diaspora players who were in the team, I'm going to use the term, were dropping like flies, just like how the Congolese were. We only had 6 changes. So some of the changes that were made, but maybe all the changes made were forced changes. They weren't changes made because of coaching decisions. So as I've been told by a friend of mine who's a coach, because when I criticize, he criticized me. When I criticize coach, he says, you don't have all the data, so how are you going to make that statement? And he's right. Because sometimes we don't have all the data, and it's not excuses. What the person just told me is that they had to make changes because of the situation with the players who could no longer continue in the game because they were out of it. And the entire Congolese midfield got changed in that game. You got to remember that, right? 1 second. Need some hydration. The entire midfield for Congo got changed, and this was to be fit. They played at a high level because the heat was repressive. People, the referee got changed. The entire midfield for Congo made all their changes later on. They made 5 and then they made a late one. We had to make all those changes. The entire midfield for us ran out. Couldn't continue, and that's part of the problem. So I actually believe that, because I could see where Lati was down. Lati had to stay in the game. Where I think Hayden was down, and he stayed in for a while not to come out because Hayden didn't get no younger. Gotta remember that. So it seemed like the between someone's mentioned the altitude and the heat, which is repressive. When you have to change the referee, people, when you have to change the referee, then you know things are bad, right? Referee don't get changed in games like that. They may have equipment problem, they may be sick, throwing up or whatever, but they normally don't run out of steam. And he was in trouble, actually. He had to come out the game, so the conditions weren't great. Somebody says Boz and Ravel played. I think Rudolph and his people made a mistake not taking Ravel, and here is why. What Ravel does really well, people don't really realize, even if he can't run anymore, is his confidence on the ball and his ability to play in close, tight spaces and his ability to pass the ball where you don't break strides. I did that video in Ravel the other day, and people can say it was the old Ravel. Yeah, but I watched Ronaldinho play football now, and he's about 100, 300 pounds. The touch never loses you. I watched Maradona in practice games when he was, the ball just stick to his feet. When you have those skill sets, and yes, it would have been repressive yesterday, he may have played the whole game, but you need someone to control the ball, to make a pass, to play against the opponent like they not even exist. They don't belong on the same field with them. And he may not have been fit the way he needs to be, but you need that control, that conductor. We didn't have it. We couldn't get the ball up the field. We couldn't get the ball between the lines. We couldn't get King's pass over the top was criminal. His passes over the top were flat. There was no trajectory. There was no height on the ball. So the forwards have no chance. And Kadamari didn't play well. His control was poor. The ball was bouncing like a wall. I like the kid. He's a good player, but his control was poor. And he wasn't getting good service. So between him being poor and service being bad was not good. And Cephas came on. He looked dangerous, but sometimes to himself. Right? He brilliantly beat the man on the byline, and he does what Cephas does. Instead of chipping the ball to the far post, he try to pass the ball, and the goalkeeper does get it. Like, he's the most dangerous and the least dangerous player on the field. And when I criticize him, people get upset, but don't understand to give him praise. I had him starting yesterday just because I thought we'd play counter-attacking football, and I thought if we could get the ball with a good pace over the top, Cephas could run onto it, it would then stretch their defense, we would get less pressure, we'd have more room to play. I thought the team played well as they can play, given their ability. Right? Well, their ability. And we found some good players. I think Campbell has to improve his finishing and some of his decision making, but I think Terry, and I'm glad Rudolph played him because Rudolph realized his ability. But he got to be a better goal scorer. I think Andre Brooks didn't show the real Andre Brooks, and it was unfortunate we put him in midfield, even though I thought he could play the AM or even the 8, because I think he's a good player. We probably should have put him in, but you only have 6 changes. I thought Bailey should have been taken out way earlier. Bailey's stats were reprehensible. They were awful. And for anybody here talking about, well, you don't fight Bailey and you don't like Bailey, I have nothing against any player. Who was the player I used to criticize a lot? And then I come around. Tall, lanky, played defense. What was his name? From England. He played in Copa. He gave away that goal in Copa and people never gave him. Why am I having a senior moment? Tall, lanky player, people. Light skin, played defense and then started playing midfield for us. He played with not Busy, the kid that played midfield, the short kid.
who I like a lot actually, played USL. I'm having some senior moment this morning. But anyway. No, it's not Mariappa. It's not Mops. It's not Mariappa. I should know his name. He's no longer in the team. No, it's not Russell. Hector. Yes, Hector. I used to criticize Hector. I criticize Hector more than any other player. But you know what happened? Nobody came hard at me when I did that. I criticized Hector more than any other. I came around Hector. I watched Hector play in COVID during. I was like, Hector's a better player than I thought he was. And I watched him up close and personal. But I used to be brutal on Hector, like brutal. Like I said, we should play with 10 men, no Hector. Then I watched Hector more and more, and he grew on me. But Cephas is the opposite. The more I watched Cephas, the less impressed I became. The more I watched Bailey, the less impressed I became. I was impressed with King at one point when I watched him out in St. Louis and he got a cameo. The more I watch King, the less impressed I'm becoming. The more I watch Whisper, I'm impressed with Whisper. And that won't change anytime soon. But he got to change his game. He got to play more defense and he's got to play quicker. He's always slowing the ball down. But I think Whisper has ability. But he needs to be coached, and he needs to be coached mentally more than physically. People say the changes. Well, the changes were forced. So if you disagree with the changes would have been who came on, not the change themselves, right? The change is about who came on. Nick says, Ravel is the best player, technical and skill to play for Jamaica. I agree with that, actually. That's where Rudolph and I disagree about Ravel. Rudolph is very focused on, I think, I don't know why Rudolph has a reason for not selecting Ravel. And look, the coaching staff assess the players, a lot of attributes about the players, and decide who can fit their system, how they want to play. That's fine. There is no recipe for technical excellence. None. You ever play those of you who play over 40 football, you ever play some man from South America when you play like in a Long Island or Brooklyn and you have younger people on the field. Say you play over 40, them are 50 and you're 40, you have two people not 40, and there's a play the ball around and you can't even touch the ball. There is no replacement for technical excellence, people. Now, in a more physical game, in a heightened game, in an environment, Ravel has played in Mexico quite a bit. He was part of a Mexican team there. One of his stops along the way, because he has a lot of stops, and he's probably just playing money ball now. But you look Ravel play, go take the highlights for any Jamaican player. Go get their highlights from the entire career and compare to Ravel highlights. And people are going to say, well, there's different points in time. And I agree with that. Still doesn't change his technical ability. Good morning. Who am I speaking to?
Okay, you're speaking to Kimari. No? New York in the building. You're from New York as well.
All right, New York. Go on, New York.
Yeah, what's up, Cranky? How are you doing? What's up?
I came on this channel at 5 something this morning. I've been on for about 3 hours. I cannot believe I came on at 5 o'clock. I've never done it before. First time for everything, but the football was bothering me, so I feel like I'm talking to the people.
Okay, yeah, because it's bothering me. But first thing first, we have to give them a round of applause. We make a play well for a long while. Who don't understand ball game, don't understand. Because it's not like Congo didn't play freedom level of ball game. It's just that when they woke up in them couldn't believe that I see him team and see what they get new white color.
I agree with that, actually. Yep, I agree with that.
I always tell people to have a quality is there, it's just that the man underperformed. Bailey never performed for him. He's still there beneath for. But Bobby put up him not. Him so why in my Bobby Reid. Only thing with Bobby Reid, he gets a 2 ball. I don't know why he not locked onto the ball. Only 2 balls that people would have break down in defense and he mess up with that. But otherwise, I'm that Bobby Reid. I mean, that man beat Bobby Reid straight. Him not giving nothing from all long now. But him play when I bet. Him play damn good. Who knows that? I don't know where them look for. I think all about me say the team play good. But I think that Bailey was the only exception when Tommy not perform. In the film where he normally do. When the ball spins a couple times, lose the ball and put back the ball. And team normal nonsense them at, but me not like. Cephas, however, come on. I don't like when he go center forward because I don't think he get the ball in the last. But when he go back on the wing, he start doing normal. Unfortunately, because I see him try to pass the ball, and I just say, him pass the ball and do it. But if he try to pass the ball, when he do, him be 2 man.
No. So where he passed the ball, there was nobody there to put the ball in the goal. If he chipped to the far post, there's a player on the far post. The player was putting his hands up. It must have been Mason Clark. He got to chip to far post. You got to go far post.
All right, fine. no problem with that. Because when I reach the ball, I never reach like me done. So I understand it because I watch the game.
Yeah.
He could have do that as well. Anyway, he was the only impact, I think. The guy with them bring from Miami, I never really, I always not take him. You know why? Coach
You're talking about Ian Frey, right?
Yeah, Ian Frey.
But he was good. He was good at right back though. He was good at right back, not midfield. He was good at right back. Yeah.
Good at right back, but not in midfield. Midfield, I remember to have power with midfield. You cannot. I take out Ian and you can put in a right back. I think that's a good. But they put in Luo. I know me like Luo and in wild, but because in China already, I say Luo coming a Canada game. Remember Canada game we win?
Right.
You better in China if it's a force. Remember that force change I make now. You better you put Luo wild. I know me like him and try to make him put some tackling in midfield because. I know they're afraid. I him do the goal because they tell the man, look for the match. Him and the man will run past him and run with the man. Him know the man.
I thought that was Tyrese. I thought that was Tyrese all marking him. I think it was Tyrese. Tyrese all, but people were talking about King arguing first and then turning because the ball went over Lati. Lati just a little bit too short. That was Blatty's head and the ball went over his head and Tyrese all lost his man and he just... Yeah.
No, we're not going back to Eddie Gover. We have to mark them clear.
No, I understand. I think it was Tyrese Hall. But it starts from that, you know. It starts from not getting the header in place first, you know. The ball shouldn't be dropped in the middle of the box like that. Yeah.
Fine. So we understand it in the box, but what we have to say, if a man it's not this crucial moment when you say you can go penalty, you have your man mark. You have your run the deeper. You can't. Me play ball game, so I understand the point. You cannot leave him an inch. A few minutes left in a match, you must done, and you have a play like that.
Well, here's the thing though, the player, he knew nothing about the goal and the ball just hit on him foot and him, do nothing about the goal.
Exactly, that's what I say. That if you don't do the decoy, you could at least try to get back, try to get fire. You understand? So I have to play him more than even the man who put a bucket out. Him, because him making decoy left him and make the ball for the man. However now, him same one time it's hard, he not playing anything like that. He not doing impact. So basically it changed them. I don't really want man with that say, and as I say, he still not play the ball good and a keeper. But him alone that say make an impact. I'm coming and beat them.
No, he looked dangerous, to be honest. I mean, he looked like he could, if he had more time to go. The reason why I thought Cephas in the middle would have been good. So Cephas looked bad in the middle because the passing over the top was poor. King going long. There's nothing wrong with going long, and I thought we should go long in the game for quite a bit. But if you're gonna go long, give the person a chance to get to the ball. Your long is just kicking the ball to the other keeper, kicking the ball to the defense. You're not giving Kadamar time to get to the ball. You're not giving Cephas a chance to get. Look how fast Cephas is, and the ball is where does Cephas reach?
Yeah, real.
Right. I have the problem going long because I didn't want us to play out from the back and get caught, and they punish us. Right. So I'm normally a person when I play football on the ground and play through the lines. I was like, you know what? Use Cephas speed over the top. I had Cephas starting in my team because I said, you know what? Force them to go deeper. That relieve the pressure on us because they can't attack us and press as much as they want, and we get more room to play football. But King's passing was awful. Awful.
Right.
Yeah.
To be honest, when it comes to bouncing the ball, me I tell you some congratulations. Me not gonna lie, them bounce the ball. Me not gonna lie, me love it. At least for the Jamaica look like them play football. Like them two things we feed out each other, them bounce one and them try. But one thing they're not gonna have all now. They don't know great on a defense. And now they don't know how to do a part. That part is bigger than them. They don't go learn that. They don't go do work at training that training stuff. And I know we're not be. I want to take the man and go over there. We're not break him on the defense. Oh Jesus Christ. He was, even though we have played good, he was always showing that Congo have the edge. Like them get dangerous chance. Them break the defense more than one.
Well, and look, they were the better team. At one point, we started the game slow, then we got into the game. The second half, the game changed actually. And
when they make it change them, they can see them impact. When they make the film change, it was definitely an impact and they start rush with.
Yes.
They start come out with.
And they start doing more. They start playing more individually. They start dribbling more.
Yeah.
Then they get by players, so therefore you didn't scramble defensively. Yeah, it changed.
Yeah, them try go direct too.
Yeah.
Because they need to one man take on. But I tell you, it was a good match, and me no know how people go back them. But tell a man to me. Much ball game different. I don't want to back a goal. We go and bond them with Kyle over there. It's not really go with them score or whatever. It's just all them players sloppy. Them don't play like a team. Them play on bounce the ball. Them not look comfortable. They play like a Sunday ball game when they are Jamaica. I swear to God.
I think they were playing. I think they played freer in this game. I think they played more nervous in the Caledonia game.
Exactly. And then play a bigger team. That means they can hold their own against a bigger team. It's just what 90 minutes. I think you're cool as though. I'm not like on that bang ball up and on a while up on the field.
Yeah.
You really bounce around. It's just that we can see when Alien come up and Casey come up, that drastic moment over there. Like when it feels done, like we don't have no bouncing, we don't know what we are doing. We're going back to one while. We just hold on. We just touch our hold on. And then can go start come up with direct at me at the before.
Yeah, no, if you were, before the game started, if you were to survey Congolese fans, independent fans, non-Jamaican fans, even some Jamaican fans, the consensus we're going to get 3 or 4. Even the bookmakers had us as plus 350 and them minus 150, which suggests it's a foregone conclusion. We didn't embarrass ourselves. The guys play at their optimum. A lot of them left it all on the field. They had to be taken off because they ran out of energy. Same like Congolese team. Their subs were better than our subs. And we had a bad outcome. I can't fault the team. I can't criticize the coaching staff. They made a decision I think was best at the time. We don't always agree with... I see England beating Tuchel because they lost 1-0 to Japan in a non-meaningful game, right? You're going to get criticized when you lose, so that's going to happen. But I can't fault the effort, and I can't fault what transpired during this 2-game window. What I can fault is the process leading us to not qualifying automatically.
Cranky, this is something very important. I know what Japan was and England was. I know what tell you. I tell you, Japan, and I say, at that side, Jamaica beat 98. If Japan won right now, if Japan ever won Jamaica back, no. Oh my God. You know what I about it.
Well, they did hold Jamaica. Remember, the under 23 destroyed our senior team when they played them out there from years ago.
Yeah. We got all that too.
Yeah.
But then improve. I Jamaica alone team and them improve. Remember the Croatia. Remember the Japan and Croatia was the first time treating them was the first time going to World Cup in the 90s.
Yeah.
And then go back every World Cup and then improve them all the semi-finals and quarterfinals. Why? And Jamaica can have a qualifier back. It's a disappointment too, bro. Big disappointment, bro.
Yeah, I mean, and people are going to complain about resources, and that's part of the issue, but it's about the intellectual capital that you employ to allow you to progress as a country in the sport, and we need to do a better job of that. It's not just about physical capital or resources. It's about how you think and how you operate to allow you to make the right decision, to allow you to progress. So you may have the best of intention. Yeah, go ahead.
Before I go away, I'm cranky. Come on, ask you, so what do you think about the coaches? You think speech can continue coach's team going forward to the next World Cup? Like, we don't have a steady coach. Come feel like him, me not give him a chance, literally, because I don't think him do a bad job. Me not give him a chance and see if he can fit out that team. I will try to get a 11 where we are consistently going forward and stop this change up the coach, change up player. Me just right here. You know, 1 or 2 players come in.
Yeah.
You have what you are working. Like, but no, we start that. I'm the champion. No.
Well, I mean, I have no problem speaking with the coach, but he can't do 101 roles. I'm sorry. He's got to give up something. Yeah. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Okay.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. Sorry. You're going to be conflicted too much. You're going to make decisions that have the best interest of everyone. You can't satisfy everyone. And people don't understand what that conflict means because they don't even understand conflict. Even the media doesn't. And he doesn't understand how certain roles can preclude you from maximizing your ability. So Rudolph has to give up something. He can't do all the job them. He can't be cook, bottle washer, owner, everything. He can't do that. No, you got to give up something. And it's hard to give up something when you cultivate it, you nourish it, you grow it. But owners sell their company sometimes. You got to give up something. Can he be the national coach? Look, Jamaica has moved to having local coaches, right? They made a move at all levels. Fine, you make the move because Jamaica believes that now the coaches are acquiring the requisite licenses and they have got the training, both practical and theoretical, that they should be ready to take up these duties. I have no problem with that. A lot of coaches, I don't see European coaches. I only see people outside of Europe employing European coaches, not vice versa. If you think you're good enough and we've done athletics and you want to employ the athletics model, because you said we have smart enough people, fine, let's see how it works out. But you got to keep making yourself uncomfortable. So Coley going overseas, coming back and helping, that is great. How are you going to use him going forward? Don't know. Right? You bring in Donaldson from Arsenal to help? Great. How are you going to leverage him going forward? Don't know. If Speed want to be the manager for the team, I wouldn't call it the coach, but the manager, he's going to think about how can I do that effectively at the same time, because Rudolph owns this non-qualification. I'm going to say that. Rudolph owns it. Rudolph and the president owns it. They're the key architect for this. They own not getting automatically qualified. Did they do well this time around? Yes, but they own it. That's not debatable. Now, going forward, he's going to be the coach. He's got to give up something. Can't do all of the jobs at the same time. Sorry. Got to give up something.
Yeah, you have a good point, Sid. I agree with it still, isn't it? I always listen to you and you talk to boxing because you talk the truth. You know, you bash over bash. That's what I'm saying. I don't really divide my bash. And who get bash, if I look up, you get bash, I get bash. And if I find you get bash, I get bash. Because I think prayer was, in the feel that I admit the impact with this player, they will come on and then make it.
Look. Yeah, here's the thing. You're right. The substitute for them were better. Look, they're better than our substitute. Period. People can understand this.
Yeah, no, that's a team.
Congo has 100 and what? But Congo has what? 115 million, 110 million people to choose from. They choose half of their squad from overseas, who are born overseas. Just take that in for a second. They have 100. We have 3 million on the island and 3 million off the island. We have 6 million. They probably have between overseas and locally maybe 120 million to choose from. They chose 12 from overseas. Second, you look at the pedigree of their players. Their squad is valued at 153 million. We're valued at 50 million. Hello? There's a reason. People buy players based on the quality. So they're 3 times as valuable as our team. Those things have to be considered. We got ourselves into this. And yet, we competed with them. And one of the fans called me last night. I said, you were nervous, weren't you? He said, yes, we were nervous. Because they thought it was going to be a walkover. It was not a walkover. I think Rudolph and his coaching staff and the players equipped themselves well. They just weren't as effective as they should be.
Yeah, that's the reason why I say them play good because me understand about game. It's like we played yesterday. If we played that we have to qualify against first and inside, we win every match. I tell you, we win every single match.
Yeah. If this was a team if this was the whole setup, like I said, Rudolph them owns it because first of all, Presser was the first one comes out and said no McLaren. I said that too, but Presser was very derogatory, to be honest, when he said the person with the brolly and how he was in England and he used some terms which are caustic to describe McLaren and we shouldn't have him. I said after the Gold Cup, there's no way you should have. I said we're going to qualify despite McLaren because there were players that thought we're going to bring in like a Max Aarons who didn't come, who will go come after it, but coming after the fact. We're going to bring Max Aarons in and a few more players like Archer and Aaron's going to come in. We're going to qualify. That didn't happen, right? But I thought of the Gold Cup, there's no way they should continue with McLaren. None. The man went to the Gold Cup with 2 midfielders.
Yeah. McLaren should go a long time. For real.
He went to the Gold Cup with two midfielders to go to the Gold. 2 midfielders.
Yes, just like they do that midfield argument. So why we bring back? Why we use the left back? Put him a midfield. We don't carry another midfield and go change the midfield to midfield. I mean, I always cost that, Why you have to put out of them position? Why you have the midfield?
Wait. Which left back played midfield?
All right, but the guy, the Miami guy.
Frey. I think he plays in the middle of the defense and right back, but they think he has midfield qualities. But he's not. He played midfield for Jamaica against Curacao. It didn't work out. He's a right back. He was better right back than Lati, actually. He was better. Lati was better in midfield than he was, and vice versa. Yeah.
Yeah, me hear that. But when I ask him, why the coach no matter McLaren the same 19 and I would beat him. I said, stop you out of them position. If you put a midfield, put a midfield. But then I said, show him the midfield from the bench. Literally at that them. Why you never put that one in there? Put Angling whoever did it. I don't even know one who did it.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about that, actually, which some players were not played as they should play. Some players shouldn't be in the squad. Some players were not playing in the right place, like Frey's a right back. He's not a midfielder. So you're right about that. There is no, but to me, these are like at margins. They're not the most material things. I think our recruiting was poor, wasn't aggressive enough to bring players in. I think when Hagrimson left, it sort of threw things into disrepute and disarray. And we didn't replace him with somebody who is a more modern coach, who is a more accomplished coach in terms of recency. His accomplishments were historical, not current. He was with Ten Hag, who got fired. He was never the coach. When you're that seasoned, you should not be on anybody's staff. You should be the main coach. He was a mistake hire because we had affiliation with him. And when he came in, I got intelligence that says people weren't totally happy, but they maintained him because they probably didn't want to fire him and have to pay him off because we always using that as a way to restrict our ability to make decisions. And then, even though we were told he could be fired at a whim, and then after the Gold Cup where we failed miserably, and he went to the Gold Cup in a squad that was not what it should be, we still maintain him, which means a recipe for disaster. And we saw the outcome.
Yeah, you're right. But I think they say kudos to the boy them. I think them play a good game before we go away. Me not have nothing bad to say. Only player know that bad as me say Abiel because me see my last quick corner, it's a go wheel wine next corner. You don't know when that go. That go, that's too much money.
So, somebody, I don't want to keep beating Bailey, but I can't help it because he was just that bad. You know something? Here's what happened to people. I record this. I listen to AFTV, and he was the one that people were cussing, saying, "I thought he was supposed to be a quality player. He was trash." They had about 9 people on a stream from AFTV, including 2 Nigerians who were bashing us and laughing at us. And I did record it. I'm sorry I didn't play it. But if you listen to the conversation, they were basically saying he was the most disappointing player. And they were right.
Yeah.
They were right.
Anybody will have IQ about bad game. Obviously, they're being no do nothing. When the game start, like being we actually expect being like take up the whip like oh, I'm a superstar, like I'm I'm a Jamaica superstar. In the front cover, him is the man. And boy, you don't know better. But we come and show, but we do something, but we think fast, but we tackle, but we play ball. You can't say that. I mean, that man beat already. You can't say that.
Yeah, I thought the players were motivated. I didn't think they feared Congo. I think the fans feared Congo more than the players. The players didn't fear Congo. The players didn't fear Congo. They actually thought, when you watch them play, I think they don't give you fear as a player, but I think when you play against them, especially defensively, they're probably better than you think they are. Right? The way they play, I don't think as a player you sit there and saying, "Oh, they're not gonna bamboozle you or run you over or split you open." They just wear you down. They wore us down.
They see the coaching staff face when they realize that no, when they can't go around Jamaica, they can't. Can they probably think about coming for 4 or 5 years as everybody has said, but when they realize that no, sir. The Jamaica never play ball, man. They literally start playing ball power. How about we so they come out so strong?
Yeah, I mean they were the better team. We gotta be honest, they were the better team. They got better chances, but it's not as if we embarrassed ourselves, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. Remember, I said on paper, even them, as I said, them way better. I'm not gonna say way better, but them better way. Them better than we. But the problem is, everybody expects them to come bully with them. But end of the day, Jamaica will just take up to quality like how we have. Kaiman and show them quality.
Yeah.
Bobby Reed already there. When he got about 20%, the team got 90%. Now, all of a sudden, he just reached up to 90. I mean, Bobby 20% in my play from back then,
Yeah. Because I think Bobby's problem was Bobby wasn't fit at one point. Like in the summer, he wasn't fit. So yeah.
Yeah, probably. He might have press ice. He might run too.
Yeah.
He's a run man.
All right. So me take another call. Me G.
Yeah, but thanks.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the call. Bless up. Yeah. Good morning. Man, I can't believe I'm still here. It's 8:00. Jesus. Good morning.
Morning, Cranky. How are you, man?
How am I doing? I don't know, actually.
Well, that's all of us, man. Home and abroad, man. All of us. I couldn't sleep last night, man. Wake up with the ball game for my mind.
Yeah. It's not good. It's not good.
It's a disaster, man. Why the man then play a subpar game. I'm not going to say good or anything, but it was subpar because the expectation of the player and the team was high. Even Bailey, I think that I throw off a lot of people because a lot of people expect too much from Bailey, but I don't think Bailey is that guy for Jamaica at this point, clear as day, Because despite everything, I'm the only man me really see take a shot still off of the goal. He come like serious, a man them not know how to kick. Because the film shot, me see come the closest to the goal. And even the corner kick them when him take. And just because the Jamaican player them not set up properly on the 18-yard line, everybody inside, in front of the goalie, nobody attack the back post.
Yeah,
so even some of the corner kick them was a good corner kick, but the attacker them just not prepare to like pace them run and attack the back post like even Greg Lee Missy did that against USA and a game where they have in the Nation League and score a brilliant header. None of our players put their head on the ball in terms of attacking the opponent goal. So it's like
the Greg Lee goal was actually a set play that Jamaica worked on quite a bit. So it's not by chance that happened. I saw them do it in practice. I saw them do it in practice actually. What they did was they threw the ball down to the near post. Somebody headed to the far post and Greg Lee running. Algrimson had actually, we were allowed to watch them in practice and they actually worked on that. So it wasn't by chance.
Why? No man, they make Algrim to look like a genius, man. Because
Man,
Algrim
he didn't make the World Cup either. He didn't make the World Cup. He didn't make the World Cup. He's like us watching from afar. We gotta be watching. We are spectators. He left us. I didn't make the World Cup, and we didn't make the World Cup either.
well, when I think about this still, him missing give the bigger team them the best fight still in terms of
Yes.
US and Canada and Mexico. Because remember, Algrimson bring even same Ravel Morris in our team go to Mexico, go draw down and Mexico with Mexico, you know.
Well, think about it. Algrimson should have been. When Algrimson was with us, Bailey missed the penalty. Remember that game?
Yeah,
We should have won that game. Then you remember the game where they beat us with Burke had an inadvertent goal when he hit up Burke's head, and Steve Vass missed 1-on-1. We should have won that game also, even though they were a better team.
Yes.
And then Hagimson beat Panama in the third place game.
Yes.
So all those top teams, Hagimson either draw with them or beat them. So he was a very practical coach. Actually, he was a very practical coach.
Oh yeah, man. He was really a better coach in terms of tactical and how to set up the team to play the bigger team them, because even when you look on the first game when he come in and him never have no time and he play against the same Argentina there. When we go back and watch a game there, it was a good game.
So those
80 minutes.
So those of you who are in the YouTube space or traditional media and you have access to these players, because I don't, in terms of interviews, you should ask them the question: what's the difference between McLaren, Speed, and Hagimson? Ask a player who's out of the national team. Don't ask a player who's right there, because I wouldn't answer that question for the player. But ask somebody who's no longer with the national team. What's the difference between those three coaches? If you're no longer in the national team, you can answer the question. I'd be curious, actually. I'd be curious.
Algrimson come like he's a more serious man in a nonsense, like a McLaren who just got and just nonchalant act like say it's not a big deal. Algrimson seem like if it's not working out, him not staying.
Yeah.
That he's like, he give me what I don't know, man. The man them mash up my meds, man. Me say I since YouTube me start buy even Jamaican jersey, you know. I know me have every Jamaican jersey.
So you're saying YouTube influenced your decision about the football team?
YouTube influenced me big time.
Yeah. So we're doing something right, people. See that?
You guys are doing a lot, man. Not something, a lot. Are you guys promote Jamaican team and JFF? Them just now come out, come go.
How come we get so much beaten? How come we get so much beaten? Can we get beaten as YouTubers? You know? Adam says that we toxic. Then I talk about how we always keeping the football alive, and when we talk about football, nobody not talk about football.
Because people don't like the truth, you know. So you go, you know, especially we Jamaican. If you try to show the truth, sometimes we push back.
Yeah.
And just just upset and say, boy, you know, say we are doing something wrong. That's why them really are talk about it. Because even look on the Ravel Morrison situation, so much people can wrong. Look how long people are called for Ravel and the man them just stubborn and stuck in them ways. Then not even say, all right, let's try it and see what happens for one or two game. The man them just leave the man out like say, boy, the people them see something different than them. Like it's impossible.
Well, I think the coaching staff use a lot of, so I should be transparent. The coaching staff, I know this for a fact. They use a lot of metrics to inform the decision about the players, and his metrics in terms of movement weren't that great. I would be transparent on that, because I know this for a fact. At the same time, I didn't agree with them. I don't care if he's in a stroller. He should be on the field. I don't care if he's in a stroller. People should be on the field. Sorry, should be on the field.
But you could say the same thing about Aiden and Pinnock. Them not fastest either.
That is
them
true.
not move the quickest.
That is true. And we don't have Mother Data and Hayden and Pinnock, because he ain't playing. Pinnock only played about 300 minutes this year that we saw. So you're right. They're in a stroller. But Raven, the difference between Raven and those two players is Raven is so technically good. It makes up for those mobile deficiencies. They're technically elite. He's more, if he was playing that game, he'd be the most technical player on the field, period. Between Congo and Jamaica, he'd be the most technical player on the field.
Just like how the forward them can move in a space, the good one them. I saw Ravel move
of course
in the midfield. He's like, take no top coach and nobody will have no pro license. Like the man is just a good midfielder.
Yeah, he will never hide from the ball. Just remember that. Not hide from the ball. Not hide from the ball. Not hide from the ball. He's not hiding from the ball.
I tell him, I don't know why the man them use personal and feelings things sometimes, because sometimes it just feel like a feelings because
no, I don't think it was feelings. I think they didn't think he was physically there to play, and it was tough. He may have been out of the game yesterday, but Ravel also don't come off the football field. Even when the weather is not great, he adapted the situation. So even if he's not fit, he's gonna figure it out. He's gonna figure it out. Yeah. I think people think we overrated Ravel, but I know what I see and I know what it looks like, and I know when I see him play, and
Ravel love the ball game, man. Love it. So he's not gonna die out there if he die out there. He's not gonna leave the field. I them have to take him off.
Yeah.
Ravel just seem like he's a man, and he's always in tune with Jamaica play. He always I wish them luck same way, and seem like him bitter. So me like that about him, because me see him post up the team yesterday and last week, and I tell him wish them good luck on them way there. So he still a follow the thing, like some man when they get a call up, they see nothing from them. They now wish the team good luck, like them are a part of the team.
Yeah, and look, I think he's probably realistic. He's older. He's what, 33 now? So his time is up. I think he's up. He's not gonna play for Reggae Boyz again. I don't see that.
He not look possible at all. He don't take a miracle.
Yeah.
What happened to Mannings, man? Oh, Mannings, man, just left we saw in a YouTube. What a hide Mannings, man, hide. What Mannings, man, I do?
I have no idea. I can't comment on him and what he's doing because I have no idea.
Well, me at Mannings, man, I look for Mannings, man, for last year, and me even call him, man, man. I mean, man, not picking up. I don't know how I go on with Mannings, man.
Oh no, I don't know. There may be others in the chat who knows. I have no idea.
I mean, I tell you, because I go out the other day to go, so me I go check him, but he not pick up. I used to pick up my call. I don't know how I go on.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know either. So can't help in that department.
Sorry,
yeah, man. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, man. Bless.
Cool.
So I'm gonna try to play the AFTV. I'm gonna try. You know what? I'm gonna try so we can play the AFTV thing because I thought it was interesting. When I was listening to them, they were very depressed people. Trust me. People think that diaspora people don't love Jamaica. Then I don't know what I'm talking about. And we said we can play it a little bit. If it's sound, if it's so, it's sound. But I haven't checked it out. Just recorded it. I'm not gonna take a call now, people. I'm gonna take the call afterwards. Sorry.
Congratulations to y'all Congo, man. They would have.
It's I know, but I can't even.
The better team won, man.
No, but I can't. I struggle to assess this game in isolation. We should have qualified for this World Cup.
Better team won.
We should have qualified for this.
Hey,
World
boy,
Cup.
get up, man. Him.
Yeah, I don't know what he's
doing.
People, I'm not taking any call right now. I'm trying to play this for a little bit, and then I take calls. Sorry about that.
Congratulations to y'all Congo, man.
And if you call me, that is gonna interrupt the thing because I'm playing on my phone. So please don't call. I apologize. Please don't call right now. I will say when to call. All right, please. I know this call comes from England, but please don't call right now.
Congratulations to y'all Congo, man. They would have.
This is the AFT. Let me set this up. This is AFTV.
The better team won, man.
This is Robbie and his brother and a bunch of individuals, Jamaicans.
Congratulations to y'all Congo.
Yardman on the screen, along with some Nigerians who are teasing them. I thought it was interesting. Listen to them.
Congratulations to y'all Congo, man. They would have.
I know, but I can't even.
The better team won, man.
No, but I can't. I struggle to assess this game in isolation. We should have qualified for this World Cup.
Better team won.
We should have qualified for this.
Hey, boy, get up, man. Him.
Yeah, I don't know what he's
when you're looking for he's supposed to be the talisman of the team. He's the worst player on the pitch.
Inspiration. Everybody's supposed.
So they're talking about Bailey now. That's what Robbie's talking about, Bailey, and Radman. This is Bailey talking about. When he says he, this is Bailey.
Congratulations to y'all Congo, man. They would have.
I know, but I can't even.
The better team won, man.
No, but I can't. I struggle to assess this game in isolation. We should have qualified for this World Cup.
Better team won.
We should have qualified for this.
Hey, boy, get up, man. Him.
Yeah, I don't know what
he's talking about. Bailey.
When you're looking for he's supposed to be the talisman of the team. He's the worst player on the pitch.
Inspiration. Everybody's supposed to.
When
Argentina have Messi on the pitch, everybody looking for a Messi dude. Liam Bailey, if you're a big Premier League player, we get nothing from you. Absolutely nothing. You look less than average.
Someone said one sniff, no sniff. Rug challenge. But yeah,
That is Cecil
Right, well,
actually very
Jamaica are
depressed.
they're not making.
Congratulations to DR Congo, man. They were the better team.
Right,
Yeah.
that's very humble and
No,
respectful
but-
of you still.
No,
Well,
but
they-
to be honest, right? I'm going to be honest, right? And listen, Nick,
This is
everything you
Robbie's
said
brother.
I agree with, but
But we never
I honestly thought coming into this game we were going to get slapped. Ask Robbie. I said 3-4-0 based on what I've seen previously. So today, if they'd have played like this in previous games, we wouldn't be here right now because DR Congo are way better than Curacao, Trinidad, and Bermuda.
Yeah,
And yet
100%.
we pushed them all the way. And we've gone out today to a goal that Twan Sabi didn't even know anything about. You know, he didn't know anything about it. He just run in the box and the ball hit him. So we could have got that luck at the other end. It was one of them. That being said, though, I agree with Neeks. We don't deserve to go to the World Cup because we're not good
No,
enough.
we don't. We don't, especially where we
We don't
conceded.
deserve to go. So even though I'm disappointed, I've got to say I'm not gutted because we don't deserve to be there, man. We just don't.
I'm gutted, man. I wouldn't.
And I hope that now, somewhere in the Jamaican government, they're going to start taking the football team seriously.
They're not going to. They're not going to.
Well, we're never going to qualify them because, like
Don't
Nick
hold your
said,
breath, Laurie.
we
But
had a
look at
World
this,
Cup.
Larry.
Hang on, we had a World Cup qualifying group with no Mexico, Canada, or America.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much. That's what I was going to say.
Curacao, Bermuda, and Trinidad. We're supposed to win every game in that group.
Easily.
Easy.
But
It's
worse
late, man.
going into it. Trinidad was our second to last game. We were 1-0 up, and we sat back.
Yeah,
We
I
sat
remember that.
back and conceded 80 plus minutes. And then we played Curacao in the last game, where a win takes us through. And
Well,
we didn't do nothing.
yeah, we did nothing. Rick Jar says, obviously, I'm gutted, man. Which how I feel. YMO Hamad set piece again. Arteta shows the world yard man.
Peace, man.
Now, it's
Set
annoying.
piece.
They all
You gotta
count.
be
They
able
all
to
count.
defend them.
Listen, my battery on my laptop's very low, so I won't stay too long.
What am I do? What am I do? What am
Why is he wearing in England, Tom?
This is Nigerian. It's Nigerian. That was, was AG.
You know why I'm wearing it? I thought it makes sense because look, he's Jamaican. He's
He has Sterling at the back of his jersey. I'm sorry I can't show the video.
That looks tight. That looks tight. That look.
Go and give your neighbour back that top.
KG, one question. KG, one question. Who's Nigeria playing? Who's Nigeria playing in the World Cup? Who's Nigeria playing? You need the ball and Shire. You need the ball and Shire. That's what you need to do.
Tell you what, yeah. One thing they can do whilst the World hold on. Whilst the World Cup's on, they can do the Unity Cup again, innit? You know?
Hey, mate. Guess what, mate? Dual nationality, mate. You're not going to be wearing this soon, mate.
Hey, who'd you get that top from, bro? That ain't your top, bro.
Mate.
That's not your top. Whose top is that, bro? What?
All right, I'm gonna stop it. I thought it was funny actually. That they had about 9 people on this. I didn't have KG there, but KG was there in the middle. They had about 9 people on the stream. They had 3 Nigerians, and the rest were Jamaican affiliation. And the Nigerian were just roasting the Jamaicans because obviously Nigeria didn't make the World Cup, and obviously we didn't make the World Cup. But as Robbie's brother says, I always forget his name. As he said, the expectation was that we're going to get roasted by Congo, which is a better team. That didn't materialize. They scored on a set piece. We made changes, was forced. I was informed by someone in Mexico that we made changes that forced. We made changes because the players were falling, as I'm going to put it, like flies, because of the weather, or the heat, or the environment. And it is similar to what we saw with the Congo team and the referee. And I think the World Cup is going to be a problem for players because we're not even summer yet. We are in April. It's supposed to be the best weather. April and say September, the best weather. You imagine come June, what it's like? Those hydration break. You got to maybe you bring 2 squads, frankly, especially from Europe and you're England, for example, where the weather is never hot apart from the summer, and even then the sun don't come out. It's gonna be tough. I hear one. I hear one. One is not happy. Nobody's happy, but I think we should be proud of the team. That's where I sit. I'm not gonna be here bash the team and the coaching staff when I think they played the best that they could. They gave 100%. It just wasn't good enough. I don't know. That's a good question. I think that happened in the first game and the second game. So I don't know. Maybe they have a rivalry in their mind from this region. Don't know. Good morning. Hello. Hello.
Greetings.
Good morning. Who am I speaking to?
Nashan.
What do you have to say? Good morning.
Greetings. I just too long joined the stream. Was listening to you and the gentleman talking, so I didn't get you from the beginning. But I just want to know what you think about this. I say what went wrong.
Well, no. Today's not about what went wrong for the World Cup qualification process or for these 2 games.
Well, for these 2 games or for the World Cup qualification, you can do both of them. I don't really hear.
Well, the World Cup qualification gonna be a different video on a different day. For these 2 games, I thought our offensive impotency, being offensively impotent, was part of our problem. Yeah. And I mentioned this. Go back a little bit and think about in the last 4 games, we scored 2 goals. Against Curacao, we scored no goals. Against Trinidad, we scored 1 goal. Against Caledonia, we scored 1 goal. And today we scored no goal. So we scored 2 goals in 4 games. Our offense is not firing. And we got to figure out a way to get... And it's not because we're playing low block or mid block. It's just not firing. We got to get better offensive players. Or a strategy that allows our offensive players to flourish.
Yeah.
Now, we can talk about everything else. We can talk about King. We can talk about Lati. We can talk about individuals. But if you look at it big picture, if you're not scoring goals, you expect to win games. Now, that then ties back to players, which is, does the defense supply the midfield, supply the forwards, right? And when they supply the forwards, like Bailey yesterday, I said this, and people can say, you go on Bailey again, he touched the ball 50-something times, he turned over 30 times. That's not going to help. King, 4 of 19 long passes. That's not going to help. Pinnock, I forget what his numbers were, but his long passes weren't working, right? The progressive plays were not there. And then the changes didn't help because, as I was told, the changes were made because players were couldn't continue. Because they were either exhausted or cramping up. So we made 6 changes, and what I was told, that especially the European-based players, they had problems. Even Latif stayed on when he shouldn't have stayed on because he had problems.
Yeah, and even Cephas, because when I was watching the training thing, he was cramping up the same before the first match.
I thought he had a hamstring problem because he was grabbing his hamstring.
Yeah. So I saw it. So I didn't expect him to play in the first match because I was saying at least they're gonna try to work on him.
Yeah.
On that part of it. But overall still I like how them try them best. I'm not here to bash them either. Because, I try to see from a wider peripheral view, because I know that for a team to become cohesive, you have to have matches together, training session together in a longer period of time. I remember when Al Grimson came here, he said that he would like to have the teams for a month period just to get them gel and knit together. And we see how far we went into the Nation League, and also qualify for the South American what do you call it again?
Well, Copa?
The Copa, yeah. So I mean, what I think the team needs is a longevity coach, a coach that stands with a team. I mean, if you carried it, because even look at Trinidad. how long now you think you see Trinidad have the same coach trying to build the same Curacao that beat us? Their coaches are there. The coach is there for over a period of time. Even when I look at DR Congo, their coach is there for what, 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah, someone sent me, I think Kyle sent me this morning. He was talking about the coach. He said, we have had 4 coaches in 5 years, 3 in 2 years, and 2 in a year. Each coach brings his different style, philosophy, implementation, and they also recruit new players. And we're about to get we may get a 6th coach on this. Rudolph is retained in 6 years. That can't be good, right?
Yeah.
But I say Congo has a coach over 4 years that has been to 3 African Nation Cups. So the coach is always so depending on performance, and maybe that's why Jamaica will go local, because it's hard to retain foreign coaches not used to the culture, not used to the country, don't want to be there, want to be where they are. If you have a local coach, at least they're not going anywhere. The question is, are they good enough?
Yeah. And well, based on what I've seen so far, I would like to probably jump the gun a bit and see if I could retain back this coaching staff.
Well,
Because,
I think
Coley-
Donaldson is here temporarily because he's at Arsenal and he was doing double duty, so he may not be here. But none about Coley or Rudolph actually.
Yeah, so I mean, Rudolph is there, but Cody is also have his assignment abroad. So I don't know what matrix the JFF gonna use, but I know they're probably not going to announce any coaching appointment until probably after the World Cup, when we're gonna look forward to do the Nation League or stuff like that again.
Okay.
So I guess they have some time on their hand to strategize, but just by the outlook alone of how the team perform, especially in the last match here, I think they deserve a second chance. The coaching staff, deserve a second chance to see how best they can take Jamaica forward, because I think we need some stability somewhere. And if you look at the under 17 and the under 20, how they perform, since they have a steady coach and a steady program where they train together a lot.
Right.
So I think repetition is going to have to be maximized for the next round to see how best we can go to, if we can reach 2030.
So I want to say something which is controversial. The under 20 team not ready. They're not ready. They need supplement. I know there's some players supposed to be coming in. I've heard of maybe 5 or 6 players should be coming in who have really good pedigree. The under 20 team can't keep the ball. They can physically run over you. If you're going to play football in today's environment with these kids who are playing in CONCACAF, the Panamas, the US, you got to be able to keep the ball. The under 17 team also struggles to keep the ball, but they're so physically imposing. They were more physical than Canada, so they beat them. We got to teach our kids to keep the ball. Otherwise, you won't be successful in football. If you can't keep the ball and progress the ball up the field and break down teams, you're not going to be successful.
Yeah.
And this concept that we're bigger, stronger, and faster is nonsense. We're not. Because I haven't seen it play out itself. I haven't seen it played out.
Well, I guess, as you said, that there are many ways to play a ball game. So, I guess one of the ways that we have to learn, I would try to adapt, is to set up a team where we can actually retain the ball and keep the ball.
Yeah, because that's a technical part of the football game. People don't realize that it's a technical part of the football. You being able to retain the ball. Look at Pedri. Perfect example. That's what this kid. Pedri's not the most physical player on the football field. The Pedri from Barcelona. You cannot get the ball off him. Even when he has 4 men in a tight spot, he already think through the different options he has, and it's the mental part of it. Those kids are trained mentally to think through permutations and situations and make the right decisions. We got to train our kids mentally. Being physical is fine. That's why black people don't dominate the world. Because we are not training ourselves mentally. We are physically dominant. You look at the Olympic final, we have the 8 runners in the 100 meters, right? We dominate all these things, and then mentally, we have not been training ourselves. We don't invest in ourselves mentally. That's what happens on the football field too. People don't seem to realize that. Why is Spain dominating? Now, France does both, it appears. That's why they're so brilliant. We don't train our kids to... I hear Andrew Pierre talking about this, and I hope I get a chance to interview him. I hear him espousing that view, which is... the mental aspect as well as the physical aspect. So hopefully that's incorporated in the training program and that manifests itself when they go on the football field.
Yeah, and I guess they learn that also in the ILF aspect of coaching.
Yeah. They probably do. Yeah, that's why you see Jamaica is a little more confident about assuming responsibility for coaching these teams because they have been through the coaching school, and sometimes that can be overstated. To be honest, depends on what practical environment you grew up in. But they have learned the theory. Now they gotta be able to apply it. The question is, are those coaches ready to apply it? Have they been put in situations and scenarios where they understand how to adapt and how to engage and how to train and how to evolve and develop? Hopefully they have, because they go in local and we'll see the outcome at some point. When people point to the under 20 and under 17, I'm like, guys, it's too early to be start pointing to under 17. They have watered down the World Cup. Anybody can make the under 17 World Cup nowadays. When it was before, that's why we weren't making it. We made it once in the last 20 years. Now we just make it again. Because now, if you win your zone, think about it. We just played once in the competition, we're in the World Cup for the under 17. Before, you had to play like in the Caribbean, Dingo playing CACACAF. So things have changed. There are more teams. They're giving more teams an opportunity. But eventually, we'd have to compete with the world, not just a small segment of the world. And we got to train ourselves to be like our athletes, to be able to compete with those of the best in their discipline. So
Yeah, that's true. All right.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the call.
Much long. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, I appreciate
I
it.
watch the program most of the time, but me just not call it because most of the time I'm busy.
Yeah, well, don't be a stranger, all right?
Let's see how we're going. We're still watching from coaches next time, you know.
Oh, so then we branch out, become entrepreneurial.
Yeah, but coaches just are the athletic, you know. I mean, not really not too much of the athletic scene.
Okay. Yeah, he kind of move everything. He probably think football too toxic, so I just do track and field.
Yeah, and so I track in coaching, that's true.
Yeah. But him coach football too. Him coach football too. Him coach both. Him coach many. Him attracts. Him come up through GC faster, but him coach football, man. Coach junior team. Yeah, him coach junior team.
I suppose these team. Remember them time where them money from the summer, so. But
so you've been in the chat a long time. You've been around a long time.
Long time, man. Yeah, man. From when time JD them just come out and all of them.
Yeah, you've been around longer than me because I was late to the program, but I enjoy it, so I keep doing it. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I remember for your Cindy, Brian Cataract. That was fun.
Oh, when we had that debate, right? So wait. So who won that debate? Didn't I win that debate? People say I draw. I think it was a draw. I think I draw. Can I already tell people it was a draw? Not draw. It's like Congo against Jamaica a while ago. I was Congo. All right, sir. Thanks for the call.
You know, find like a knockout punch there.
Yeah. Appreciate the call, sir. I'll take another one. Thanks.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself.
All right, bless. Good morning. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Who am I speaking to?
Yeah, Ash.
How you doing, Ash? What you have to say, Ash?
Yeah, I'm good. Big up yourself, Cronky. You up early, man. Well, you couldn't sleep.
No, I got up at 4 o'clock this morning, and I was gonna go to the gym, and I say, you know what? Let me just go on and do a quick show. Maybe 10 people join me because I start at 5 o'clock, so I'm on about almost 4 hours, and it just evolved. So you go. People come on and you start talking and just run. Yeah.
I'm like, well, you must be up early because it was early even in London. So when I see you on live, I said, yo, you must have been up early.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, in terms of the game today, in my opinion, I'll say the boys did well. Can't go too harsh to them. I know some people are going to overreact, but it is what it is. End of the day, we messed up the qualification in our group. And I've heard a lot of the points that you've made, so I'm not really going to go over every point because I agree with a lot of them. But yeah, moving forward now, so what would you say now is the next steps? I've been hearing people saying, someone's left the side, don't call them back, man need to retire. But I'll say keep the most players that you can. Obviously, if they want to retire, then let them retire. But keep players you can, integrate new ones. I like Tyrese Hall, a little cameo. He's a baller. See, I know why you advocate for him in the side.
Yeah. Look, I mean, if you think about it holistically, and I'm going to do another show on a more comprehensive assessment of what transpired over the World Cup cycle and then talk about resolutions. But I would see a number of things, which is, as you're saying, a player should retire at his own volition, on his own will. Shouldn't force him to retire, right? If they can still contribute, keep them in the team. But eventually, we're going to transition out, right? Because I think the development in Jamaica has to be better. And they're going local coaches. Let's see what else happens there. I think the recruitment has to be better, especially at the junior level, to have them matriculate to the senior team, right? Now, we're bringing a number of kids from the U.S., because proximity works, but we're leaving out the kids from the UK, to me, who some of them are the better players. And I know resources are a problem to bring kids across, but we need to have strategically placed people in each location, the principal location, which is Jamaica, the UK, and the US, to recruit, maybe have camps in those individual regions, and then bring them together at some point. We could go out to the community of Jamaica, which is broad, and generate resources to help fund the program, right? But we need leaders who can think through these things, come up with plans, come up with strategy, and execute against it. It's all good to talk, but you have to bring people in to help you evolve, grow. You have to get rid of some people who can't contribute and bring other people in who can contribute to help you evolve the program. We don't want to be here. Well, I may not be here 2030. I'm getting seasoned, but we don't want to be here 2030 and saying the same thing. Right? We're not going to be here 2030 and saying the same thing. We're tired of saying the same thing. Right? This was the easiest chance we'll ever have to qualify for the World Cup. Ever. There was a narrative being spread that the kids in England are waiting for England. They want to play for Jamaica. Some of them are, and they should, because they're born in England. But some of them would want to play for Jamaica right away. But we have a quota system where only 7 players, junior players, even though they make allowances and exemptions sometimes, can be in the national team at any point for the under 20, under 17. That has hurt us. At one point, we had 14 kids, including Tyrese Hall, who came on, who want to play for the under 20. We didn't bring them. We got 15 love from 3 games. And we don't understand that the deficiencies in Jamaican development in high school football, which is poor, preparing them for this, than the diaspora. If you become a citizen of a country, right, you are entitled to all rights and privileges of the country, not just some of them. So I don't want to hear this narrative about, oh, you weren't born here, and oh, we got to go more local, like I hear some people at JFF saying. Those people are cancer. Get rid of them. Focus on how do I holistically develop the football and also recruit to allow me to maximize my potential as a nation, to allow me to compete on the world level, not just trying to qualify for World Cup.
Okay.
But I'm going to have a more comprehensive assessment of this and provide my perspective.
What, in terms of that point, what I would say is, but it seems like the leaders or the people in Jamaica seem to forget you can work on multiple things simultaneously. Like, for example, of course, I'm for developed local talent. I would love to see in Jamaica have the best local talent in the world. However, we're not at that stage. So if you have a diaspora, like I'm in the UK right now, use the players, use advantages that you can, and you in the background you keep working on your development, working on your local leagues, working on the JPL, the school system. Maybe you need to move away from the school system. Have the school system there because it's school football is always going to be there, but maybe not look at it as, oh, that's the big development stage. Maybe try force club zero. If you've got a JPL club, if you're first or second tier, you have to have an academy. You have to have certain things like development players locally. However, at the same time, that might take 15, 20 years, if we're being honest, to really see a difference. But so for now, use the diaspora. Obviously, USA is closer, and obviously people in America that have more funds, typically than people in England, it's cheaper to get the kids down here. And people in USA would rather pay for the kids to come down here, where UK, the resources ain't as much. Overall, you might have the better quality players. That's where it gets a bit sticky. But it seems like people they don't seem like you can do everything at once and still progress the country. But
yeah, they have to multitask, right? They have to multitask. They have to think about. They have to have a short term, long term, and medium term, and a long term plan, right? There's 3 tiers to the plan. So the immediacy of the current situation is, what's my short term plan to get me competitive? What do I do in the medium term to get me a good level? And then what's long term strategically what we want to do to make sure we have a sustainable program going forward to allow us to do well on a continuous basis. We can't keep interrupting, and just seem like we have nothing coherent that we're doing.
And in terms of the first team, obviously, I've never seen Jamaica go to World Cup. Like you said, your season, so you've seen 98.
I've seen them go to the World Cup. Yeah, I was there in Washington when Burton scored. Yeah.
Yeah. So the issue with even now this qualification is like Steve McLaren. He wasn't the man for the job. However, if it's true they're saying his hands was tied, then he never let the man do his job properly. And at the same time, I don't believe he's great. But if he obviously was just drop properly and see the way the team performed yesterday, we could have beat the Trinidad. I don't know everyone cost of ours, a curious game at the stadium. No. If we had won that Trinidad game away, then
Right.
all we need to do is a draw. Remember, then Curacao will come at you. When they come at you now,
Yep.
when you spacing behind, you can get a goal. Remember, Curacao just think, okay, we just lock shop. And those propaganda, these like you said, your big friend Toxic Boss saying, yeah, this man needs to be in the side, his client is the best client. When is Toxic Boss going to talk about his client now, Mr. Bailey? Or is he going to say nothing?
No,
Mr. Bailey's not giving us
he'll
nothing.
spread a narrative that he was the only one who created a chance to. No, his narrative now is blaming one of the English-born players for the goal being scored. He says nothing about his player's performance. But what he come up with and say is that, well, he hit the upright or he had a header that made a miss. That's what he would say. He would say nothing about his deficiency because he's very biased in his perspective.
And also, Ketchup Boss, Mr. Topical, him, I wonder what he's going to come up with.
You guys think
I'm going to Ketchup Boss in there so he can promote Ketchup.
we will hear what he has to say. I'm sure he's going to come out with a view. Yeah, he will today. He will come with a video today and on the show.
Yeah, but looking forward, I'm you know what? Do you know what? I think we should just do Bill in silence. For now, with the people, like, it will die down, people forget about it. It would like the toxic fans, the people in the bandwagon. We just now, the JFF needs to go forward. Just build with what you got, keep getting in the better players and improve. Because at the end of the day, our back's against the tide. Congo, going into the game, I thought that we would lose.
Yeah.
However, I'm happy that we didn't lose disgracefully.
Yeah.
We put in a fight. We gave it, for example, now, if we went to penalties and we lost, then I might feel a bit better, but will I really feel better? We still wouldn't get to the World Cup. So
yeah,
I'm happy that we disgraced ourselves and we just got to put that behind us and do well. But now the question of Mr. Speed now is, Mr. Speed, see what you just did now, Mr. Speed. You pulled the right squad, you used a good criteria. When you was involved, why you never do nothing? And the higher excuse, he can't say too much. Lie. But then you finish the positions. It's like you're very conflicting in the organization. Like I've nothing against Mr. Speed. I think he's a smart individual and he wants the betterment. However, you can't be doing too much roles. If Mr. Speed now in a couple of years maybe want to challenge Mr. Ricketts and get the presidency, the JFF, fair enough. I know that he might be one that has a bit more vision than the rest of them. However, just stick to that role, get a good coaching staff, and then just let it flow. But we guess we have to see. But yeah,
Yeah,
see,
man.
Conky, I'll call you later. When you doing next live? Today or tomorrow? You're gonna leave for now. After a while?
Probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm busy today, really. I am really way past my time. I came on at 5, thought it'd be done by 6, and it's 9 o'clock. But I appreciate the call. So don't you know what? It's a very good call. Call again. All right?
Yeah, all right, thank you.
And enjoy the bad weather in England, as usual. All right, bless you. Yeah. Good morning. Hello. Person drop off. People may have to come off thing soon. Me pass my workout time at 9 o'clock. Me have to leave. People may leave people. Me have to go work out. This old body need all the strength you can get. Today is my legs day. By the way, my nephew and I are gonna do some workout thing. I'm gonna post the videos, but I'm not ready yet. He's past being ready. He keeps complaining that I keep pushing it off. I have to get to a decent level first, so I don't embarrass myself in these videos. But we're gonna do some workout videos. And if you want to work out with us, I'm gonna do the tapes. Then you guys can. You're gonna need some machines though. I'm gonna tell you what the machines are. I'm gonna do my first workout. I'm gonna do is I have a few machines. I have a little small garage which I have turned into a little gym. I'm gonna walk you through it, and then we're gonna talk about it. But we're gonna do workout in the mornings. So if you want to work out with us, or you know what, we record them first, then post them, and then we may even do live workout. All right, everyone. I truly appreciate you being here this morning. As I said, I got up at 5 o'clock. I got up at 4 o'clock. Couldn't sleep. I then decide to come on to YouTube, and I've been on for 4. I came on 5:10, so it's almost 4 hours. This is my last call for the day. I said we're going to take another one. You're my last caller, and I'm giving you 2 minutes. What do you have to say?
Good morning, Cranky.
Good morning.
Why, disaster, man, in Mexico.
I wouldn't call it a disaster, but we lost.
Yeah, but Cranky, when you look at it, look, when you left Ravel out a team like that, Ravel is our best midfielder. Look how Casey look, and Ravel is a better player.
That is true.
You see, when you sit and look, and again, speed not justifying selection, you can't leave out Whisper out of the side neither.
Well, Whisper
And
was
I
left
can't
off for
see.
disciplinary reasons. I can understand that.
When you look at the side, the selection, too much politics in it, man. And you remember they call and I say speed that can redeem himself. He shouldn't stay far away from the side, car.
He did better by McLaren, in my view.
But he shouldn't stay far away, man. He ain't gonna make it worse for himself.
Oh, you mean in terms of not? Well, I think he tried to remediate some of what his debacles were. To be honest, I think he tried to remediate it. I think he did a good job, actually. To be frank, I think if he had fired McLaren after the Gold Cup and took over, we may have qualified.
Yeah, cause look at the running at the Gold Cup. McLaren shouldn't even continue with the job, man. When you sit and look, the group at first Jamaica ever performed so poorly. Them perform poor in the Gold Cup. So they should have fired him from right there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I called for his head after the Gold Cup, but they didn't think I think they probably concerned about a number of different things. They should have fired him. They should have fired him.
And me hear the reason why Speed never pick Ravel, say Ravel too slow. When you look at all the great midfielder in the world, most of them never blessed with speed.
No, it wasn't just too slow. It was about his activity level. I'm going to call it that. So how much he runs during the game.
That you see, Ravel, me used to play the game in a cranky. And if you play midfield, you have to have somebody who technical. Ravel is one of our most technical player. And when you sit and look at Whitmore. Whitmore never blessed with speed or anything, you know. Whitmore could control a game. You see, your midfielder, Jamaica don't have a midfielder. You see, Casey don't play bad in the game, you know, hide. But you see, if you did have a Ravel and a Casey Palmer in the side, you would have flexibility. But you leave out one of your best midfielder.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, you see, all the coach them come in, then drop Ravel, and Ravel is our best player. Yeah, talk earlier. Ravel, you see, when you have a midfielder who can link the defense to attack, who can dictate the tempo of the game. I not see nobody in the side who can do it like Ravel. And you leave out your best player, one of your best players. So, I cost you the World Cup.
So when I was told about Ravel, I said to people this. I said 3 players I mentioned. I said, I don't see Pirlo or Busquets running around 100 miles an hour. And then Messi in his later years, like now, Messi don't run until he gets the ball. Messi don't do no running till the ball comes in his feet. He ain't doing no running for nobody. He ain't playing no defense, nothing. And he's still effective, right? So I understand, and I know this is going to come up, if we didn't qualify. I understand the rationale for not taking him. I just don't agree with it.
Yeah, and look, it costs us a World Cup.
You have a bunch of players who are very similar. They're not creative. They can't create. They can't make the opposition uncomfortable. Can just play regular football. You need somebody, a maverick on your team who can do something different. It's like a Gaza for England, even though he was a problem child, right? You need a person that with that skill set, which you don't have in your team, that creative skill set, even though he may not be the same person, to differentiate you. I know that McLaren didn't pick him, but I don't rate McLaren. I know Hagrimson had him in for a bit and it didn't really work because Ravel had some problems. And he gives problems when he comes, actually, sometimes. He may not admit it, but he gives problems. But I would take the risk because when I get to the World Cup, we didn't have that inventiveness, we didn't have that creativity, and it materialized itself throughout the entire World Cup cycle. So,
Frankie, Frankie, he come like you with the spectator, them have a better high than the coach them. That we outside and we see everything. And he come like we say, oh, them not seeing it.
Well, they're using more metrics to drive decision. They're not thinking about qualitative thing. They're thinking about quantitative. When you're assessing any situation, it's both qualitative and quantitative. What do the numbers tell me, and what do my eyes tell me, and what do my intuition tell me? It's not just about the numbers. So I quote stats a lot. I'm a stats believer. But if you have some qualities which cannot be quantified, then I have to actually consider you to be part of the whole equation. I can't just dismiss you. And I think that's what they did. They go by the numbers, not with the other factors that would inform their decision. So, yeah.
But Cranky, me did know say Jamaica not going to make it to the World Cup. When you look at the group of them and them feel if it come out, they're not supposed to go to the World Cup, man.
That is true.
They're not supposed to go there. you feel that group, and you come back and get a second chance. So it then double feel.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna take one more chance. I have to go. I'll take one more chance. Call back next time. I appreciate you, sir. Good comments. Good thoughts. But maybe take one more person me trying to call for a while, and then me I got the gym people. All right, my last call for the day. Thanks, Carl.
Okay.
All right, Bill.
Okay, all right.
This person been trying to call me for a while. Let me see if we can find the number. 905. You see him come again? You're the last caller for the day. Who am I speaking to?
Yes, blessed. I speak to it's Andre.
Go on, Andre. You're my last caller. People, last call for the day is Andre. Go on, Andre. So you have to say.
Yeah, man. What we really want to say is that the JFF need to go. That's the thing need to change from. You get me? Cause too much contention in the people in the thing. We can't use the same set of people them for try qualify and it now work. Just like how them change up the players them need to change up them people in this JFF thing. The man them will vote for them at Jamaica. Them need to do something and change up this thing because it now go work.
It not gonna change, you know? It not gonna change. That's the same thing.
So that mean we now go qualify again.
It's like trying to top the people and we run Iran. It not change. Then to institutionalize.
Yeah, the regime. You see this regime of them have.
Change. Yeah,
we need all right. Them need to make the people them voting who them want to be. Have it like an election. Make the public voting the thing. Because the man them in the local Jamaica thing, we are voting them JFF people, them crazy. Speed. I not give no Speed no credit. Just like how him said, we not forgive him no credit. Him said that before the game them play. Him say him I go continue where him did involve in it. Because him involved in the whole debacle.
No. He owns this. He and Ricketts own it.
Yeah, that's why I said me nah go make him up. He was owning it before, so that's why I'm continue to make him own it. Right?
Yeah.
In my opinion, this World Cup qualification, we didn't need any big name coach for say. This World Cup qualification should have been the one where we give like the best coach will have local knowledge, offer players, have a camaraderie in the team, have the unity in the team. Because when you look on it, when McLaren come to Jamaica as a man who doesn't know nothing about Jamaica, right? What is he gonna do? Like in the limited time what him coming, what is he gonna do? It's gonna be like a culture shock for him, and it's gonna be a culture shock for everyone who just come in. They don't know the players, they're not following the team, they don't know anything about the pool of players that we have at our disposal, how those players, they don't have that.
Yeah, no, so I thought McLaren was a lazy hire. He's a lazy hire.
Yeah, and we never needed him. Hal Grimson was doing good, but it seemed like he had his hand tied behind his back. Right?
Yeah.
With him, and what showed me that with him, with the Leon Bailey suspension.
Or he compromised his own standard.
As I'm saying, like certain things with the team needs to stay within the team. So when they're doing things like the public don't see it, keep it within the team.
Yeah.
Right? But as I said, the JFF, all right, when I look boy, I say Jamaica go World Cup. Right? And the system wasn't perfect then. I will go. And I did think, say, okay, they said Jamaica qualify for World Cup and we get all this money, going to put in the grassroots football and we're going to develop and we're going to continue going World Cup and being competitive. And yes, we have a pool of players that if we pick the right players, we can be competitive. But we never seem to can get over the hurdle.
Yeah.
We never, and the same set of people within the JFF, same way, the same thinking, the same. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, and then nothing not developed. As you say, I hear a coach comment the other day and said Jamaica don't develop midfielders because Europe not buying midfielders from Jamaica. So they prefer develop wingers, forwards, and centre backs, because that is what I'm taking from Jamaica. I'm like, so if you're building players just to be wingers and centre back, how you gonna have a good team? I'm hear everybody talking about we do have midfielders because the coaches and people who dealing with player development not developing no midfielders.
No. I wouldn't put it that way. I said they don't know how to develop midfielders. There's a difference.
And
there's a difference between me not doing something because I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if the coaches are saying that they are not putting their effort
They
into
should not be.
developing
They should not be coaching.
that's what I'm saying, basically.
Yeah, they should not.
I'm not saying Jamaica don't have players who play in midfield, because yes, we're gonna have players. We're gonna have players with the talent. But what does a midfielder do? Mostly reads the game. What Jamaican players don't do, read the game. So all of these players need to learn how to read the game. Teach them that.
Yes, yeah. It's the most cerebral part of the football, the midfield. So
yeah,
if you say you can't do it, then it means that we can't think, and that's nonsense. You got to be.
We can't think.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's nonsense. That's
maybe
an old
they
stereotype.
can't.
Yeah.
Maybe they can't think, so because they can't think, they don't feel other people can think. But that is the way we should be going. We should be developing all over the field.
Yeah.
All over the field. And with these people, too much feelings in the football.
Yeah.
I respect Craig Butler, but sometimes Craig Butler, you talk out of turn. And you talk when you don't need to talk. You need to just work in silence.
What do you respect about Toxic Boss? What do you respect about him? I'm curious.
All right. Remember, I don't know him like other people might know him. I'm just a fan, right? Looking from the outside. So I see what he's working with some footballers and them reaching somewhere. They're going somewhere. Okay. He's out there, and I give him respect for that. If you're developing youth, you're helping youth, I respect that. I don't know what are the intricate parts of things that he's doing and relationships with parents. I don't know them things. Yes, I hear those things.
All right.
But actually, I don't know. So, but just comment on what I know on. And I respect him for what I see him do. But certain things, I don't respect and I don't rate. You know what I mean?
All right.
Trying to create this narrative or trying to create a fuss between players and the JFF. No, if you're an agent, then be an agent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Advise your players them. If you're going to make a talk, tell your players them, say, here what, I'm going to say something, you guys just shut up, don't say anything because it can reflect bad on you guys.
Yep.
Even though it's going to get reflect bad on you guys because I'm talking about it, then if you post something, that means you agree.
Yep.
Even though people will say, yes, it's your agent and you must have agreed, you still have the leeway to come out and say, oh, he's his own man, I'm my own man, he said what he said, I wasn't thinking that. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Even create that as an agent. But it's like an agent have destruction to how I'm moving sometimes. No lie.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm listening to you and it makes a lot of sense. I understand the people are focused on the outcome for a few players. And there have been a lot of players who have gone to the level that both Bailey and Whisper have gone to. So that's to be commendable. The other part of it, the toxic aspect, can't have respect then. That piece is just key because I'm going to give you an example. And I've said this numerous times. Whisper going to Chelsea was a bad move. Monetarily, it may have been great. So you may have pocketed some money, you feel good. Bad move developmentally. That's a graveyard for kids. You only see the ones that come through. You don't see the tons of them. They used to have the most recruits in Europe, the most people out on loans. They're not a good place to go to. And the money will come later if you're good enough. If you go to a Newcastle or even a lower team, and Newcastle was on the rise, you get more chance to compete, more chance to be advanced to the first team, more chance to make money in the long term. Right now, Whisper is floundering. He's at Leicester on loan. He has a contract this year. Where does he go from here? So, and the kid has talent, the kid has ability, but the kid also needs to be trained mentally, which hasn't been done.
As I said, that is the thing. As I said, mentally, that's why I said it's like coach, it's like Butler not speaking with these kids and teaching them certain things as to be a man or to be successful. Sometimes you just have to hold your head straight.
Yep.
And just work.
Yeah.
Just work. Because to me, Whisper, yes,
it's hard to say no to Chelsea.
No, it's not.
That's the
No, it's not.
No. Hear what I'm saying.
No, it's
hear
not.
what I'm saying.
No.
No, hear what
I'm going to
saying.
Newcastle. I'll see you later.
No,
maybe I come to you. No. But here's the thing, though.
No, just hear what I'm saying.
Wait, 1 second. It's
Just
not
hear me out for a
it's
second.
not that you're afraid of competition, no. It's that you're trying to manage your own career. Go ahead.
I know what you're saying, but just hear me out for a second.
Okay.
It's hard to say no to Chelsea coming from, like, it's sometimes we in Jamaica don't know. We look at the English league as like the greatest thing. Most people in the world look at the English league as the best league in the world. So when a Chelsea come to you, yes, there are ways to go about it, because he could sign with Chelsea and it work out, right?
Yeah, it could have.
It could have. So we speaking now in hindsight.
No. I said it from day one. No, it's not hindsight.
Okay, you said that from day one.
Yep, not even close to being hindsight. Day one.
But when you said it, to you, this was the right move to go somewhere else. That was the right move to you.
Because of how Chelsea have treated players over the years. How they had Sarr, they had a kid named Sarr, they didn't even know he exists on their books. That's how they treated players.
Okay, I would know Chelsea is a loan machine.
Yes. Yes.
We know that Chelsea is a loan machine.
So the people get lost. No one focuses on the people who get lost. All they focus on is the positive outcome.
All right. What I'm saying is that if you're even going to, them sign to Chelsea, it didn't work out. Right? Bad move in hindsight. You was a person, you were saying it before. But what I'm saying is that right now, it's doing backwards. So how I saw Leon Bailey rise, Leon Bailey went through, to me, like he went through some development stages of football, like from a small club, you know what I mean? Going up till he reached bigger club. It's like he's getting training, like he's getting game time, he's getting all of these things and developing his talent as he goes along. And I think that is what Whisper should have done, like always saying no, because it don't work out at Chelsea. But it could have. So I can't really blame him on that. It might have worked. It might have worked. It don't work. So right now what they need to do, I think they should have tried to negotiate a loan from longer time.
Yeah, no, they couldn't, because remember he was out for all of the year before last year.
He was injured.
Yeah. He had an ACL injury. He had a bad injury. Which supposedly they knew about, but they didn't tell Chelsea. Supposedly, I don't know. People, I'm not taking any call after this. I'm done for the day, people. Sorry, I know. No more calls. No more calls. I'm past my workout time. Sorry.
And a thing with Eva, and back to the game yesterday. Why they bring Cephas?
I think Cephas may have had some injury, and I don't know.
All right, I want you to go on JFF page on YouTube. They have videos when the players them warming up and thing. Look on a video with I think it's the first or second training.
No, I saw that. He grabbed his hamstring 4 times.
Yes.
But the question is, he was healthy enough to play yesterday, so apparently it may not have been a bad injury.
I think they just run a risk with him yesterday.
Oh, okay. But he didn't look, he was running yesterday pretty good. He didn't look injured, but you're right. He did grab his hamstring about 4 times.
Yeah, I see him grab, and I was like, I watching the video and I was like, so what's happened? Why I'm grabbing him hamstring like that? Something wrong, and I'm grimacing. Then he's out.
Yeah. No.
And because if he was good, then he should have got game time in the New Caledonia game. If he's going to come on in this game, if they're planning to use him, like,
yeah,
I don't know.
I got a sense that the New Caledonia was a test. They were pretty comfortable with New Caledonia. So, for example, Palmer didn't play in New Caledonia, but they were planning to start him, it looks like, in this game, right? Bobby didn't start in that game. So I thought I would say they underestimated New Caledonia, but they knew they were going to get through them. And I thought I think they made some decisions. And maybe the weather just kind of showed that, because that weather was brutal.
And yesterday game, I know you have 6 substitutions, but too much substitutions.
Well, I got some information on that, and I read it this morning. I was informed that players were falling like flies.
Okay.
Like flies, I was told. Like flies. And the ref fell, so it tells you everything. Congo, the whole midfield fell. Sadiki fell and Buka fell. The whole midfield fell. So the weather was brutal. People weren't. Hayden was having problems. Apparently, so was Bobby Reed. I think the changes were forced changes versus because I realized that they weren't Congo started making changes before us.
Yeah, they made that first change before.
Yeah, I think we struggled with the conditions, and that's why we made those changes. So yeah.
I don't know.
But I'm proud of the team. I'm not gonna sit here and
I'm proud of the team. I'm very proud of them, because they didn't get a drubbing and they showed what I've been saying. Jamaica team been lacking. They showed some heart and some fight last night.
Yeah,
and even I hear people are saying, "Oh, why Bailey start and this?" And I know I can see why they start Leon Bailey because he is a big name. He will draw players to him and stuff, and I'm not going to single out any player and say, oh, this player never play or this player don't good or this. All of them did great last night.
I'm not going to say that, actually. I'd be a hypocrite if I say that.
No.
I look at the stats afterwards, so...
Listen, working with the team.
Wait, don't be a guy type of this. Look for the stats them and come back and tell me that. Look for the stats them.
The team
played brilliant. The team played well. The team played well. Yes, I agree.
We're going with the eye test.
If the eye test tell you that you need glasses, you got the optician. You got the optician.
But I compare Jamaica with Jamaica. It's not like
I understand. But I'm saying the one player you pulled out and then say
no. He played. Overall, to me, he played well. To me, he played well. Argo. He played well.
So here's where fans differ. I thought he was atrocious.
You thought he was atrocious. So let me ask you something.
I mean, SofaScore had him at 5.3. No other player got below 6. You know why?
All right.
You know why?
Why?
Because he touched the ball 58 times. He lost possession 30 times.
Okay.
If you're playing scrim yard, if you're playing any football, you just like dribble like a madman, that not gonna happen. That's as worse as stats I've seen ever in an analyzing football game. Worst stats ever. Seriously, it's beyond recognition.
So let me ask you something now. Yeah. So who played good up top last night?
Well, no, let's go to the whole team. Blake played really well.
Just up top. Start with up top.
So up top, Kadamarti wasn't good. I think he touched about 17 times. Kadamarti wasn't good. Campbell was decent. Kadamarti wasn't good. Bailey was atrocious. Cephas didn't have enough time, but he was decent. He wasn't getting the service. Who else came on? Mason Clark.
Why you said Cephas was decent? Because of the one.
He didn't get enough touches. He didn't get enough touches to be effective. He looked good, but he got the ball. He didn't get but Bailey touched the ball 58 times. That's the thing.
So Bailey never looked good any other time than when he touched the ball.
Bailey created the best chances to score. He had a good shot that almost scored, and he had a header which he tried at. So he was the most effective offensive weapon, but he was a liability. Because your people fail to realize. The question for you should be, if we had somebody in his role, would they be as bad or would they be better?
Well, I said them put Tyrese Campbell over there the other day, and he was atrocious to me.
He was atrocious in the first half, not the second half.
Huh?
He was as bad as Bailey was in the first half. He was good in the second half, but he was taken off when he got good. They allowed Bailey played 120 minutes with 30 turnovers. That's unforgivable to a coaching staff. That means you're not reviewing the game objectively.
So
yeah, go ahead.
That can also mean that they're doubling up on you.
No, he's doubling up on himself. you know why? You know why he doubling himself? You know why he does that? Because he's dribbling into traffic. So he creates double teams on himself because he take the ball instead of passing it, dribbling into traffic. So he double up on himself. That's not double team created by the opposition. That's him creating problems for himself. One time he had the ball in the middle of the pack. He turned right. He tried to go through 3 players, and there's no room to go through. It was a definitive turnover.
All right. With him now, as you say, he's probably trying to do it himself. Last night he tried to do too much.
But whether he's playing with Antonio or Grace, the same outcome. At some point, you have to say, you know what, player? We appreciate your effort, but try to get your professional life in order at Villa and wherever you are. Give us a break. like you did in the World Cup qualifiers. Give us a break because it's not working. It's not working. What did
Him give us a break.
wait.
Give us a break in the qualifier.
Yeah, and we appreciate it. No, well, no.
And
It's
it
not,
never worked.
that was the coach. But here's the thing. What did AFT? Wait. What did AFT? I played the AFT video. What did they say in the AFT video? What did him say? What did him say?
On which video?
AFTV. I played Robbie and his crew watching the game. Who did they focus on? They say you're supposed to be a big baller. They say you're supposed to be a big baller and you're the worst player on the field.
But let me tell you that the pressure was on. And as I said, within the whole aspect of everything, the team played well. So if the team play well, him have to play good enough for the team to play well.
We had one liability. We had one.
So him alone met the team. I think him alone met the team no good.
I think him
alone met the team.
Wait. I think him.
No, yeah.
Listen, Akala, you know what? You know what I'm saying. I think Lati, King, Calamarti, and Beatty didn't have good games. If I was to rank them, Beatty was by far the worst player on the pitch of any player, substitute or starter. By far. Not even close. Lati didn't play well. He got dribbled past 4 times. He was good with the ball at his feet. He wasn't good trying to mark his man.
Webster never played good also.
No, I tell you, Webster's stats were better than I thought they were. So Webster didn't look good on the eyes, but go check his stats. They were much better. So Webster wasn't as bad as he looked optically.
What were his stats? Like, what part of his stats would be good?
I think ball recovery. I think duels. I think
ball recovery, but we don't see him recovering no ball.
Because you're not looking on that. You don't really focus on anything. You focus on some other things. Trust me. We don't focus. I'm telling you, we don't focus on certain things in the football because those things are not the attractive things you want to focus on. You focus on goals, assists, turnovers. Some of the things, for example, how much headers you win or how much duels you win. People don't focus on anything there. Coaches do. We don't as fans.
But those stats can be tricky, because a man can just take a long ball and you head it.
People say, cranky to depend on stats. Stop the nonsense, people. I have the eye test and the stats test.
Stats is half of it. Stats is half of it.
It's probably more than half, actually.
Because the eye test is the real thing. Because the eye test you get to see.
No, but your eye test is skewed because you have your prejudice and your biases as an observer.
No, I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is, remember, I just said the eye test.
Okay.
Is the stats is half of it, so the eye test would be the other half. Basically, you can see what the stats are. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Yes.
And I'm saying with Webster, even though his stats might have seemed good, it's like it was like how they say in basketball when people padding them numbers.
No. He look. You know why? Both are left and right back because they had decent wingers, right? So I think Webster started getting really bad. He got a quick yellow card. I thought he should have been changed at halftime, to be honest. But when I went back to the stats to look at Webster and Lati, on the ball they were okay, but you could see the dribbling, which is not captured in the stats, which is what I look at sometimes. The qualitative factors, such as a man dribble pass. Well, the dribble pass is captured, but your other position is not captured. Right? If your other position is not captured, or if you went too far up the field and they get played behind you, it's not captured. Right? And I think sometimes those scores have to be qualified. Qualitatively, they got to find a way to get those stats.
I'm going to ask you something now. King, 2 games see him in. Are these 2 games, him not a good account of himself. I can see the potential and think he's calm. He look calm on the ball, but you're calm on the ball and they're making mistakes. It's like you're not calm then.
Yeah, I mean, King's inability to get the ball within the vicinity of his teammate is worrying. When you're making a long pass, people, you gotta give me a chance to get the ball. You cannot get the ball to the other keeper. You are 4 of 19 on long passes, and even those 4, it's not like those 4 were so brilliant on passes, so I get to control them. You probably were 2 of 19 if I check the stats right. That can't work.
He needs to stop that thing. I don't know if it's the coach telling him, say, hey, when you get the ball, just try some long ball from some cross, change the wing. Yeah, too much of that, man.
Yeah, it's frustrating because, it's a turnover, it's a turnover.
Yeah, and it's inviting pressure back on you. Okay, just kick out the ball and it's not going to nobody, then it's back in your defensive area again.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. King
he's a good player, yes, but he's not ready yet. And I think they're forcing him, and that is what I think with Jamaica. We force too much people. We're forcing too much people. Like I tell them, Whisper, yes, he's a good player, but when I check it, we never need Whisper for these 2 games. Or we could have we could have done without him for these 2 games. And it wasn't to make such a big uproar about it and thing. We have the players.
I like Whisper as a player. I like Whisper. But if you're gonna be disciplined and keep the team for discipline, I'm not gonna argue with that. I'm sorry.
No, I can't argue with that either. Because that's how it goes. You have to be diplomatic in your speech and your things you do when you want to be a part of an organization.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, because it's you want them, not them who want you. They can do away with you because Jamaica football will never stop. We always have a Reggae Boyz team. So
yep, I agree.
Just like Argentina. There always be Argentina before Messi, after Messi. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how it go.
All right, sir. Thanks for the call, man.
Yeah,
Appreciate
man.
it.
Bless up, man.
All right, people. No more coffee today. People. Thank you. No more coffee today. Thank you. Bless up, sir. All right, so first of all, someone says Cranky Peanut looked like Peanut played really well last night. I wasn't advocating for Peanut in the team. I thought he wasn't playing any football. He's only played about 3 games this season, but he looked quality last night. He looked a class above, probably the best center back last night. Jay, I'm not taking any more call, Jay. We're done for the day. I have to go. Sorry, can't take any call, people. We're done. Let me just say this, people. I will do another show. I don't know when, but I will do another show at some point in time. I appreciate you being here. It's been a long morning. I've been on for over 4 hours. It's crazy. Some people come, go, then probably sleep, they're up on a tree and reach work, and I'm still on this. But thanks for being here. I hope you have a wonderful day. I will consider whether to do a show this evening. But I want to spend some time thinking about maybe even watch the game again, because I did record the game, and determine whether I want to watch it and come back with an analysis of the game, or, you know what, it's water under the bridge, a more futuristic assessment of, do we sort of think about going forward? Is it too early to think about going forward? Do we need to just bask in our misery for a little while and whine and complain and carry on and criticize or whatever it is? America say feel better and get out of our system and then focus on the future, or do we do the future now? So I got to think about that. But I appreciate you being here. Thanks for being here. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you when I see you. Peace out.